Chapter 1067. Human, I will not yield. The earth-spiked dragon roared and tried to escape again. Unfortunately, Xianxia had already sealed all the rocks nearby. It wasn't strong enough to break through. Don't be so foolish. One day my brother will definitely become a divine king and you will become a divine dragon. Why not? It's not like you've completely surrendered to him. If you feel like he doesn't want you to follow him, you can leave any time you want. Ling Xiao said. He was now a half-dragon, so he was also a member of the dragons. He didn't want to kill this earth-spiked dragon, but if it was still stubborn, then he would have no choice but to kill it. You're right, brother Ling earth-spiked dragon, I old ye am not much weaker than you. Signing an equality contract with me is the best deal. I old ye will definitely not mistreat you. One day we can both become gods. Xianxia said very sincerely. You cunning humans, I'd rather die than submit, the earth-spiked dragon said proudly. After all, the higher the level of a spiritual beast, the harder it was to tame it. Unless it was raised from a young age, it would be very difficult to make it surrender without some special means. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and threw the golden dragon spear at the earth-spiked dragon. The earth-spiked dragon was pierced by the golden dragon's spear. It let out a miserable cry and kept rolling around, crushing the rocks around it. Brother Ling, please don't kill it. Xianxia begged with a distressed look. Don't worry, it has thick skin and flesh. How can it die just like that? Ling Xiao said to Xianxia. Then he released all the dragon qi in his body. Balls of emperor's might circled around his body. An incomparably mighty dragon circled around him like an emperor, giving people a sense of nobility. The earth-spiked dragon was in great pain, but Ling Xiao suddenly released his dragon shadow. The majestic draconic aura had the power to intimidate all beasts. Even the earth-spiked dragon was affected by it. My people, submit to my emperor. Ling Xiao's aura rose to its peak and pressed down on the earth dragon. It was as if a real dragon was roaring at it, causing it to feel extremely shocked. Gradually, the spiked dragon could no longer bear the pressure. It lowered its proud head and released the light of the equality contract curse. Brother Xinyu, what are you waiting for? Ling Xiao shouted at Xianxia, who was in a daze. Only then did Xianxia recover from his daze, and hurriedly took out his blood essence and dripped it over. After the contract was signed, the earth-spiked dragon gradually calmed down. It looked at Xianxia and said, if you can't make me a true dragon one day, I won't follow you anymore. Xianxia patted his chest and said, don't worry, I'll kill a true dragon for you in the future and get you a dragon pearl. The earth-spiked dragon was enraged and roared, how can we dragons kill each other? If you do this again, I'll cancel my contract with you. Xianxia suddenly became speechless. He muttered in his heart, if I don't kill a true dragon, where am I going to find a dragon pearl for you? Don't worry, he's just joking. I'll ask the Dragon King for one in the future. I'm sure he won't mind. Ling Xiao comforted. Ling Xiao was also in urgent need of dragon pearls. He didn't want to stay in this half-human half-beast form. He might as well become a peerless dragon. He could switch between human and beast and it would be much better than now. At the same time, Ling Xiao pulled the golden dragon spear off the earth-spiked dragon's body, and told Xianxia to take out a rank 9 beast core and feed it to the earth-spiked dragon. For spiritual beasts, beast cores were not only used to increase their strength, they were also the best healing medicine. Brother Ling, I can't thank you enough. From now on you're my good brother. You're my big brother. Old Yi will obey you. Xianxia said solemnly with one hand over his heart. He had only been with Ling Xiao for a short time, but Ling Xiao's intelligence and ability had already deeply impressed him. Moreover, Ling Xiao treated him so sincerely. The barbarians valued powerful warriors the most, and at the same time they respected their friends the most. Although Ling Xiao was younger than him, Ling Xiao was stronger than him, so it wasn't a big deal for him to call Ling Xiao big brother. Ling Xiao was very satisfied and immediately smiled. All right, I'll call you Old Yi. Don't call me big brother, it's too vulgar. Just call me Ling Xiao, we'll be good brothers from now on. No, just call me big brother. It's disrespectful to call you by your name. Xianxia said. Then you can call me big brother. I really don't like it. Ling Xiao hesitated. Xianxia immediately said with joy, yes, big brother. Xianxia put away the earth-spiked dragon and Ling Xiao left with him. Xianxia said excitedly, don't worry, big brother. The earth-spiked dragon said that it has some treasures we need. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao happily nodded. He had almost forgotten about this point. Some high-level spiritual beasts would have some accompanying spiritual treasures near them. For a peak holy beast like the Earth Spike Dragon, there might be some unexpected holy treasures in its nest. Xianyu Yi led the way and quickly dug into the original nest of the Earth Spike Dragon. In the fierce battle just now, a lot of rocks fell and the tunnel was already destroyed. However, the Earth Spike Dragon's nest was not damaged at all. Not a single rock fell in the thousands of meters wide space. Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi landed inside and looked around, their eyes filled with excitement. It's all yellow earth stone. This is a top holy material. It shouldn't be in the category of divine material. Ling Xiao exclaimed. Although Ling Xiao wasn't an artifact refiner, he had absorbed many remnant souls and gained a lot of memories. Moreover, he had read all kinds of books, so he could recognize all kinds of materials at a glance. This yellow earth stone was a very rare stone material. Its hardness was no less than diamond. It was an excellent material to refine holy tools or divine tools. The walls of the Earth Spike Dragon's nest were all made of yellow earth stone. No wonder the battle just now was so fierce, but this place was not affected at all. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think that if he auctioned off all the yellow earth stones here, he would be able to make a very rich fortune. However, Xianyu Yi didn't care about these yellow earth stones. His gaze fell on a puddle of gray soil in the corner. His expression was as if he had seen a naked beauty, and his saliva kept drooling. This gray soil was like cloud mud, exuding all kinds of mysterious aura. The power of the earth attribute was extremely pure and vast. So much soil of 10,000 earth, so much origin power. Xianyu Yi murmured. Only then did Ling Xiao look in his direction, and a look of joy also appeared on his face. Old Yi, you're in luck this time. With so much soil of 10,000 earth, it won't be difficult for you to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor. Ling Xiao said as he patted Xianyu Yi's shoulder. Soil of 10,000 earth and metal origin qi were both elemental origin items, and even gods needed to absorb the purest energy. For the Holy Emperor, they were incomparably precious. Right now, Xianyu Yi was only a high-tier Holy Emperor, and there was still a long way to go before he reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. This soil of 10,000 earth was like coal in the snow for him, allowing him to reach the peak of the Holy Emperor realm one step faster. At that time he would be able to break through to the God King realm by cultivating his soul. Xianyu Yi smiled foolishly. I can't compare to you, boss. You've already reached the God King realm, and it's already a matter of time before you reach the God King realm. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Since you can see that, then you know that boss has no intention of harming you. As long as we brothers work together, the heaven region will belong to us in the future. Xianyu Yi nodded excitedly, then put away all the soil of 10,000 earth. Now was not the time to absorb it. Tai Lang and the others were waiting outside. Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi dug out all the yellow earth stones in the cave and put them away. Once we auction them off in the future, we'll have plenty of Xian crystals. At that time it'll be much easier to do anything, said Ling Xiao. All right, we'll listen to boss, Xianyu Yi replied, acting like he would follow Ling Xiao's orders. The two of them came out of the ground, and Tai Lang, Lu Jinxi and the others immediately came over. Did the two of you subdue that Earth Spike Dragon? Tai Lang asked impatiently. Yes, my clan's elder strength is unparalleled, and he fought thousands of rounds with the Earth Spike Dragon. With my assistance from the side, he finally subdued it. In the future, Commander Tai won't be harassed by it anymore, replied Ling Xiao. Tai Lang, Lu Jinxi and the others looked at the masked Xianyu Yi with even more respect. Even with so many of them, they couldn't do anything to the Earth Spike Dragon, but the two of them had subdued it. This level of strength was not something they could compare to. Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi tried to persuade Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi to stay, and the two of them drank to their heart's content in the camp. However, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to waste time with them, so he rejected their good intentions and hurried back to Stone Sky City with Xianyu Yi. Ling Xiao returned to the outskirts of the city and found Chai Guan to go back with him so that no one would suspect anything. After returning to the Zhang family, Ling Xiao tried his best to avoid being alone with Zhang Lianhua. He was very afraid of her. Whenever she was at home, Ling Xiao would immediately slip out to patrol, and when she wasn't home he would go to the scripture pavilion to read more records of the various regions. Occasionally when he was free, Ling Xiao would go to the outskirts of the city to visit Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan and the others. Old Man Tian was also temporarily arranged by Ling Xiao to stay in the courtyard. His destroyed dantian had been reconstructed, and with the help of Ling Xiao's other pills, his strength had recovered quite a bit, and he was already a mid-level saint. He was still a few levels away from the mid-level Holy Emperor, but this was enough for him to live for a long time, and it wasn't impossible for him to recover his cultivation in the future. Moreover, with Ling Xiao around, he might even have a chance to reach the next level. Everything went smoothly for Ling Xiao, and the Gao family didn't come looking for trouble again. Thus, Ling Xiao found a time to bring Old Man Tian back to his hometown to visit his daughter. Old Man Tian had waited for this day for a long time, and naturally brought Ling Xiao back excitedly. Chapter 1068. Old Man Tian's hometown was in a place called River Town. It was the wealthiest and most beautiful town under Stone Sky City's jurisdiction. The town was surrounded by mountains and rivers. It was verdant and lush, with many exotic flowers and grasses adorning it. The scenery was delightful, and anyone who looked at it would feel refreshed. According to Old Man Tian, he had offended the Green Moon Palace in Stone Sky City. At that time, Old Man Tian had brought the Tian family's direct descendants to Stone Sky City to develop. However, one day an inner disciple of the Green Moon Palace had taken a fancy to Old Man Tian's daughter, Tianjie, and wanted to take her as his personal maid. Although the Green Moon Palace had a great reputation, Tianjie looked down on that disciple, so she was naturally unwilling. However, the inner disciple of the Green Moon Palace had taken advantage of the situation to take her captive. Old Man Tian had been hot-blooded at that time. His wife had died young and his daughter was his lifeblood. Thus he had kicked the inner disciple's balls until they burst. After Old Man Tian had calmed down, he knew that he had gotten into big trouble. Thus he sent his daughter and some of his family back to their hometown. Not long after his daughter left, the people of the Green Moon Palace came knocking. The powerful members of the Tian family had all been killed, and Old Man Tian's dantian had been crippled. He had been sent to the mines to spend the new year mining, and he had been ordered to be treated well. At first, Old Man Tian had been tortured to the point of death by many people in the mines. However, those people had grown tired of him and were too lazy to bother him, as he had lived until now. Now he was only worried about whether his daughter and family had been found by the people of the Green Moon Palace. Old Tian, your daughter must be beautiful, right? Otherwise, how could she have caught the eyes of those disciples of the Green Moon Palace? Ling Xiao asked jokingly. Old Man Tian revealed a bashful expression. Hee, my daughter is a bit of a beauty. To be honest, Old Man Tian was most proud of having such a beautiful daughter. Back in Xianxia town, his Tian family was the #1 family, and there was an endless stream of people coming to propose marriage. Unfortunately, his daughter's standards were quite high, and she still couldn't find her Mr. Right before he got into trouble. I can tell you're being humble just by looking at you, Ling Xiao said. He paused for a moment before continuing. Old Tian, I'll say it again. The Cyan Moon Palace must have forgotten about your existence. If you want to return to your old days, it's not impossible. There's no need for you to follow me. Old Man Tian immediately replied seriously. Palace Master, there's no need to persuade me anymore. I've seen through all sorts of ups and downs over the past 100 years. If it weren't for Palace Master, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to see the light of day again. Furthermore, I believe that Palace Master will definitely be able to make a name for himself in the Heaven Realm in the future. Ling Xiao saw Old Man Tian's insistence and didn't say anything else. After a few days of traveling, Ling Xiao and Old Man Tian finally arrived at River Town. Old Man Tian's eyes welled up with tears when he saw the familiar scenery. Back in the day, he was also the famous Holy Emperor, one of the top experts in the town. He was revered by everyone in the town. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh when he saw the bustling and beautiful town. This town is even more prosperous than the big cities in the stronghold. This heaven realm is truly worthy of being called the realm of gods. Ling Xiao and Old Man Tian walked into the town, and Old Man Tian couldn't wait to make his way to the Tian family. Old Tian, don't be in such a hurry. You haven't returned in over 100 years, so there's no need to rush. Why don't we find a place to ask about the situation first? Ling Xiao pulled Old Man Tian aside. He was afraid that the Tian family would be destroyed by the Cyan Moon Palace, which was why he said this. He didn't want Old Man Tian to rejoice for nothing. He wanted to find someone to ask about the Tian family first so that Old Man Tian could have some time to calm down. Old man Tian understood Ling Zhao's intentions and immediately followed Ling Xiao into a restaurant. A beautiful woman's fan appeared in Ling Zhao's hand. It exuded an oppressive air of nobility, giving off the feeling of a noble young master. He tipped the waiter a piece of top-grade glazed crystal and asked, "Waiter, do you know the Tian family in this town?" The waiter happily put away the glazed crystal, but when he heard Ling Zhao's question he immediately revealed a look of fear and returned the glazed crystal to Ling Xiao. "My apologies, young master. This town no longer has the Tian family." "Impossible. How can there not be a Tian family?" Old man Tian immediately stood up and shouted. In an instant, everyone's gazes gathered on old man Tian. Their gazes were filled with ridicule. The waiter didn't dare to reply as if he was afraid of drawing fire onto himself. He immediately turned around to do something else. "Palace master, let me catch someone for questioning," old man Tian said impatiently. He was afraid to face the fact that the Tian family had been destroyed. "Old man Tian, don't panic. Your emotions are not stable now. I will make my decision later." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Old man Tian could only suppress his anger and gulp down several jugs of wine. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao was not moving, he would have flown back to the Tian family to find out what had happened. The daughter that he cared about the most was his lifeline. Even though he had prepared for the worst, he still couldn't handle it when it came time to face it. After about an hour, Ling Xiao finally walked out of the restaurant in a leisurely manner. Old man Tian said impatiently, "Palace master, we..." Before he could finish, Ling Xiao made a hand gesture to stop him from speaking. Then he called out softly in a direction, "Follow us." As he spoke, Ling Xiao turned around and walked towards a corner of a small alley. Old man Tian didn't know what was going on and could only follow. When they reached the small alley, someone chased after them. This person was actually the waiter from the restaurant just now. "Speak. Tell me everything you know about the Tian family," Ling Xiao asked the waiter. Old man Tian didn't understand. He thought that the waiter had been bribed by his palace master. Without any hesitation, the waiter told him everything he knew. It turned out that the Tian family still existed in Xianxia town. However, something big had happened in the past few days. The Tian family had been the overlord of Xianxia town for many years and was the largest family. However, 100 years ago the Tian family had wanted to move to Stone Sky City to develop. Unfortunately, an accident happened. Later on, the people of the town gradually learned that the three elders of the Tian family, the Holy Emperor, had died in Stone Sky City. It was also from then on that the Tian family's prestige in Xianxia town declined day by day. Other families also seized the opportunity to replace the Tian family's position. Fortunately, the Tian family's foundation was strong enough that it didn't collapse for a while. However, more than 100 years had passed. Many families had risen, but the Tian family had gradually declined. The number of Holy Emperor guarding the family was even fewer. It was no longer qualified to be the first family in Xianxia town. Now the Xiao family, the most powerful family in Xianxia town, had replaced the Tian family and become the first family in Xianxia town. Originally, the Tian family could have continued to survive even after retreating. However, the Tian family had a stunning beauty, Tianjui, the first beauty of the town. However, this title of hers had caused a lot of trouble for the family. In the early years, the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xian, had taken a liking to her and wanted to marry her. At the same time, it was a marriage between the Xiao family and the Tian family. It was a beautiful story. However, Tianjui rejected Xian. Now that the Xiao family was powerful, they announced that they would destroy the Tian family in a few days and remove the Tian family from Xianxia town. Because of this, everything about the Tian family in Xianxia town temporarily became a topic that no one dared to mention. After hearing all this, tears streamed down old man Tian's face. Damn the Xiao family. How dare they do this? I'm going to fight it out with them, old man Tian said angrily. At the same time, he was about to rush to the Tian family. Old Tian, don't be anxious. With your current strength, what's the point of rushing back? Ling Xiao grabbed old man Tian's hand. But even if I die, I want to be with them, old man Tian replied. Ling Xiao said, don't worry. Since I've accompanied you back, I won't turn a blind eye. I'll help you resolve this matter. No matter what, you're one of my people. Old man Tian's face was filled with gratitude, but he refused. Palace Lord, there's no need for you to take this risk. Since the Xiao family dares to dominate the town, they have at least a few holy emperors. Don't bother yourself with this matter. Go back to the Zhang family. This old servant has let you down, Palace Lord. Old Tian, are you saying that you don't trust me? Ling Xiao asked. This old servant has no such intentions. Old man Tian said. Let's go and take a look at the Tian family first. With me around you can rest assured. Ling Xiao patted old man Tian's shoulder. Old man Tian wanted to say something but in the end he couldn't. His gratitude towards Ling Xiao deepened. The Tian family was once the #1 family in Xianxia town. The land they built was incomparably spacious with many towering pavilions. The eaves were made of jade, the pillars carved with dragons and paintings, the pavilions and terraces, the little bridges and flowing water. It had the air of an imperial palace. In one of the pavilions, a woman sat facing a lotus in a pond, playing the pipa and composing. Waves of sorrow and resentment caused those who heard it to feel melancholy. Suddenly, a wave of hurried voices resounded, and it interrupted this sorrowful tune. The woman turned her head to look. Her lovely face actually caused the tender red, pure white, elegant and indifferent lotus water in the pond to pale in comparison. The woman's facial features were as exquisite as a sculpture. Her hair was tied up in a bun with silver needles and gold twigs, making her look especially luxurious and graceful. Her eyes, which carried a hint of sadness, rippled like a pond of spring water, carrying an incomparable allure. The green satin she wore accentuated her exquisite and graceful figure. Although this woman couldn't compare to Euro Fei's bewitching beauty, she exuded a kind of delicateness that made one feel pity for her. This kind of temperament was especially similar to Ji Beixin's. However, her delicate face carried a kind of unswerving determination that was rarely seen in other women. From this, one could see that she was an extremely opinionated and principled woman. Miss, it's bad. The Xiao family has come again. A servant girl hurried over and cried out anxiously. The woman frowned slightly and murmured, "What will come will come. It looks like I have no other choice." Chapter 1069. The upper echelons of the Tian family were all gathered in the main hall of the Tian family. A few of them were from the Xiao family, which had now replaced the Tian family. Among the Xiao family there was a rather young and handsome man. He was gorgeously dressed and had an extraordinary bearing. His eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. This person was the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Zijian. His strength had already reached the saint level and he was a famous genius in the town. Uncle Tian, hurry up and make a decision. As long as you marry Jiayi to me, then your Tian family will naturally be able to continue living in Jiangshui town. It will even be famous under the shadow of our Xiao family. Otherwise, in 3 days your Tian family will be destroyed. Xiao Zijian stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the head of the Tian family, Tian Yue. Bastard, even if our Tian family dies in battle, we will not submit to your despotic power. Get out of here immediately or else your blood will be spilled here. Tian Yue shouted angrily. Although the Tian family was weak, they were relatively united. Xiao Zijian's words had undoubtedly aroused public anger. Another elder of the Tian family shouted, "Hurry up and scram. Don't think that our Tian family is easy to bully. You ungrateful ingrates, if it wasn't for our Tian family taking care of you, you wouldn't be where you are today." That's right. Back then Grand Duke Xiao was our great elder's brother, but who would have thought that he'd be so eager to make a move against our Tian family right after he advanced. Our Xiao family isn't a weakling that you can knead as you please. Patriarch, why don't we capture them? Since the Xiao family has already spoken, there's no harm in shedding all pretenses now. The people of the Tian family all glared at Xiao Zijian and the others and shouted. They couldn't wait to immediately kill him. Do you think you can bully us just because you have more people? I came prepared today. Elder, let them have a good look at your strength. Xiao Zijian sneered with extreme calmness. As Xiao Zijian's words fell, a thin and short old man beside him instantly burst forth with a powerful aura, causing everything in the main hall to sway. The people of the Tian family were shocked. A few of the weaker ones were forced to take a few steps back and some even knocked over tables and chairs. Intermediate Holy Emperor. Tian Yue exclaimed. At least you have some eyesight. With this old man's strength, fighting against you 3 low-level Holy Emperor shouldn't be a difficult task, right? The old man sneered. On Xiao Zijian's side, Other than this mid-level holy emperor, there was another low-level holy emperor. Those who could reach this level of strength were all top-notch experts in the town. No one could underestimate them. The Tian family only had 3 low-tier holy emperors. Although they had an advantage in numbers, a mid-tier holy emperor was enough to fight against the 3 of them. They had no advantage at all. The expressions of the Tian family members were ugly to the extreme. Back then, the Tian family also had an intermediate holy emperor, and there was more than one of them. That was what they relied on to dominate Xianxia town. Unfortunately, he was killed over 100 years ago, and none of the remaining 3 holy emperors could break through to the next level. That was why they were gradually reduced to being bullied by others. I don't want to push you too far today. I'll give you 3 more days to think about it. If you don't send Jai to me as my concubine, you know the consequences. Xiao Zijian said proudly. Just as Tian Yue was about to say something, a clear voice came from the back door. I promise you. I don't need 3 days. I'll go with you to the Xiao family today. I just hope you can keep your promise and don't make things difficult for the Tian family. A peerless beauty walked out from the back door. Her enchanting face and graceful figure immediately attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Zijian revealed an extremely greedy expression. This was the woman he had been longing for many years. Today she was going to be under his crotch. This made him extremely excited. Jai, you can't agree to this. The Xiao family is a bunch of people who don't keep their promises. Even if you go, they will still go back on their words. If worst comes to worst, we'll fight them to the death. Tian Yue said firmly. Tian Jai bowed to Tian Yue and said, Uncle, my father almost destroyed the family's foundation because of me. Joey is the sinner of the family, and I've been living in guilt all these years. Now that the family is in trouble, I should do my part. If I don't agree to them now, the Tian family will be destroyed. If I agree to them, there might be a chance for us to survive. That's right, Joey, I'm infatuated with you. If you didn't reject me, this would never have happened. If you come with me today, I promise your family will definitely be able to survive in Xianxia town. Xiao Zijian took the lead to agree. Winner takes all. There's nothing more to say. Our Tian family has declined to this point, and I can't shirk my responsibility. I only hope that you can keep your promise today. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Tian Jai's eyes flashed with a hint of loneliness and determination. Cut the crap, I'll agree to it. Hurry up and come with me. I want everyone to know that the #1 beauty of Xianxia town is about to become my Xiao Zijian's beloved concubine. Xiao Zijian laughed wildly. He sneered in his heart. When I get your body, you'll be a member of the Xiao family. What does the Tian family have to do with you? When the time comes, so be it. You won't be able to stir up any more trouble. The Tian family wanted to persuade him, but they didn't know where to start. In terms of strength, the Tian family was indeed weaker than the Xiao family. Even if they fought, it would only cause more casualties. Xiao Zijian arrogantly walked out of the Tian family. The people who came with him were protecting him in the middle. Tian Jai bowed to the 3 holy emperors of the Tian family. Her beautiful eyes flashed with determination, and she followed Xiao Zijian out. The people of the Tian family followed her out. Their eyes were filled with incomparable anger, but they couldn't do anything. All right, everyone, there's no need to send me off. We'll bid farewell here. In the future, I'll arrange the betrothal gifts. Consider it as me officially marrying Jai. Xiao Zijian pretended to smile. Elders, please go back. Take care of yourselves. Tian Jai said with some tears in her eyes. Sigh, Xiao Zijian, if you can't treat Jai well in the future, our Tian family will seek justice from your Xiao family even if we have to fight with everyone. Tian Yue sighed. Haha, your Tian family also needs to have the strength to fight. Xiao Zijian laughed. These words infuriated the people of the Tian family. A few hot-blooded young people wanted to rush up and fight with him. However, they were firmly suppressed by the old man beside them. Just as Xiao Zijian and his group were about to leave, 2 figures swept over from afar. Everyone in Xianxia town knew that the area around the Tian family had become a forbidden area. Everyone was afraid of being implicated by the Tian family. But now there were 2 people who recklessly rushed over, which attracted a lot of attention. It's just 2 saints. The middle-level holy emperor beside Xiao Zijian said disdainfully. Scope. Even if the Tian family has reinforcements, they can't escape destruction. Xiao Zijian said. Tian Yue also saw the people approaching. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He muttered, That person seems to be second brother. When the sorrowful Tian Jai heard this, her body and mind trembled. She hurriedly looked at the people approaching. It's really father. Tears of excitement rolled down Tian Jai's delicate face. Fifth brother, I'm back. Old man Tian saw his family members gathering in front of the door from afar and couldn't help but shout. Old man Tian and Ling Xiao quickly descended. It's really second brother. Tian Yue immediately exclaimed with surprise and went over to greet him with excitement. Father. Tian Jai cried out and immediately went over to greet him as well. Tian Jai's father, one of the 3 middle-level holy emperors of the Tian family all those years ago, Holy Emperor Tian Yoji. Xiao Zijian seemed to have thought of something, and an astounded expression appeared on his face. He couldn't help but feel slightly anxious. If Tian Yoji returned, then the Tian family's strength would rise once more. That would be disadvantageous to the Xiao family. There's no need to worry. He's only at the mid-level of the Saint Realm now. His lifespan has been greatly reduced, so I presume he suffered a heavy injury in the past. The middle-level Holy Emperor by Xiao Zijian's side reminded him. Xiao Zijian felt much more at ease when he heard this. However, a strand of jealousy instantly arose in his heart when he saw the young man by Old Man Tian's side. What's the point of having a pretty boy? Old Man Tian's eyes were filled with tears when he saw a newcomer again. He was extremely excited. Even though some members of the Tian family hadn't met Old Man Tian, they'd heard of his deeds. They knew that he was the patriarch's brother and was once one of the pillars of the Tian family. Now that he'd returned, they couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Father, I thought I'd never see you again. Tian Jai sobbed. Old Man Tian glanced at his even more beautiful and alluring daughter, then took her in his arms and said, Child, it's been hard on you all these years. Second brother, this isn't the place to talk. The Xiao family is powerful now, and the eldest son of the Xiao family, Xiao Zijian, wants to force Jai to become his concubine. Otherwise he'll annihilate our Tian family. Tian Yue reminded. Bastard. Old Man Tian roared furiously. His wife had died young and his daughter was his lifeline. Moreover, the Tian family was his main family. How could he not be angry when someone came knocking on his door and forced his hand? Xiao Zijin smiled at Old Man Tian and said, Father-in-law, you're back. That's great. I wanted to talk to you about Jai marrying into our Xiao family. So you're the descendant of great-grandfather Xiao? That's great. Back then, great-grandfather Xiao was taken care of by my father. I didn't expect him to force the Tian family. Hurry up and go back and tell great-grandfather Xiao that I, Tian Yoji, have returned. Let's see if he still dares to have any ideas about our Tian family. Old Man Tian bluffed. His strength had already regressed a lot, and it was impossible for him to challenge any of the Holy Emperor's authority. Therefore he wanted to scare them while they were still in power. Ah, my dear father-in-law, with your current strength, I'm afraid my son-in-law can take you down. Do you still need my great-grandfather to do anything? Xiao Zijin laughed arrogantly. Old Man Tian was infuriated. Just as he was about to make a move, someone beat him to it. Slap. A resounding slap resounded in everyone's ears. Chapter 1070. Xiao Zijian's body, which weighed nearly 100 kilograms, was sent flying like a cannonball. A few of his front teeth flew out and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. It was an eye-piercing sight. No one expected that someone would suddenly make a move, and that many of the holy emperors couldn't even react in time. None of the Xiao family members could react and they were still in a daze. The Tian family members were the same. They all stared blankly at the person who helped them vent their anger. They saw a handsome young man with a wicked smile. He held a beautiful woman's fan in his hand, and he looked rather elegant and elegant. He gave off an inexplicable sense of affinity. Tian Jai also noticed this young man. Looking at his complacent expression, she suddenly had a good impression of him. What a handsome man. The mid-stage Holy Emperor didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao for now. Instead he helped Xiao Zijin up and asked, Zijin, how are you? Xiao Zijin stood up. His face had 5 red finger marks and his mouth was full of blood. He looked extremely hideous and the pain almost made him choke on his tears. D***, kill him. Xiao Zijin glared at Ling Xiao with resentment. As soon as he spoke, a low-stage holy emperor of the Xiao family began to move. Without any explanation, he threw a punch at Ling Zhao's face. The punch was overbearing and surging, and its speed was as fast as lightning. It was impossible to defend against. "Watch out!" several voices cried out at the same time. However, by the time their warnings rang out, the fist had already smashed into Ling Zhao's body. Unfortunately, it only hit an afterimage. Ling Xiao had already circled behind the low-stage holy emperor. The beautiful woman's fan was like a divine weapon, smashing towards the back of the low-stage holy emperor's head. Bang! This ordinary-looking white fan actually blew up the low-stage holy emperor's head. He didn't even have time to scream before he died just like that. Brains and blood were especially glaring and bloody, making some timid people want to vomit. Who would have thought that such an elegant scholar was actually such a ruthless person? He had killed a low-level holy emperor in a single move. This was too shocking. One could imagine how terrifying this young man's strength was. The people of the Xiao family all became nervous. Apart from the low-level holy emperor, they only had the middle-level holy emperor. If the Tian family took the opportunity to attack them, wouldn't they all die here? The mid-level holy emperor of the Xiao family squinted at Ling Xiao and asked, "Who are you, sir? Why do you want to get involved in this mess between the Xiao and Tian families?" He couldn't see through this young man's strength. The other party might be above him and he was already afraid. "Haha, so what if I'm interfering? Since you're all trying to bully me, why don't you all stay and be my guests?" Ling Xiao gently fanned himself with his beautiful woman's fan and smiled casually. No one could tell that he was someone who had killed a top expert in the blink of an eye. When the people of the Tian family heard Ling Zhao's words, their faces revealed joy. They all knew that this young man had come to help their Tian family. "Bastard, who do you think you are? Our Xiao family is the #1 family in town. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and come over. I'll smash your mouth and let you go." Xiao Zijian was dizzy with anger. Relying on the middle-level holy emperor by his side, he didn't care about anyone. The middle-level holy emperor cursed in his heart. What a good descendant of Xiao Tai Gong. If he dares to say that, then his strength must be frighteningly high. He might even have a stronger backer. He actually brought up your family. He really isn't afraid of death. Is that so? It seems that my punishment for you is still light. Ling Xiao said indifferently, and his figure flashed again. The middle-level holy emperor knew that Ling Xiao was about to make a move, and wanted to block this attack for Xiao Zijian. However, he only heard a whoosh sound followed by a pig-like scream. Xiao Zijian, who was beside him, was once again sent flying dozens of meters away. The middle-level holy emperor was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He realized that the person who had come was really many times stronger than him. He didn't even have time to react before the person sent Xiao Zijian flying. The middle-level holy emperor didn't even think about it and shouted to the others, "Retreat." Immediately after, he flew in the direction of Xiao Zijian, wanting to take him away. "Hey, didn't I say that all of you will stay? Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Ling Xiao sneered, and with a light step he chased after him like a goshawk. Before the middle-level holy emperor could reach Xiao Zijian, he immediately heard the sound of wind breaking. He didn't even think about it before he dodged. However, Ling Xiao seemed to be everywhere, and his wind god's kick landed on the middle-level holy emperor's back without hesitation. Bang bang! The middle-level holy emperor was kicked away by Ling Xiao. Mouthfuls of blood continuously spurted out, and his entire body smashed into the ground in the distance. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The other members of the Xiao family were scared out of their wits. They cried out in alarm and immediately scattered to escape. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take them all down. Don't let a single one of them escape." Tian Yue reacted the fastest. He immediately cried out in alarm and took the lead to attack the Xiao family. Although the Tian family's strength was not as good as before, they still had 3 low-level holy emperors. When they attacked at the same time, none of the Xiao family's holy experts could escape. This change happened too quickly. It had only been a quarter of an hour, and the arrogant Xiao family had all become prisoners of the Tian family. This made them very happy. Xiao Zijian's power was sealed and he was tied up. His face was swollen like a pig's head and he looked very miserable. "Hurry up and let me go. Hurry up and let me go. My grandfather is already a high-level holy emperor." If you don't let me go, your Tian family will be completely destroyed. Xiao Zijin struggled and shouted. If you dare say another word, I will immediately kill you here. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he looked at Xiao Zijin. Xiao Zijin looked at Ling Xiao's evil appearance and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say another word. In his heart he was extremely afraid of Ling Xiao. At the same time he cursed in his heart, when my grandfather comes, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. I'll make you wish you were dead. Many thanks for your help, Palace Head. Old Man Tian bowed to Ling Xiao after the Xiao family had been taken away. Didn't I say there's no need to be so formal? Go in first. I believe your enemies will be sending people soon. Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. Right, second brother, let's go in first and talk, Tian Yue said excitedly. Old Man Tian nodded lightly and invited Ling Xiao in first, looking very much like a servant. This caused the Tian family to be both shocked and curious. They were shocked that their Tian family's once strongest holy emperor had become a follower of this young man. They were also curious as to who this young man was and why his strength was so frightening. Beside Old Man Tian, Tian Jia's heart was also filled with many questions. She had absolute confidence in her own appearance, but she discovered that this young man had not paid any attention to her since the very beginning. This was a huge blow to her. But when she thought about how this person was able to garner such respect from her father, he must have something extraordinary about him. It had to be known that the heaven region was vast, and there were as many factions as there were hairs on a cow. Jiangshui town was just a remote place. Even any random family in Stone Sky City was much stronger than the people here. She believed that Ling Xiao was someone from some faction, or else he wouldn't have looked down on the Xiao family like this. After entering the Tian family, Ling Xiao was treated as a distinguished guest, and Old Man Tian personally admitted that Ling Xiao was his master. This shocked the Tian family to the core. However, they knew that Ling Xiao's strength was extraordinary, so none of them dared to say anything. This isn't the time to talk about these things. Let's talk about the strength of your opponents. Possible take care of them. Then you won't have anything to worry about. Ling Xiao said. Sir, the Xiao family has 2 high-level holy emperors. I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with them. Tian Yue said with a troubled expression. Old Man Tian asked, Fifth brother, when did the Xiao family become so powerful? Could it be that they've received help from someone over the past 100 years? Tian Yue shook his head and said, I don't know either. However, the Xiao family's grand elder Xiao has indeed broken through to high-level holy emperor. Moreover, they seem to have recruited a few more experts. Jiangshui town is under their control. How many holy emperors do they have? Ling Xiao asked. I think there were around 10 at the beginning. Tian Yue said. This number was already 3 times that of the Tian family. It was no wonder that the Tian family was already riding on top of them. Only around 10? That's easy. We've already taken down 2, so it should be 8. Let's wait for them to come and capture them all. When that time comes, we'll go to the Xiao family and take a look. I believe it won't be a problem for the Tian family to become the number 1 family in Jiangshui town again, right? Ling Xiao replied casually. When the Tian family's elders heard Ling Xiao speak so casually, they were speechless for a moment. They believed that no matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't be able to escape the encirclement of 8 holy emperors. Palace Lord, let's plan this out. Old Man Tian said from the side. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There's no need for that. As long as they don't have a divine king, there's nothing to be afraid of. Gather everyone. Once I take down the Xiao family's holy emperor, all of you can go and annihilate the Xiao family and reclaim your Tian family's position. It didn't matter if the Tian family believed him or not. As Old Man Tian's master, it was normal for him to help Old Man Tian's family. He didn't believe that the Xiao family could overturn the heavens. Old Man Tian didn't have much contact with Ling Xiao, but based on Ling Xiao's 20 consecutive victories in the prison arena, he wouldn't boast for no reason. Old Man Tian immediately told Tian Yue to do as Ling Xiao said. By the way, Jai, this is Palace Lord Ling Xiao, your father's savior. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to see you again. Old Man Tian took his daughter's hand and introduced her to Ling Xiao. This humble one is Tian Jai. Thank you for saving my father, benefactor. This humble one has nothing to repay you, so please accept my bow. Tian Jai glanced at Ling Xiao, then bowed to Ling Xiao gratefully. Chapter 1071. Ling Xiao didn't expect old man Tian to have such a beautiful daughter. However, he was used to seeing all kinds of beauties. Just based on the looks of his wives and concubines, none of them inferior to Tianjia. Thus he didn't have any improper thoughts about her. No need for formalities. Your father once helped me, so it's only right for me to help him. Ling Xiao hurriedly dodged. Palace Lord, if you hadn't saved me back in the mine, I would be a pile of dirt by now, let alone rid myself of that identity. You are my master and Jai is my daughter. She can also be considered your maidservant, so it's only right for her to bow to you. Old man Tian replied. If you don't mind, I'm willing to follow my father by your side. Tian Jia's expression was resolute. She saw her father as the heavens in her life. Old man Tian's words were like an imperial edict that she would carry out unconditionally. Now that she heard that Ling Xiao had saved her father's life, she felt even more grateful towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was strong, handsome, and gave off a good vibe. Thus she didn't mind following her father's words and worshipping Ling Xiao as her master. She knew the meaning of the phrase femme fatale. 100 years ago she had already harmed her uncle and a few other uncles. Now she had almost destroyed the Tian family. She might as well follow her father and leave the Tian family with Ling Xiao. Of course she didn't want to harm Ling Xiao. She just wanted to leave Xianxia town and see how wonderful the outside world was. Old Tian, you're really something. I told you to return to the family, but now you're making your daughter a maidservant. It's as if I'm forcing a good citizen. Ling Xiao sighed and changed the topic. The Xiao family should be here soon. I'll go meet them myself. If you're worried, just stay here. With that, Ling Xiao dashed out of the hall. Old man Tian wanted to chase after him, but Tian Yue pulled him back and asked, Second brother, who is this lord? It's a long story, but since you're confident in taking down the Xiao family, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's go take a look first. Old man Tian replied. In another mansion in Xianxia town. This was the home of the Xiao family, the #1 family in Xianxia town. The news of Xiao Zijian being captured by the Tian family had already quickly spread here. Bastard, the Tian family has eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. They actually dared to capture Zijian. What the hell is Elder Fa doing? Didn't I tell him to accompany Zijian? The current head of the Xiao family, Xiao Chao, slammed the table and shouted. Reporting to the Lord. Fa Elder was also captured by the Tian family. A saint replied in a trembling voice. Xiao Chao instantly stood up and looked at his subordinates. What the hell is going on? Could it be that the Tian family still has some old fart? Xiao Chao knew the ins and outs of the Tian family very well. He had allowed his son to go to the Tian family because they did not have an intermediate holy emperor. However, now that their intermediate holy emperor had been left behind, it was certain that the Tian family had something up their sleeves. He could not help but worry. The Xiao family had designs on the Tian family and wanted to take over all of the Tian family's businesses. They had spread the news in advance to test the Tian family's strength. Today his son had gone to the Tian family for the same reason. If the Tian family compromised, it proved that the Tian family did not have anything to rely on. Then it would be easy for the Xiao family to take down the Tian family. Now it seemed that the Tian family had something up their sleeves. The saint hurriedly reported the news he had received. So second brother Tian has returned. No wonder he could leave Elder Fa and Zijian behind. Could it be, he has broken through to the advanced holy emperor? Xiao Chao muttered to himself. Lord, the one who made a move wasn't Tian Yoji. It was the young man who returned with him. According to the report, he captured the 2 elders and the young master by himself, the saint said. It seems that the Tian family has really found someone to rely on. We must report this to the old master. Xiao Chao's eyes flashed with some worry. Then Xiao Chao dashed towards the backyard. Not long after, several terrifying auras rushed out of the Xiao family. These people were heading in the direction of the Tian family. On the roof of a pavilion in the Tian family, Ling Xiao stood on the edge of the eaves. A light breeze blew, causing his clothes to flutter. He seemed to be separated from the heavens and the earth, making him seem ethereal like a god. Old man Tian stood not far away, watching him like the most loyal servant. Tian Jai stood by her father's side, her beautiful eyes shining with a misty light. If he can protect the Tian family, then I don't mind being your servant for the rest of my life. Tian Jai made up her mind. Ling Xiao looked at the distant horizon. A few whooshing sounds came from the sky. He smiled and said, "They're finally here." At this time the three holy emperors of the Tian family appeared at the same time. "Tianyi, how dare you capture my young master? Why don't you release him quickly or your Tian family will be flattened today?" Before he had even arrived, a low-level Saint King from the Shao family roared out in the air above the Tian family. "Tianyue, you sure are bold. If your Shao family is too much, I can only keep him as a guest here." Tianyue replied coldly. At this time the holy emperors of the Shao family appeared at the same time. There were 6 of them in total. One of them was a high-level holy emperor, 1 mid-level holy emperor, and 4 low-level holy emperors. This force was definitely a top-notch force in Jiangshui town. No wonder they dared to threaten to destroy the Tian family. It seemed that they were determined to do so. When the 3 holy emperors of the Tian family saw this, they couldn't help but feel afraid. If they all attacked together, the destruction of the Tian family would only be a matter of time. They could only pin their hopes on Ling Xiao and hope that Ling Xiao could handle it. I'll say it one more time. Hurry up and release the Xiao family. Otherwise you should know what will happen to you. The low-level holy emperor who spoke just now said sternly. "Xiao Wu, you sure talk big. Today our palace lord is here. Let's see who dares to touch the Tian family." Old man Tian rebuked. Since Ling Xiao had already decided to help the Tian family, why not directly frighten the Xiao family and let them know the difficulties and retreat? "I heard that you, second brother Tian, have returned. No wonder your Tian family is so confident. But do you recognize the person behind me?" The low-level holy emperor of the Xiao family sneered. Old man Tian looked at the person beside Xiao Wu, and his eyes exploded with rage. He shouted, "So it's you, you bastard. Today I will take your dog life to avenge my wife." Old man Tian's anger soared to the heavens, and his rationality was already overshadowed. He actually wanted to kill that person without a care in the world. "Old man Tian, you're no match for him. Stop right now. I'm here." Ling Xiao instantly appeared beside old man Tian and pressed down on his shoulder. "Palace lord, let me go. I must kill this bastard with my own hands for killing my wife." Old man Tian said stubbornly. "Haha, second brother Tian, I didn't expect you to still remember what happened all those years ago. It's a pity that I didn't manage to *ck your wife in the end. All I did was touch her breasts a few times and she actually took her own life. What does that have to do with me?" The high-level holy emperor laughed proudly. He paused for a moment, then revealed a ruthless glint. "However, I was hunted down by you for 3 months and almost lost my life. Now it's time to repay the debt." Ling Xiao more or less understood why old man Tian was so angry. It turned out that the person before him had once taken liberties with old man Tian's woman and even caused her to commit suicide. It was no wonder that old man Tian was so furious. "Damned bastard, I'm going to kill you." Old man Tian's eyes emitted a thick, vicious aura. If it wasn't for the fact that he was being held down by Ling Xiao, he would have charged forward even if he had to die. However, at this moment, a figure charged towards the high-class Saint King before he did. "Bastard, give me back my mother's life." The figure was Tianjia. She had the strength of a saint. "Ah, you really look like your mother and your figure is just as great. I'll touch you and see if you're as voluptuous as your mother." The high-level holy emperor smiled obscenely. At the same time he advanced instead of retreating. He met Tianjia head-on. His old hand turned into a claw, and he ignored Tianjia's attack as he tried to grab her breasts. Tianjia didn't expect him to be so shameless. Her urge to fight him to the death was instantly halved. Just as the high-level holy emperor's hand was about to grab Tianjia, another powerful hand appeared and grabbed the high-level holy emperor's hand. "She's my maidservant. Only I can touch her. It's not your turn to touch her, you old man." The person who grabbed the high-level holy emperor was Ling Xiao. He had a faint smile on his face as if he wasn't a threat at all. However, the moment he finished speaking he suddenly tightened his grip. Crack. Ah. The crisp sound of bones breaking and a shriek that sounded like a pig being slaughtered rang out in the sky above the Tian family. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. They looked at Ling Xiao's handsome face, which had a faint smile on it, but it was as if they had seen a demon. It made them feel fear and dread. "Everyone, let's kill him together." The low-level holy emperor of the Xiao family exclaimed and took the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. "Let's kill him first." Ling Xiao laughed coldly and kicked the high-level Holy Emperor away. The high-level Holy Emperor's body immediately smashed into the low-level Holy Emperor's powerful attack. Rumble. Damn it. Let's kill him together and destroy the Tian family. The low-level Holy Emperor kept shouting and gathering all the power in his body. He began to brandish the sword in his hand, trying to destroy the Tian family's territory. Do you think you have the chance? Ling Xiao appeared behind him like a ghost and smashed his dragon fist into the back of the Holy Emperor's head. The Holy Emperor's head exploded and he immediately lost all signs of life. The other Holy Emperors who were just about to attack were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. They actually scattered and ran away. Since you're here, then stay. Ling Xiao nonchalantly replied. The 108 clones shot off in all directions. Every single one of them possessed extremely terrifying attacks, slaying the fleeing Saint Kings one by one. Chapter 1072. When the Tian family saw the ferocious Ling Xiao, they were overjoyed. They all cried out in their hearts, "Our Tian family is saved. We're saved." This time they had complete trust in Ling Xiao and didn't think he was spouting nonsense. The Holy Emperor of the Xiao family was basically killed by Ling Xiao, while the high-ranking Holy Emperor who tried to escape was heavily injured by Ling Xiao and thrown to Old Man Tian for him to do as he pleased. Old Man Tian was filled with grief and indignation. He broke the man's limbs, blinded his eyes, cut off his tongue and destroyed his dantian. Then he was sent out into the wilderness to be fed to the wolves. Ling Xiao could understand Old Man Tian's feelings. Anyone whose beloved wife had been defiled would feel irreconcilable enmity. Many thanks, Palace Lord, for avenging this old servant. This old servant's wish has been fulfilled. Once this matter is over, I will follow the Palace Lord in the future without a word of complaint. Old Man Tian knelt in front of Ling Xiao's home and said solemnly. Just as Ling Xiao was about to pull him up, Tian Zhui followed suit and knelt down. Just like my father, this little girl will always serve the Palace Lord without any second thoughts. Seriously, get up. In the future, don't kneel for no reason. This Palace Lord doesn't like it, Ling Xiao scolded, then continued. All right, since you can trust this Palace Lord, then follow this Palace Lord from now on. This Palace Lord will definitely not mistreat you. Thank you, Palace Lord. The father and daughter both kowtowed to Ling Xiao before standing up. Ling Xiao had no choice but to accept their kowtow. This could be considered as taking the father and daughter as his servants. The people of the Tian family stepped forward to greet Ling Xiao with respectful words. They had witnessed Ling Xiao's strength and knew that Ling Xiao was no ordinary holy emperor. Perhaps he was the young palace lord of some powerful faction. Otherwise, why would he call himself Palace Lord? Thinking that their Tian family would be able to latch onto a powerful force as a hindrance, their hearts were extremely excited. Alright, we can't keep delaying like this. Now that the Xiao family's people are dead, they're definitely scared out of their wits and won't dare to come again. Send someone to take this consort to them. Once I've captured all of their holy emperor, your Tian family will appear and capture them all in one fell swoop. We'll confiscate the Xiao family's property, said Ling Xiao. Alright, thank you, Palace Master. Ling Yue will bring you there now, Tian Yue said excitedly. No need. As the head of the family, it's best for you to stay here. Ling Xiao refused. In the end, another low-level holy emperor of the Tian family took Ling Xiao to the Xiao family. Palace Lord Ling, that's the Xiao family's territory. Tian Yukai pointed ahead and said. Ling Xiao looked down at the jade buildings in front of him and sighed inwardly. A mere overlord of a town has been built so well. It seems like I'll have to rebuild an even more glorious, proud, smiling palace in the heaven region in the future. At that time I'll bring Yun'er and the others over. I wonder how they're doing now. Who are you? How dare you fly in the Xiao family's territory? Are you tired of living? A dozen mystic the arch martial artists rushed out of the Xiao family's territory, and one of them shouted. Not only am I going to fly in the Xiao family's territory, but I'm also going to flatten your territory. Ling Xiao shouted. He thought of his lovers far away in the Xianling continent, and his heart was filled with frustration. He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. Ling Xiao waved his hand casually, and a huge palm smashed down like the heavens and the earth, turning the dozen mystic thearchs in front of him into a pool of blood. The powerful shockwave attracted the attention of many experts of the Xiao family. Who are you? How dare you kill people of my Xiao family? Are you tired of living? A saint took the lead and rushed out as he shouted. Stop saying such clichés. I'm tired of living. Come and kill me. Ling Xiao said, and a dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. The martial artists who had not neared were all killed by the shockwave. Tian Yukai saw this scene and jumped in fright. He thought to himself, this palace lord Ling is really scary. Rumble. Rumble. Ling Xiao started a massacre, and waves of frightening energy exploded in the sky above the Xiao family's territory. The Xiao family's 10,000-hectare mansion was completely destroyed by these attacks. If not for the fact that some of the important mansions had defensive formations, this place would have been flattened. Even so, many people in the Xiao family had already been injured and killed. Screams and screams rang out incessantly. Damned bastard, how dare he bully the Xiao family? Everyone kill him. As the head of the family, Xiao Chao thought that the Tian family had come to attack. He immediately shouted and led a large group of experts out to fight. However, he was stunned when he saw that there was only one young man attacking. Such a huge commotion had actually been caused by one person. It was enough to show how frightening his strength was. Who are you? Why do you want to attack the Xiao family? Xiao Chao asked Ling Xiao as he attacked. I said that the Xiao family is a tycoon here, so I came to steal some Xian crystals. I believe you won't mind. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Palace Lord Ling, quickly kill him. He is the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Chao. He is only stalling for time. Tian Yukai shouted. Sir, I don't know how much the Tian family has given you. The Xiao family is willing to pay twice the price as long as you don't help the Tian family. Xiao Chao said temptingly. You really think highly of me. I want all the properties of the Xiao family. Are you willing to give them to me? Ling Xiao joked. He didn't care what tricks the Xiao family had up their sleeves. Could it be that he didn't have any? As long as you have the ability, then there's no harm in giving them to you. An old voice came from not far away. A dozen figures swept over at the same time. These people were actually all at the level of the holy emperors. Tian Youcai's expression changed. They had originally estimated that the Xiao family only had 10 holy emperors at most, but Ling Xiao had killed quite a few of them. Now there were still more than a dozen of them. This number was far beyond their imagination. He was worried about whether or not Ling Xiao could resist them. Old master, quickly kill this little bastard. He is the reinforcement that the Tian family invited. The subordinate sword is still in their hands. I just sent Elder Fong to the Tian family to ask for him, but he didn't return. It seems that Elder Fong has also been killed. Xiao Chao said to the old man who was the leader. Palace Lord Ling, we should leave quickly. Tian Yukai stepped forward and worriedly said to Ling Xiao. It's fine, it's still within the range of what we can handle. Why don't you leave first? Ling Xiao replied. Tian Yukai resolutely said, Palace Lord Ling, you are standing up for our Tian family. How can I leave first? I will stay with you and fight to the death. Then you can all die together. The people of the Tian family will die with you soon. Killing intent flashed across Xiao Taigong's eyes. Then he made a gesture and the holy emperor who came with him attacked at the same time. More than 10 holy emperor attacked at the same time. What kind of power was that? It was as if the heavens had fallen, scaring the surrounding Xiao family members so much that their legs went soft. Tian Yukai, who was in the middle of it, was also scared out of his wits. He thought to himself, it's over, it's over. However, at this moment, a hand was placed on his body and pulled him far away out of the range of these attacks. Old Yi, it's time for you to make a move. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then a giant-like man appeared next to Ling Xiao. Tian Yukai looked at this towering man and suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming towards him, almost making him breathless. He didn't understand how Ling Xiao suddenly got reinforcements. Kill these people, same old rules. Let's see who writes faster. Ling Xiao pointed at the holy emperor of the Xiao family. Good, this time you're the one who loses. Buddy, come out and kill the enemies together. Xin Yi laughed wildly and summoned the Earth Spike Dragon. Damn it, how could I forget that this guy has an Earth Spike Dragon? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and took the initiative to attack first. Invincible Fist Intent shot out, and a mountain-like fist aura smashed towards the holy emperor of the Xiao family. On the other side, Xin Yi and the Earth Spike Dragon also attacked at the same time. Earth Spike Dragon, it should be at the peak of the 9th order. Everyone use your full strength to kill them, don't give them a chance. Grand Elder Zhao's vision was extraordinary, and he immediately recognized the Earth Spike Dragon. At the same time he was shocked and scared. One should know that the Earth Spike Dragon's defense was famous for being strong, and ordinary holy weapons could not break through its defense at all. The Holy Emperor of the Xiao family summoned his spiritual beasts to attack together. However, they couldn't stop the powerful combination of 2 people and 1 beast. Ling Zhao's combat power was at its peak and his defense was naturally at its peak. He was immune to ordinary attacks. His invincible fist intent was as powerful as the sky, and a low-level Holy Emperor who was closest to him couldn't even withstand a single punch from him, and he immediately exploded and died. So weak, is this also the strength of the Holy Emperor? Ling Xiao sneered, and like a ghost he circled behind the person who ambushed him, and with a series of kicks, the person was directly kicked into meat paste. On the other side, Xianyu Yi hadn't yet comprehended the fist intent that Ling Xiao had taught him, but even a peak Holy Emperor couldn't withstand his brute force, not to mention that there was no peak Holy Emperor here. 1 punch killed 1 person and blood splattered everywhere. The Earth Spike Dragon hated ordinary humans to the extreme, and it directly swallowed the Xiao family's people, making them feel even more terrified. The Holy Emperor of the Xiao family couldn't even resist for a quarter of an hour, and they were directly killed by Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi. Tian Yukai was still in a daze and his eyes were wide open. Quickly go back and take your Tian family's people here, the Xiao family is already gone. Ling Xiao said to Tian Yukai. Tian Yukai came back to his senses, and after bowing to Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi he hurriedly returned to his family, and brought people to destroy the Xiao family. At this time Ling Xiao said to Xianyu Yi, "Old Yi, have you ever thought of becoming an overlord yourself?" Xianyu Yi shook his head. "I just want to get more seal-breaking heavenly water as soon as possible, and bring my people back to the heaven realm. And I understand your thoughts, but your people's strength shouldn't be as strong as yours. If you don't have a safe place for them to live, I'm afraid that one day they will also be bullied by others or even killed." Ling Xiao said. "Boss is right, then what do you think I should do?" Xianyu Yi thought for a moment and said, "I've established a force in the past called the Proud Smiling Palace, and I want to make it famous in the heaven realm." Ling Zhao's dragon eyes emitted a strong fighting spirit. Chapter 1073. Boss, you want to establish a force? Although Xianyu Yi wasn't very smart, Ling Xiao had made it so clear that he understood Ling Zhao's intentions. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. "Where there are people there will be fights. Whoever is stronger will be the overlord. Only when we become the overlord of a region and are respected or feared by others will the people around us have a better place to live and develop. Otherwise, even if you bring your clansmen back to the heaven domain, they'll still be bullied and humiliated. It's better to stay in the banished land and live happily." Xianyu Yi thought about it for a while before replying seriously, "Boss, you're right. Right now, I'm willing to follow you and listen to your orders. I just want to give my clansmen a place to rest in the future." Ling Xiao patted Xianyu Yi's shoulder and said, "You're my brother, so your clansmen are my clansmen. There's nothing to say." He paused for a moment before continuing, "From what I know, your barbarian clan is also an ancient clan in the heaven domain. Have you never thought about returning?" When Ling Xiao was in the Zhang family he had crammed a lot of knowledge about the heaven domain. He knew that there were many ancient clans in the heaven domain. These clans were once powerful and were still famous even today. The barbarian clan was one of the ancient clans. They had the bloodline of the ancient barbarian king, and they were born with the power to pick up mountains. Xianyu Yi was one of the descendants of the barbarian clan. Now that he had returned to the heaven domain, it was reasonable to say that it was most suitable for him to return to the barbarian clan. This was why Ling Xiao had asked this question. Xianyu Yi revealed a bitter expression. "If I could return to the barbarian clan, I would have thought of a way to do so a long time ago. It's just that my ancestors were all exiled because their bloodline became diluted, and they couldn't use brute force anymore. Later on, there were some descendants who activated their bloodline and were raised in hopes that we could return to the barbarian clan. Although I'm powerful now compared to the barbarian clan in the heaven domain, I'm still far from it. Unless I can become a divine king, perhaps I'll go there, but I don't have any familial ties with them anymore and I don't want to go there." Ling Xiao nodded after hearing this. "That's true. Although your clansmen can't activate their bloodline, it's not their fault. It's indeed wrong to exile them. In the future when you become a divine king, wouldn't it be great to be a barbarian king? Boss is right. However, I'll still go to the barbarian clan in the future. I'll definitely go to the clan and take back the glory for my clansmen. Xiao Yi said confidently. Commendable courage, commendable courage. Ling Xiao praised. The Xiao clan was destroyed in a single breath. Who would have thought that a clan that was as powerful as the sun would be wiped out just like that? The originally declining Tian clan actually rebounded and chased the Xiao clan down from their pedestal. They took over all of the Xiao clan's businesses and regained their position as the #1 clan in Xianxia town. The other clans didn't dare to act rashly. They weren't as powerful as the Xiao clan, so they didn't dare to fight with the Tian clan. The clans that had offended the Tian clan in the past were all terrified, afraid that the Tian clan would cause trouble for them. At the same time, many clans prepared generous gifts and sent them to the Tian clan, intending to mend their relationship. In an instant the Tian family became bustling with noise and excitement. As the Tian clan's most respected guest, Ling Xiao naturally didn't need to pay attention to these things. He helped the Tian clan only because of Old Man Tian. After all, they were the family of his servant, so it was only right for him to help. However, although the Tian clan had taken over the Xiao clan's businesses, it would be difficult for them to maintain it for long with their current strength. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and decided to refine some pills for them to help the Tian family. When Xinyu Yi, Old Man Tian and Tian Jai heard that Ling Xiao wanted to refine pills, they all revealed looks of disbelief. Xinyu Yi asked, "Boss, you really know how to refine pills? Fuck, didn't this consort tell you long ago that I'm a great saint master? In the near future, becoming a divine alchemist will be a piece of cake." Ling Xiao said to Xinyu Yi in an extremely displeased manner. You can't judge a person by their appearance. Boss, you're not even 60 years old yet. You're so young and promising, but you're actually a great saint master? That's something I can't believe. Xinyu Yi laughed foolishly. Old Man Tian and Tian Jai also had the same expression, clearly thinking that Ling Xiao was just bragging. Ling Xiao took a blow and immediately shouted, "Today I'll let you have a good look at this consort's peerless talent." Following that, Ling Xiao had Old Man Tian go to the Tian clan to ask for spirit herbs and beast cores. The Tian clan had just wiped out the Xiao clan, and they themselves were a clan that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Ling Xiao didn't dare to refine pills in the Tian clan, so he flew to the wilderness outside of River Town and opened up a secluded cave to refine pills. This was the first time Xinyu Yi, Old Man Tian and Tian Jai saw Ling Xiao refine pills. Looking at his smooth movements and the focused expression on his face, they knew that Ling Xiao was a true alchemist. There are countless extraordinary people in this world, but this is the first time I've seen someone as abnormal as Boss. Xinyu Yi couldn't help but sigh. Master Xinyu, what's so special about the palace lord? Tian Jai asked in confusion. Many alchemists in this world had extraordinary abilities. Tian Jai respected Ling Xiao, but at the same time she wanted to know more about him, so she asked this question. Not only has Boss cultivated multiple attributes to perfection, but he's also a great saint alchemist. Isn't that amazing enough? Not to mention he's not even 100 years old. It's probably hard to find another freakish genius like him in the heaven realm. This time we've followed the right person. I believe that Boss will definitely become an invincible divine monarch in the future. Xinyu Yi revealed a look of longing. After hearing this, Old Man Tian and Tian Jai's mouths were wide open, and their eyes were filled with worship. Tian Jai's beautiful eyes also revealed a hint of affection. Although she was the #1 beauty of Jiangshui town, she was also a person with feelings. As the daughter of the #1 family since she was young, her standards were very high and she looked down on all the young geniuses in the town. But Ling Xiao was much younger than she was, and yet he was already so outstanding. She felt more respect for him and also a bit of love for him. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't only her father's benefactor, but also her Tian family's benefactor. With such a handsome and capable appearance, any woman would be charmed by him. Such a peerless genius, it's worth it for me, Tian Jai, to be his servant. Tian Jai smiled faintly as she thought to herself. For the next few days, strange phenomena suddenly appeared in this part of the world. The terrifying might of the heavens made people feel abnormally insignificant and regretful. Ling Xiao placed a few holy emperor pills and a dozen or so saint pills into Old Man Tian's hands. "From now on you'll be following me. Give these pills to your clansmen, they should be able to develop in Jiangshui town with peace of mind. Many thanks, Palace Lord. Old man Tian was so moved that he wanted to kneel down to Ling Xiao, but he was forcefully stopped by Ling Xiao. There's no need to say anything. I, Ling Xiao, will not mistreat any of my brothers and friends who follow me, Ling Xiao said. At this time Xianyu Yi came over with a sinister smile. Boss, can you also refine some pills for me? Old Yi, just tell me what pills you want. As long as you can name it, I'll refine it for you. Ling Xiao patted his chest heroically. Xianyu Yi immediately replied happily, many thanks, boss. Then you can also refine some Holy Emperor pills and Saint pills for me. That's no problem, I still have a few. It's just that with your strength you don't need these pills at all, right? Ling Xiao replied. It's not for me, I'm planning to leave them for my clansmen. I'm afraid these won't be enough. You can refine 1,000 or a few hundred for me, I don't ask for much. Xianyu Yi rubbed his hands together and smiled. When Ling Xiao heard this, his face turned green. He kicked Xianyu Yi and scolded, why don't you go rob someone? After returning to the Tian family, Tian Yue and the others received the pills that Ling Xiao gave them, and they all cried tears of joy. With this batch of pills, it wouldn't be difficult for the Tian family to rise again. The Tian family treated Ling Xiao like a god and were deeply grateful to him. Ling Xiao wasn't used to being pestered like this, so he asked Old Man Tian to stop the Tian family for him. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to his room to rest, Tian Jai called out to him. Ling Xiao turned around to look at the lovely Tian Jai, and it was as if he could see Ji Beixin's shadow. Both of them were dressed in white and their hair flowed down like a waterfall. Their eyes were bright and their teeth were white. Seeing that Ling Xiao was in a daze, Tian Jai couldn't help feeling pleased in her heart. My disguise wasn't in vain. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and asked, what's the matter, Miss Tian? Palace Mistress, please call me by my name, Tian Jai replied with a terrified expression. Following that, she blushed and said, this servant is here to help Palace Mistress bathe and change your clothes. That's fine. I'm used to bathing myself. Furthermore, there's no need for you to call yourself a servant. I, Ling Xiao, am not someone who abuses others. Your father and I can be considered friends despite the difference in age. If you're only following me to repay a debt of gratitude, then there's no need. How about you stay at home? There won't be any good days if you follow me, said Ling Xiao after a moment's hesitation. He had already passed the age of being obsessed with beautiful women. Right now, all he wanted to do was find the person he wanted to find as soon as possible, then find a place to settle down and bring his family over to live with him. No, Palace Mistress, you saved my father and my Tian family. This servant swears to forever serve Palace Mistress. Could it be that Palace Mistress dislikes me? Tian Jai's expression was incomparably firm. At the same time, tears of grievance appeared in her eyes. Jai, you've misunderstood. It's fine for you to follow me, but I've never thought of treating you like servants. In the future, if you feel that I've mistreated you, you can leave, explained Ling Xiao. I know that Palace Mistress is good, so Joy wants to serve Palace Mistress even more. Palace Mistress, please don't refuse, said Tian Jai. Chapter 1074. Tian Jai was an irresistible beauty. But tonight Ling Xiao still rejected her at the door. Not for anything else, but because he and Old Man Tian had gone through thick and thin together, he didn't want to ruin someone else's daughter like this. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves beauty and there is a way to go about it. This is immoral behavior. While Ling Xiao was taking a bath in his room, he heard the sound of a lute playing from outside. The melody was sweet and moving, and people who heard it couldn't help but praise it. This girl's music is no worse than Exan airs. Ling Xiao agreed in his heart. The night passed without words, and only the endless beautiful lute melody could be heard. Ling Xiao had left the Zhang family for many days and it was time for him to return. However, Ling Xiao had already planned to stay at the Zhang family for a few months at most. When he had enough mysterious crystals, he would start looking for his master, and then find a way to go to the Lotus sect to see if he could see Yun Mingqi. The next day, under the repeated persuasion of the Tian family, Ling Xiao left resolutely. However, Ling Xiao didn't take Old Man Tian and Tian Jai with him. Old Man Tian had just returned, and it was only right for him to have a chat with his clansmen. Moreover, he would leave the Zhang family in the future so he could find them and leave together. A few days later, Ling Xiao returned to the outskirts of Stone Sky City. Just as Ling Xiao was about to enter the city, a figure blocked in front of Ling Xiao. "Elderling, leave quickly, the Gao family wants to kill you." Chai Guan rushed in front of Ling Xiao to warn him. "What a joke, our Zhang family is the #1 family in Stone Sky City, why should we be afraid of the Gao family?" Ling Xiao responded with a cold smile. He was already on guard, and at the same time he felt many powerful auras coming from all directions. "Elderling, you can't be leaving, right? The Gao family has already reached an agreement with the Zhang family. You have been expelled from the Zhang family and are no longer an elder of the Zhang family. Your life and death have nothing to do with the Zhang family." Chai Guan bit his lip and said, "What? Patriarch really said that?" Ling Xiao exclaimed. Although he would leave the Zhang family sooner or later, now he was abandoned by others in advance. That feeling was really not very good. "Let's go, the Gao family will be here soon." Chai Guan urged again. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "We can't leave, they're already here. Chai Guan, you'll have to suffer this time." Chai Guan shook his head. "The Gao family won't kill me. I'm still a member of the Zhang family." "Ah, that's right. If he's from the Zhang family, we won't kill him. But if he's not from the Zhang family and is an enemy of our Gao family, we naturally won't let him go." A cold laugh rang out and a dozen holy emperors surrounded Ling Xiao. The speaker was a peak holy emperor. Ling Xiao looked around at these people. There were 16 of them. 6 of them were high-level holy emperor, while the rest were mid-level holy emperor. With such strength, they should be the top elites of the Gao family. It seemed that the Gao family had put in enough capital in order to take his life. "Your Gao family is really shameless. In the prison arena you violated the rules and now you want to kill me. How magnanimous." Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. "Humph, my Gao family's genius was killed by a damned commoner like you. Today, no matter how glib your tongue is, you must die." The leader of the peak holy emperor coldly snorted, then he said, "Let me ask you, did you kill Gauda and the others?" "Who's Gauda? I only remember killing a few dogs that barked at me." Ling Xiao said disdainfully. "How dare you? Today you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Kill this brat for me." The peak holy emperor shouted fiercely. "All right, in that case I will establish my authority in Stone Sky City today. Let's see who dares to take my life in the future." Ling Xiao shouted heroically and his aura instantly soared. When Ling Xiao was in the prison arena, he wanted to win 100 battles in a row to let people know of his name, Ling Xiao. After he defeated Xianxia, he changed his strategy. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. This principle was very easy to understand. Ling Xiao did not want to attract so much attention when he just arrived in the central region. If he offended a divine king, it would not be worth it. Now the Zhang family was willing to sell him out for benefits and the Gao family wanted his life again. If he did not establish his authority, there would be endless troubles coming to him. In that case, he might as well kill all the people from the Gao family and let them know the consequences of offending him, Ling Xiao. During his time in the Zhang family, Ling Xiao had a general understanding of the major forces in Stone Sky City. There was no divine king in the Gao family, so there was nothing for him to be afraid of. Ling Xiao used his full strength. With the golden dragon spear in his hand, he took the lead and attacked the peak holy emperor. The peak holy emperor did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to attack first. He had nothing to be afraid of. A large saber appeared in his hand and his aura reached its peak. He slashed out countless saber lights towards Ling Xiao. The golden dragon spear collided with the opponent's large saber and sparks flew. Ling Xiao thought that he could destroy the opponent's weapon first, but the opponent's large saber seemed to be extraordinary. He actually failed to destroy it. At this time, the other high-ranking holy emperors of the Gao family also joined the battle. They locked onto Ling Xiao's figure and attacked Ling Xiao together. They were all first-class experts in Stone Sky City, and they had a good understanding of each other. With so many forces attacking at the same time, it seemed like the sky was going to fall. All kinds of spatial forces collided with each other, making earth-shattering sounds. Ling Xiao was attacked from both sides. Even if he was extremely fast, it was difficult for him to escape the blockade. All these forces bombarded him. Although his physical body was monstrous, if he were to take on the joint attack of these 6 people, he was afraid that even if he did not die, he would only live for half a day. However, Ling Xiao had decided to fight with all his strength. Naturally, he did not hold anything back. The spiritual doppelganger in the Sea of Mind immediately appeared. The strength of the spiritual doppelganger was much stronger than Ling Zhao's real body. It blocked most of the power while Ling Zhao's real body bore the rest. Let's kill to our heart's content today. The two Ling Zhaos shouted at the same time and attacked in two different directions. Ling Zhao's real body held the golden dragon spear and used the tyrant dragon spear mantra. Its power was not inferior to any peak holy emperor. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao's spiritual doppelganger used the nine suns sky burning fist. Waves of invincible fist will surged out, as if it wanted to destroy the heaven and earth. Rumble, rumble. The terrible sound of battle did not stop, shaking the sky within a radius of tens of thousands of miles outside the city. Suddenly, a few pools of blood splattered and many broken limbs fell to the ground. They saw that 4 of the holy emperor of the Gao family, who had just joined forces to attack Ling Xiao, had died. This scene shocked the middle-ranking holy emperors of the Gao family who did not participate in the battle. He was fighting 6 high-ranking holy emperors alone, and in just a few blinks of an eye, 4 of them had died. How terrifying was this strength? Why are there 2 of them? What is going on? The peak high-ranking holy emperor was stunned. He felt that these 2 Ling Zhaos had bodies of flesh and blood. They did not seem like spiritual doppelgangers at all. Moreover, their combat strength was even more terrifying. The fist will that came from the fist almost shook the demigod weapon in his hand out of his hand. Whoever wants my life, Ling Xiao, will pay 100 times the price. Ling Xiao shouted. The golden dragon spear spun and flashed, and many spear shadows flew towards a high-ranking holy emperor who was scared out of his wits. Countless peerless true dragons roared incessantly, drowning that person within. The person struggled to block Ling Zhao's attack, but a fiery finger light suddenly came from behind, directly piercing his defense and passing through his body. The fiery light lingered on his body and instantly turned into a raging fire, burning him to ashes. The peak holy emperor was immediately sweating. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so abnormal. They had all seen Ling Zhao's performance in the prison arena. Although he had the ability to fight above his level, he was not necessarily stronger than the peak holy emperor. Moreover, now that the 6 of them had attacked together, several people had died in just a few moments. This was simply too difficult to accept. The peak holy emperor finally realized that Ling Xiao had not used his full strength in the prison arena. What are you all standing there for? Quickly kill him. The peak holy emperor shouted at the other mid-level holy emperors. The mid-level holy emperors reacted and summoned their spiritual beasts to attack Ling Xiao with all their strength. However, at this moment, a masked man appeared beside Ling Xiao as well as a ferocious earth-spike dragon. The man and beast struck out at the same time, blasting the mid-stage Saint Kings into a mess. A large number of them died or were injured. The peak holy emperor was beaten by Ling Zhao's divine soul until he kept swallowing blood. However, he was also amazing. He actually took advantage of the situation and retreated, not planning to stay to fight anymore. Ling Xiao, don't be too proud. Our Gao family will not let you go. The peak holy emperor left behind ruthless words. I don't know if your Gao family will let me go or not. I only know that I will not let you go now. Ling Xiao sneered and gathered all the power in his body on his finger. Whoosh! A ray of light caught up with the peak holy emperor with unparalleled speed, directly piercing through his body and exploding. A large pool of blood continuously scattered outside the city gate, causing many of the peerless experts who were watching the battle to exclaim endlessly. On the other side, Xianyu Yi was swinging his divine axe, while the earth-spike dragon was also extremely bloodthirsty. The mid-level holy emperors were smashed to pieces. Haha, this is great. Old Yi, let's set up an arena today. Let's see if the Gao family dares to accept our challenge. Us brothers swear to defeat them all. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. Then he shouted towards the city. Today I, Ling Xiao, challenge everyone in the Gao family. If you have the guts, come out and accept my challenge. I, Ling Xiao, will accept your challenge. You cowards from the Gao family, it's fine if you can't afford to lose in the prison arena, but you actually sent people to kill me. Do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a weakling? It doesn't matter if you're shameless. Today I, Ling Xiao, will play with you. Let's see if you're too shameless to accept my challenge. Boss, what if they're really too shameless to accept my challenge? Xianyu Yi asked from the side. Then there's nothing I can do. I can only give the title of shameless to the Gao family. Ling Xiao shrugged. Chapter 1075. Ling Xiao had single-handedly killed 6 high-grade Holy Emperor experts of the Gao family, and he even had the help of a mysterious expert. This matter immediately caused an uproar in Shutian City. Moreover, Ling Xiao had actually used heaven and earth as an arena outside the city to directly challenge everyone from the Gao family regardless of age. He even allowed everyone from the Gao family to fight together. On the city wall, a Holy Emperor commander revealed a look of reverence and murmured, "This Ling Xiao is really too powerful. Unless those forces come out, who would dare to fight him alone?" Another person beside him nodded and said, "Yes, this kind of monster is too terrifying. I heard that he won 20 consecutive victories in the prison arena and killed Gao Zhan and Man Lunatic. I already thought that he was very powerful, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's really an eye-opener." Within the city, the sounds of discussions about Ling Xiao and the Gao family filled the air. There's going to be a good show to watch. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold as to set up an arena outside the city to challenge everyone from the Gao family. This kind of courage is really a role model for our generation. Who said it wasn't? The Gao family really went too far this time. They were the ones who interfered in the prison arena, and now they've sent people to kill him. They've really lost the people in the formation. I'm afraid they'll even lose their entire family business. Wasn't that Ling Xiao hired as an outer elder by the Zhang family? Why didn't the Zhang family respond? The Zhang family probably thinks that he's a lowly commoner. I heard that the city lord brought an inner elder of the Green Moon Palace over to recommend Ling Xiao to the Green Moon Palace as an inner disciple. It's just that Ling Xiao cultivates multiple attributes and it's difficult for him to break through to the God King realm. It's probably because of this that the Zhang family thinks that Ling Xiao is an insignificant person. Even if he becomes a God King, once he becomes a high-grade Holy Emperor, it won't be a problem for him to become the #1 person below the God King realm. This is also a rare talent. Inside the Zhang family, Zhang Lianhua angrily found her father Zhang Zhenhua and shouted, "Daddy, why did you kick Ling Xiao out of the Zhang family? You didn't even discuss this with me. What did you receive from the Gao family?" Zhang Zhenhua smiled and said, "My dear daughter, what's wrong with you? That Ling Xiao is just an outer court elder. Although he has some strength, he is not worthy of our protection. The Gao family paid a heavy price to take his life, and I am just doing them a favor at little cost." "Father, why are you so muddle-headed?" Zhang Lianhua said indignantly. Zhang Zhenhua frowned and said, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you've fallen in love with that kid? This isn't like you." No one knew a daughter better than her father. Zhang Zhenhua knew very well what kind of personality Zhang Lianhua had. In the past, the men that his daughter had taken a fancy to would definitely be dumped by her in less than a month. He didn't think that Zhang Lianhua really liked Ling Xiao. Zhang Lianhua angrily stomped her feet and said, "Do you know what Ling Xiao did outside? What else could he have done? Wasn't he surrounded by the Gao family? Was he captured or killed?" Zhang Zhenhua asked in response. "That's right. He was surrounded by the Gao family, but he killed all of them. Moreover, he set up an arena outside the city and challenged everyone from the Gao family," Zhang Lianhua said. "What? Did the Gao family only send a few small fries?" Zhang Zhenhua exclaimed. "What small fries? They sent Gao Long, the peak Holy Emperor, as well as 5 high-tier Holy Emperors and 10 mid-tier Holy Emperors. However, they failed to kill him and were all killed instead. You should know how powerful Ling Xiao is now. Even if he can't become a divine king in the future, he will definitely be able to do as he pleases in Stone Sky City. No one can stop him. Father, if you expel him from our Zhang family, it will only bring us harm. If he is recruited by another family, it will be our loss. Moreover, he will definitely bear a grudge against our Zhang family," Zhang Lianhua explained. After hearing this, Zhang Zhenhua's expression became a little awkward. Originally, he thought that Ling Xiao was just a lowly commoner. Although he had some strength, he had no future to speak of. A few days ago, the Gao family had sent people to give the Zhang family many good things in order to let the Zhang family stay out of the matter of Ling Xiao. Zhang Zhenhua had agreed without thinking. Now that he heard his daughter's words, he really regretted it. However, as the head of the family, he naturally would not admit his mistake for an outsider. It's fine that Ling Xiao escaped the encirclement, but he actually dared to set up a ring to challenge the Gao family. Does he really think that the Gao family is a vegetarian? Zhang Zhenhua said disdainfully. Father, do you still look down on Ling Xiao? This time he went out to find a friend. That friend's protective spirit beast is a peak 9th rank Earth Spike Dragon. Without a demigod, I'm afraid that the Gao family can't do anything to them. Zhang Lianhua said. So what? Don't tell me that you want me to apologize to Ling Xiao and let him return to the Zhang family? That's impossible. Zhang Zhenhua said. Zhang Lianhua knew that it was useless to say anything more. She could only stomp her feet and leave the house, flying out of the city. At this time in the Gao family, the higher-ups of the Gao family had called for an emergency meeting. The Gao family's patriarch, Gao Chong, was infuriated and smashed a jade cup onto the ground. Preposterous. Do you think that our Gao family has no one left? Where are Gao Xin and Gao Man? Follow me and behead that little thief. Head, you must not do that. Even Elder Gao Long was killed by that bastard. If we attack recklessly, he will definitely kill us one by one. A high-rank holy emperor advised. Do you want the Gao family to go all out? How will others look at the Gao family? Gao Chong said angrily. Patriarch, I think we should invite a few old holy emperors. With their combined strength, it won't be a problem to take down that Ling Xiao. The key is that the helper by his side is also very powerful, and there's also a peak stage 9 Earth Spike Dragon. Without a semi-divine weapon, it will be difficult to harm it in the slightest. Another person said. That's a good idea. Other than inviting a few old holy emperors out, we also need the 8 holy emperors who cultivate the inescapable snare formation to take action. If they join forces, their power will not be any weaker than the old holy emperors, Gao Chong ordered. However, at this time a saint hurriedly ran in from outside and shouted, reporting to the patriarch, the eldest young miss and the 4th young master personally brought people to find that Ling Xiao. What? Why didn't you stop them? Send someone to catch up to them. We can't let them do whatever they want. Gao Chong paled. Outside the south gate of Stone Heaven City, many holy emperor experts had already gathered. They stood on the city wall and looked at the handsome, majestic and domineering young man in the distance. Their eyes were filled with respect. He actually dared to challenge a large family by himself. This was a magnificent feat that few people had dared to do since ancient times. However, whether Ling Xiao won or lost this battle, Ling Xiao would be recorded in the history books. As the city lord, Guanzhong was also standing among them, but he sighed in his heart. Will he always be the number 1 person below the God King? I think senior brother is going to make a mistake this time. At this time, dozens of powerful auras flew out from the city. A delicate voice rang out, Lowly Ling Xiao, you dare to bully my Gao family? This young lady has personally come to tear you into 1,000 pieces and take revenge for my brother Zhan. As the voice fell, a long whip that was like a spirit snake lashed towards Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao used form transposition, causing the whip to only hit his afterimage. He saw the person clearly. It turned out to be a beautiful woman in her 30s. She wore a purple satin shirt that made her look mature and alluring. Her eyes were filled with dense killing intent, causing Ling Xiao to temporarily lose the mood to appreciate it. This woman was Gao Cheng's daughter, Gao Yanhong. She was a mid-stage holy emperor, good at using long whips, and her spirit beast was a rank 9 Firecloud Fox. Is there no one else in the Gao family? They even sent out a woman. Ling Xiao looked at Gao Yanhong and the others with contempt. Sister, don't do anything. Wait for me to take down this lowly commoner. A man beside Gao Yanhong snorted coldly. He wielded a spear and charged towards Ling Xiao with his spirit beast. The Gao family's guards were watching closely to prevent their 4th young master from getting hurt. With your strength, I'll kill as many as you come. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. The golden dragon spear in his hand smashed towards the man. Clang. The man's spear was directly broken by Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear. The spear's handle smashed into his face, killing him on the spot. 4th brother. Gao Yanhong shouted and attacked Ling Xiao again. Her Firecloud Fox was extremely fast. As it spat out flames, it clawed at Ling Xiao. The Gao family's people didn't dare to let Gao Yanhong fight alone again. They ordered them to use all their killing moves against Ling Xiao. You bunch, pretend I don't exist. Xin Yi shouted angrily. He brandished his axes and charged towards the Gao family's people with his Earth Spike Dragon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying sounds of battle rang out incessantly, destroying everything below them. What's so great about women? I'll even kill women. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to get entangled with Gao Yanhong. He grabbed her whip with one hand and pulled her over. The golden dragon's spear stabbed mercilessly towards her abdomen. Gao Yanhong was shocked. She immediately let go of her whip and retreated. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to let her go. His figure flashed again and the spear stabbed forward tyrannically. "Thief, you dare!" A cry of shock rang out. A terrifying force came from another direction and knocked away Ling Xiao's spear. Gao Yanhong dodged the attack. On the other side, she kept patting her heaving chest. Her whole body was drenched in cold sweat. However, at this moment, a sharp pain came from behind her. She screamed and looked at the spear that had already pierced through her body. A look of despair appeared on her face. "I rarely kill women. If you want to blame someone, blame your Gao family for being my enemy," Ling Xiao said as he flung Gao Yanhong's corpse away. "What a vicious thief. Today either you die or I die." The high-grade holy emperor who had come with Gao Yanhong and the others roared and attacked Ling Xiao with all his might. However, Ling Xiao didn't show any mercy now. He relied on his unparalleled speed to dodge the attack. Wind God's kick kicked out waves of baleful aura towards that person. Chapter 1076. Ling Xiao unleashed his full strength and the power of each kick was extremely terrifying. The high-grade holy emperor didn't have an abnormal defense like Xianxia, and he was directly kicked by Ling Xiao until his entire body was covered in afterimages. The waves of baleful death qi directly corroded the high-grade holy emperor's skin and flesh, causing him to die amidst the screams of the thorns. In the end, not even a single bone was left. Ling Xiao was in high spirits and he directly ignored the attacks of the Gao family's ordinary holy emperor and holy experts. The golden dragon spear in his hands was like a ruler, casually blasting out terrifying attacks, killing them all. The combination of Xianxia and the Earth Spike Dragon was also quite terrifying. Even a peak holy emperor couldn't withstand a single blow from them. The spectators on the city wall couldn't help but cry out when they saw this one-sided situation. This Ling Xiao is worthy of being someone who has been to the arena. Such decisive killing methods are truly an eye-opener. Even if the Gao family takes down Ling Xiao this time, they'll probably have to pay a heavy price. Who said it wasn't? The helper by Ling Xiao's side is also extremely terrifying, but I feel that his figure is a bit similar to Man Lunatic. If I hadn't seen Man Lunatic die with my own eyes, I would definitely have thought that it was him. No matter how powerful they are, I'm afraid that after today they will all die. The Gao family doesn't just have this little trump card, and there will definitely be some old farts coming out. Who knows, they might even have some shocking trump card. At that time only death awaits them. In a corner of the city wall, Xian Yao, Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, and Sha Tian were also watching Ling Xiao's merciless slaughter. "I want to help my husband." Seeing that Ling Xiao was alone, Yuro Fei couldn't help but want to go and help. Feng Qingyuan hurriedly pulled her back and said, "Ro Fei, you can't be reckless. With Xiao's strength you can still handle it. Moreover, I understand his character, he will never fight a battle that he is not confident in. But he's challenging a force. If they send a few hundred people, how can he handle it?" Yuro Fei said worriedly. "That won't happen. There are so many powers in Stone Heaven City and there will be enemies between them. If they send so many people to kill Xiao, others will definitely take advantage of the situation. The Gao family won't take such a risk," Feng Qingyuan replied. Xian Yao nodded and replied, "Senior Feng is right. We can only wait and see. We can't join the battle or reveal our identities. We have to trust the palace master completely." Although that was what he said, he was actually sweating on behalf of Ling Xiao in his heart. He thought to himself, palace master is taking such a risk this time. Doesn't he know that there are terrifying existences hidden everywhere in the heaven realm? I hope that he can turn this disaster into a blessing. The dozens of people who came out from Gao Zhan's group were all killed by Ling Xiao and Xianxia in less than a quarter of an hour. The stench of blood permeated the air outside the city. The ground was covered with scarlet and sinister blood and countless severed limbs. It was a disgusting sight. "Boss, didn't we go too far this time? The Gao family is not a small family." Xianxia approached Ling Xiao and asked. He had arrived at Stone Heaven City a year earlier than Ling Xiao, so he more or less knew about the situation of some of the powers in the city. "We were going to play big in the first place. We'll use the Gao family to establish our might so that others won't dare to underestimate us," Ling Xiao replied. Xianxia said, What if they all move out? What can we do? The 36 stratagems. Run, Ling Xiao said with a sly smile. Xin Yuyi gave him a thumbs up and said with a smile, it really is a good plan. Old Yi admires you greatly. Ling Xiao wasn't stupid enough to fight to the death with the Gao family. He just wanted to establish his might and make these people afraid so that no one would come to bully him again. If the Gao family sent out all their experts, even if he had a soul, it would be difficult for him to escape death. At this time, many terrifying auras flew out from the city. These people were all much stronger than the ones before. There were actually 5 peak holy emperors, 8 high-stage holy emperors and 20 mid-stage and low-stage holy emperors. It could be said that more than half of the Zhou family's top forces were here. As the old man in the lead walked, he brought with him bursts of purple lightning. His aura was extremely domineering. When these people saw the many corpses and bloodstains around Ling Xiao, they were all infuriated. The old man with the lightning attribute was one of the Gao family's great elders. His name was Gao Pinyuan. He glared at Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi and roared, "Damn lowly commoners, you're so cruel. You actually killed so many of my Gao family's disciples. Today we'll capture you and hang you outside the city walls to whip your corpses for 100 days to vent our Gao family's hatred." What a vicious old thief, I'm so scared. Ling Xiao patted his chest and laughed. There wasn't the slightest bit of fear on his face. Quick, set up the inescapable snare formation and kill them for me. Gao Pinyuan couldn't be bothered to waste words with Ling Xiao. He turned to the 8 high-stage holy emperors and ordered. The 8 high-stage holy emperors received the order and immediately summoned their spiritual beasts. They were all low-stage 9th-stage golden silk spiders. What the hell? Ling Xiao became alert and his aura continued to rise. The 8 high-stage holy emperors and the 8 golden silk spiders surrounded Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi, and one of them shouted, "Set up the inescapable snare formation." As his voice fell, the 8 of them simultaneously gave an order to their golden silk spiders. The 8 golden silk spiders let out a GG sound, and golden threads that were hard to see with the naked eye quickly intertwined above Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi. Ling Xiao's eyes twitched and he immediately said to Xin Yuyi, "Old Yi, quickly spread out, don't get caught by these golden threads." As soon as Ling Xiao's words fell, he kicked Xin Yuyi, who was still in a daze, out of the encirclement of the 8 people. Ling Xiao was thrown out of the way, and the countless golden threads intertwined to form a golden net enveloped him. Ling Xiao cried out and put away his golden dragon spear, and punched towards the golden net with his dragon fists. Raging purple flames came into contact with the golden web and began to incinerate it. However, not even the heavenly fire was able to burn through the golden threads in an instant. It had to be known that the most powerful part of these 9th order golden silk spiders were the golden threads that they produced. Even high-grade saint artifacts could easily cut through them. Although the heavenly fire could burn anything, it couldn't burn some rare things in a short period of time. As the golden net descended towards Ling Xiao, the 8 high-stage holy emperors also acted at the same time. They unleashed a binding force, locking Ling Xiao in the middle, making it impossible for him to struggle in a short period of time. The golden net firmly bound Ling Xiao. "Boss!" Xin Yuyi cried out and wanted to take the Earth Spike Dragon to save Ling Xiao. However, at this time, Gao Pinyuan and the other peak holy emperors attacked Xin Yuyi and the Earth Spike Dragon at the same time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The people of the Gao family all used their full strength. Both humans and holy beasts attacked with their full strength, wanting to kill Xin Yuyi and the Earth Spike Dragon. However, Xin Yuyi and the Earth Spike Dragon's strongest point was their defense. Even with their full strength, they couldn't do much damage to them. Xin Yuyi roared like a wild beast, "I'll kill you all." He waved his axes and terrifying axe lights slashed out in all directions. Xin Yuyi's brute force was unleashed, and each of his attacks was a bit stronger than ordinary peak holy emperors. The peak holy emperors of the Gao family were forced to retreat, and 2 of them were even heavily injured. "You guys back off, let me kill him." Gao Pinyuan roared to the others and charged towards Xin Yuyi with his purple dagger axe. Suddenly, the power of lightning descended from the sky and attached to Gao Pinyuan's body. At the same time, Gao Pinyuan's strength increased greatly. He swung his purple dagger axe towards Xin Yuyi and purple snakes bit him. His protective spirit beast, Thunder Snake, and other holy beasts surrounded the Earth Spike Dragon. Xin Yuyi's defense was amazing, but he was still electrocuted by Gao Pingyuan's power. In terms of strength, he didn't lose to anyone, but lightning attacks were always the most powerful attack in the world. Gao Pingyuan's strength was also above his, so he couldn't break through Gao Pingyuan's attack. However, he didn't think that he would lose to Gao Pingyuan. With his brute force, Gao Pingyuan would be killed. However, he was extremely anxious about Ling Zhao's situation. Yuro Fei, who was on top of the city wall, saw Ling Zhao's situation and almost couldn't help but attack. "Don't worry, mistress. The palace master has the help of heavenly fire. He can definitely break through the defense. We can't expose ourselves right now or the palace master will be in even more danger," Xianxia advised. If Ling Zhao suddenly had a helper, the Gao family would definitely attack at all costs. At that time, who knew what kind of situation they would be in? On Ling Zhao's side, he was trapped by the golden net, and was attacked by the others at the same time. His body was in great pain and his internal organs showed signs of displacement. Among them, 2 holy emperors slashed towards Ling Zhao's head with holy weapons, wanting to end Ling Zhao's life. The people on top of the city wall thought that Ling Zhao was dead. "You want to kill me, Ling Zhao? You're not qualified." Ling Zhao was very uncomfortable being tied up by the golden silk, and his whole body was covered in blood. He roared, and his godly spirit appeared in his sea of consciousness through the golden net. Ling Zhao's godly spirit danced with the 9 suns sky-burning fist, and directly sent the 2 high-level holy emperors flying. At the same time, Ling Zhao's real body continuously emitted heavenly fire, wanting to burn the golden silk as soon as possible. He was afraid that if he was a moment late, he would be torn to pieces by the 8 golden silk spiders. Countless purple flames spread in all directions along the golden silk. The other high-level holy emperors realized that the situation was not good, and they all wanted to attack Ling Zhao again. However, Ling Zhao's godly spirit was comparable to a demigod, and his combat power was not something any peak holy emperor could compare with. His invincible fist intent was even more powerful. This part of the world was shaken to the point that it was trembling non-stop. The few holy emperors who wanted to attack Ling Zhao were seriously injured and sent flying. At this time, Ling Zhao's heavenly fire followed the golden silk and burned the golden silk spiders. The golden silk could not be burned for a while, but the golden silk spiders could be easily burned to death. They were not ordinary spirit beasts. Before the heavenly fire reached them, they broke the golden silk 1 step in advance, and at the same time they kept retreating to avoid being burned to death. Chapter 1077. As soon as the golden spider retreated, the golden threads on Ling Zhao's body were easily broken free. On the other side, Ling Zhao's divine soul instantly split into many clones and attacked the holy emperors. The power of his divine soul was already incomparably strong, and with the invincible fist intent, its power was unimaginable. The holy emperors didn't even have time to escape, and their bodies were all smashed to pieces. Their protective spirit beasts, the golden spider, were also killed. Everyone on the city wall watched this scene with their mouths wide open in disbelief. How can there be 2 Ling Zhaos and one is stronger than the other? Even if it's a clone, it can't be so real. I can feel that there's a flesh and blood feeling. Could they be twins? Could it be that Ling Zhao has cultivated some kind of cloning technique that allows him to fight in 2? But the clones are stronger than the real body. This is a strange thing. I don't understand. So Ling Zhao has this kind of support. No wonder he dares to challenge everyone from the Gao family. This kid is too scary. That's right. Who else could be as strong as him? I'm afraid that no one below the Holy Emperor is his opponent. Could this be a divine soul? City Lord Fan Guanzhong exclaimed in his heart. His eyes were filled with deep surprise and doubt. He had been paying attention to the battle outside the city, especially Ling Zhao's every move. Ling Zhao was first trapped, but at the critical moment another Ling Zhao appeared out of thin air. If it was just a clone, it would be easy to sense it because the clone's divine sense was much weaker than the real body. Moreover, it wasn't a flesh and blood body. However, when another Ling Zhao appeared, he could feel that it was very real. It was definitely a physical existence. To make a clone as solid as the physical body, one would need to reach the level of a divine king and achieve a divine soul. Only then would one have such a method. However, the divine power Ling Zhao displayed was clearly not at the divine king realm. However, under normal circumstances, no one would possess a soul in advance unless they possessed a rare constitution that only appeared once every 10,000 years. Such a constitution was known as a divine constitution, and it was equipped with the absolute advantage of becoming a god king. However, even if Ling Xiao had a divine body and a godly soul in advance, no one had ever heard of a godly soul that was several times larger than the real body. It would be amazing if the godly soul could be on par with the real body's strength. This was something that Guan Fan could not figure out. However, he was sure that Ling Xiao definitely had an innate advantage. Otherwise, how could he have achieved his current strength at such a young age? After all, Ling Xiao cultivated all 5 attributes at the same time. Looks like senior brother is wrong this time. Not only can Ling Xiao enter the God King realm, he might even become the strongest existence in the God King realm. Fan Guanzhong said confidently. Others did not understand the reason why Ling Xiao's divine soul was so much stronger than his own strength. In fact, there were 2 important reasons for this. One was that Ling Xiao originally cultivated mental strength. Moreover, the unique Guiyuan divine art and the ancient emperor divine art both had auxiliary effects on the soul. Before Ling Xiao's divine soul formed, his soul doppelganger had been forged in the Sea of Lightning, and its strength had already faintly surpassed the strength of the real body. Later on, when Ling Xiao's divine soul formed, his soul doppelganger's strength had already faintly surpassed the strength of the real body. Secondly, the strength of the real body was only at the Holy Emperor realm. However, he used the soul-controlling art to refine the power of the mother fetus, and reached the divine soul realm several steps ahead of time. Moreover, he had also formed a flesh and blood divine soul, which was not surprising at all. One should know that in this world, there were not many people like Ling Xiao who could use their soul to cultivate. If Ling Xiao reached the divine king realm in the future, the strength of his divine soul would also increase. It could be said that the strength of Ling Xiao's divine soul would advance one step ahead of the others. However, if Ling Xiao stopped cultivating his mental strength, the strength of his body would sooner or later catch up to the strength of his divine soul. After Ling Xiao broke the formation and killed the few holy emperors, he immediately attacked the other members of the Gao family. The few peak holy emperors of the Gao family had all summoned their spirit beasts to kill Ling Xiao together. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It was completely a situation where one side would not stop until the other was dead. Xinyu Yi and the Earth Spike Dragon were covered in blood. Finally, Xinyu Yi exhausted Gao Pingyuan's strength and killed him under his own divine axe. However, the mask on Xinyu Ye's face had also exploded, revealing his original face. However, he did not care so much. The Earth Spike Dragon was the strongest among all the holy beasts, but there were too many of them. Even if it was strong after killing 7 or 8 holy beasts, it had many wounds all over its body. Ling Xiao was not much better. Although his divine soul was strong, it consumed a lot of energy. After killing the few peak holy emperors, he had to return it to his knowledge sea to recuperate. Although his injuries were not light, he had the ancient sovereign divine art to continuously heal his injuries. He also took medicinal pills from time to time, so his condition was much better than Xinyu Ye's. The Gao clan sent an endless stream of people over, but most of their strongest saint emperors had already been killed. 2 people and 1 beast, they were truly bathed in blood. The people watching from the top of the city wall were all very excited. They were all strong people who had seen many battles, but 2 people and 1 beast challenging all the holy emperor of a large family. This kind of courage was really rare in the world. They all showed a look of admiration. They were all in awe of these 2 people. These were the real strong people. The Gao family was scared. They killed more than 100 holy emperors, but they couldn't kill Ling Xiao and Xinyu Yi outside the city wall. They didn't dare to send anyone else to challenge them, because they knew that it was impossible to deal with these 2 people and 1 beast without the strength of a demigod king or above. Ling Xiao nailed the last holy emperor of the Gao family to the city wall with his spear. Blood slowly flowed down the city wall. It looked very scary. Ling Xiao leaped into the air and pulled the golden dragon's spear back into his hand. A peerless true dragon roared incessantly above his head. The majestic wind of an emperor surrounded his body, making him look like an emperor that made people want to submit to him. Shameless Gao family scoundrel, what else do you have? Come out and die. I, Ling Xiao, haven't killed enough. Ling Xiao's dragon eyes were like lightning, his whole body was flowing with golden light, and he roared towards Shirtian city. Shameless Gao family scoundrel, what else do you have? Come out and die. I, Ling Xiao, haven't killed enough. The voice was like a clap of thunder. Almost the entire city could hear it, and it reverberated continuously. For a long time, No one dared to challenge Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi anymore. Xin Yuyi swallowed a recovery pill and revealed a heroic smile. Boss, these days have been the most enjoyable days for me. Shameless Gao clan scoundrels, do you still want to come out and fight me one-on-one? Come ha. Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi's heroic spirit soared to the sky. Like two killing gods, they were revered. On this day, the two were destined to become famous in Shutian City. They strode towards the city gate with their heads held high. The guards guarding the gate separated into two sides and saluted Ling Xiao and Xin Yuyi, their eyes filled with awe and respect. City Lord Guanzhong personally led people to welcome the two of them. Ah, the two of you really have earth-shattering battle prowess. Even the Gao family was defeated. I really admire you. Guanzhong warmly greeted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao showed a humble expression. City Lord is too kind. If it wasn't for the Gao family going too far, Ling Xiao wouldn't have stirred up trouble. Please forgive me, City Lord. No matter, the Gao family has lost both their men and their formation. They are no longer qualified to stay here. I believe many people will be interested in them. Ling Xiao, you don't have to worry that someone will come looking for trouble. Guanzhong waved his hand and said. After a pause, he looked at Xin Yuyi and asked doubtfully, Lunatic man, you didn't die? What happened in the prison arena? Everyone saw with their own eyes that Ling Xiao killed Xin Yuyi in the prison arena. But now he was alive and well and was even fighting side by side with Ling Xiao. He really couldn't understand this. What? Do you want me to be captured and killed like a barbarian? Xin Yuyi shouted angrily. After a few days of killing, his bloodthirst was completely aroused. He didn't care whether the person in front of him was the city lord or not. He would kill anyone who provoked him. Ling Xiao glared at Xin Yuyi from the side and said, Old Yi, don't be rude. Then he looked at Guanzhong and said, City Lord, Lunatic man is already dead. He's my brother Xin Yuyi. Did you get the wrong person? Guanzhong laughed heartily and said, Yes, this Castellan's eyes are failing me. I'm truly sorry, brother. Come, today this Castellan will host a banquet for the two of you. Please give me some face. City Lord is too polite. This is because we're basking in the City Lord's light. Ling Xiao replied. He had a good impression of Guanzhong. He was a City Lord, but he didn't have that domineering aura, and he didn't show any disdain towards them. Although people like him couldn't be close friends, they couldn't become enemies either. It was best if they were just ordinary friends. Elderling, you should return to the clan. The clan has already prepared a lot of resources for you and promoted you to an inner elder. You can participate in the clan's internal meeting. A clear and melodious voice could be heard from not far away. Zhang Lianxiang, who was wearing a gorgeous floral dress, walked towards Ling Xiao leisurely. She was already very flirtatious and now she was walking like a water snake. She swayed her round butt and puffed out her chest. Her alluring appearance made many men drool. Ling Xiao didn't want to accept this slut's kindness, so he immediately refused. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Zhang. However, I heard that the Zhang family has already expelled me. I'm afraid I'm not fated to be your inner elder anymore. Although the Zhang family had abandoned him, Ling Xiao didn't want to fall out with Zhang Lianhua. He had stayed in the Zhang family before, so he knew that there might be a demigod king in the Zhang family. The Gao family definitely couldn't compare to them. Otherwise, how could they become the #1 family in Stone Sky City? Chapter 1078. Which man doesn't love beauty? Which man doesn't have an affair? Ling Xiao loved beauties, but he didn't have much interest in riding 10,000 people. When he temporarily lived under the Zhang family, he wanted to be wronged for once. But Zhang Lianhua didn't cherish it and fooled around with her senior martial brother Feng. Now that he was abandoned by the Zhang family, he fought a bloody battle with the Gao family for several days and nights. Now that he won, she came out and said nice things to him. Even a blind person could see that the Zhang family's style of doing things was despicable and disgraceful. Ling Xiao would leave the Zhang family sooner or later, it was just that it was brought forward now. Zhang Lianhua didn't get angry because of Ling Xiao's words. Instead, she got closer to Ling Xiao. Her face was filled with infatuation and she said coquettishly, I know you're angry, but this wasn't my idea. As long as you're willing to come back to our Zhang family, I don't care what you do. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with Zhang Lianhua's flowery words. He lightly avoided her and said to Officer Fan, City Lord Fan, let's go. After fighting for a few days, my stomach is flat from hunger. Xin Yuyi, who was on the side, echoed, That's right, my stomach is also hungry. I don't know if the city lord has prepared high-grade spirit beast meat. I can eat half a spirit beast meat. Yes, as long as you can eat, you can have as much as you want. Officer Fan laughed, then he said to Zhang Lianhua, Miss Zhang, if you don't mind, you can come and drink with us. And then Lianhua will respectfully accept. Zhang Lianhua didn't hesitate to agree. She also very proudly gave Ling Xiao a coquettish look. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao turned a blind eye to it. Just as the group headed towards the city lord's mansion, the Gao family was attacked by the joint forces of other forces. A family that had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years was completely destroyed just like that. For a period of time, the heroic deeds of Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi spread throughout Stone Sky City. It could be said that because of these two people, a family was destroyed. This was not something an ordinary person could do. In a luxurious trading shop in the city, a holy emperor was rushing to the top floor. The holy emperor went to the door and knocked a few times. Then he knelt down on one knee and said, Your Excellency, this lowly one has returned. After a while, a voice came from inside the house, Come in. After the holy emperor walked in, he respectfully handed a recording crystal bead to the table next to the old man lying on the armchair. Your Excellency, this is the situation of the past few days. Please take a look. The holy emperor was still bowing as he spoke with a respectful expression. The old man slowly opened his old eyes. His aura suddenly changed from that of a neighbor's old man to a dignified old man, giving off a formless and terrifying pressure. He held the recording crystal bead in his hand and looked at it. Impressively, it was the recording of the battle between Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi and the Gao family in the past few days. When the old man saw that there were two more Ling Xiaos, his old eyes shone brightly. At the same time, he couldn't help but exclaim, It's actually a flesh and blood soul. The expression on the old man's face became more and more excited. In the end, he couldn't help but laugh. How good. No wonder you were able to break through the defensive man lunatic in the prison arena. So it turns out that you have such a strong backing. The Holy Emperor has condensed a flesh and blood soul before he is even 100 years old. This kind of talent can't be said to be unique, but it is extremely rare in the entire Heavenly Dragon domain. I'm afraid that only those divine bodies or reincarnated divine kings can compare to him. After pausing for a moment, he said to the Holy Emperor, Quickly go and invite this brat here. No, it's better if I go personally. Otherwise, we won't be able to show our sincerity. Your Excellency, how can this be? Who here is worthy of you lowering your status to see him? It's better for this lowly one to invite him here. The Holy Emperor revealed a look of surprise as he said, Hurry up and bring a few people with this old man to invite him. The old man hurriedly stopped him. Not long after, a luxurious carriage pulled by a few Class 7 fierce striped tigers headed towards the city lord's mansion. When the pedestrians on the road saw this luxurious carriage, they all gave way to it, their eyes filled with awe. Half an hour later, the luxurious carriage pulled by the fierce striped tigers stopped in front of the city lord's mansion. At this time, Ling Xiao, Xianyu Yi, and city lord Guanzhong were drinking happily. Zhang Lianhua, however, had been called back by her family halfway. Brother Ling, I'll call you this from now on. My senior brother doesn't have a good eye. You're clearly a top genius, but he doesn't dare to accept you into the palace. This is definitely a loss for our Cyan Moon Palace. Guanzhong drank a mouthful of wine, his face glowing red. City Lord, Elder Feng also has a good eye for talent. I cultivate multiple attributes and the road ahead will be difficult. Ling Xiao sighed. Brother, don't treat me like an outsider. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Fan. I don't have much ability, but I like to make friends. A genius like Brother Ling is rarely seen in 1,000 years, Guanzhong said. He paused for a moment before continuing. Although you cultivate multiple attributes, for you to be able to cultivate to this level at such a young age, you must have your own unique cultivation technique. I firmly believe that Brother Ling will definitely shine in the heaven region in the future. Brother Fan, you're flattering me. Ling Xiao smiled. Boss, don't be so humble. I also feel that Brother Fan is right. In less than 100 years you'll definitely become a god king. Xianyu Yi said as he chewed on a piece of leg meat. His face was covered in grease and he looked very boorish. This was the heroic personality unique to the barbarian race. Brother Xinyu, you're not bad either. You've already activated your barbarian bloodline. I'm sure that once this news spreads out, your clansmen will definitely come looking for you. Guanzhong laughed. What do you two brothers plan on doing in the future? Ling Xiao replied, I don't have any plans for now. Xianxia said, Boss, didn't you say you wanted to earn Xian crystals? With your great Saint Master cultivation you can earn as much as you want. But suddenly the jade cup in Fan Guanzhong's hand was crushed by him. He looked at Xianxia in shock. What did you just say? Xianxia scratched his head. I said boss wants to earn Xian crystals, what's wrong with that? No, I was talking about the last part. Guanzhong hurriedly said. With my boss's great Saint Master cultivation he can earn as much as he wants? What's wrong with that? Xianxia didn't understand. At that moment Guanzhang's gaze landed on Ling Xiao. Brother Ling, you're also a great Saint Master? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Brother Guan, there's no need to make such a big fuss about it. There are plenty of divine alchemists in the heaven region. What can a trifling great Saint Master do? Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly an acknowledgement of his other identity. Guanzhong was so moved that he couldn't even speak. How could he have imagined that Ling Xiao was such a monster? To be able to become a middle holy emperor before the age of 100 was one thing, but he was also a great saint alchemist. Such a tenbin was definitely a rare existence in the heaven region. No, I have to recommend you to the palace. With Brother Ling's abilities, I'm afraid you can immediately become an inner sect elder. There isn't even a single divine alchemist in the palace. Guanzhong made up his mind. Brother Guan, there's no need to be like this. To be honest, I don't want to join any faction right now. That would be too restrictive. Ling Xiao shook his head. It seems that our Cyan Moon Palace isn't so fortunate. However, to be able to meet a genius like Brother Ling is my fortune. Come, let us drink a cup of wine. We won't leave until we're drunk. Guanzhong sighed in disappointment. At that moment a figure hurriedly walked in, reporting to the city lord, Sire Lai has arrived. What Sire Lai? Tell him to stand to the side. What, you said Sire Lai has arrived? Guanzhong asked carelessly before his body trembled and he stood up. It is indeed that, sire, he's already at the door. The man replied. Could it be that Sire Lai has something important for him to come personally? Quickly come with me to welcome him. Guanzhong spoke before rushing out of the palace with Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Xianxia was a little dissatisfied. Brother Fan is just a newcomer, what's there to be surprised about? Ling Xiao laughed. It must be a big shot. Quickly eat your fill, we should leave early so that we won't delay Brother Fan's welcoming of an important guest. Not long after, footsteps could be heard from outside the door. Brother Ling, hurry up and come out. Sire Lai wants to see you personally. Guanzhang's voice could be heard before the person even reached the door. Who's Sire Lai? Ling Xiao asked curiously as he stood up. He hadn't even walked out of his seat when an old man appeared at the door and smiled. No need to be surprised, it's just this old man who wants to see little friend Feng Kai. Ling Xiao looked at this kind old man and his dragon eyes immediately narrowed. He could clearly feel that this old man was the first person that made him feel threatened since he came to the heaven region. Demigod King. These three words immediately popped up in Ling Xiao's mind. Ling Xiao's divine soul had the ability to see through the strength of anyone below the God King realm, and to be able to make him feel threatened and oppressed, one had to be at least at the demigod king realm, and this old man in front of him was undoubtedly a real demigod king. Brother Ling, Brother Xinyu, this is Sire Lai Zan, the most respected person in our Stone Heaven City. This is the first time he's come to my house. It really brings light to my humble dwelling. Guanzhong introduced excitedly. Greetings, Sire Lai Zan. Ling Xiao and Xianxia both bowed and greeted. A person who could make Guanzhong treat him so respectfully must have a high status. Cut the crap, this old man is here to see little brother Ling Xiao. As expected, you're handsome, talented. Lai Zan praised Ling Xiao as soon as he opened his mouth. This made Ling Xiao a little embarrassed. He whispered in his heart, I admit that these are all my good points, but don't say it in the hall in front of everyone, I'll be embarrassed. May I know why Sire is looking for me? Ling Xiao asked. Chapter 1079. Ling Xiao didn't know many people in the Heaven territory. He didn't know which force could make Fan Guanzhong respect him so much. However, he could feel that the other came to recruit him. In the past few days of fighting outside the city, he had already displayed all of his strength. There would definitely be people who would be able to recognize his divine soul. Little brother Ling Xiao, to be honest, I'm here to invite you to join our Blazing Flame Merchants. Lai Zan said straightforwardly. Then he said affirmatively, our merchant union can provide you with all the divine items that can help you advance. With your competence within 100 years, no, within 50 years, you will become a king god. Lai Zan gazed at Ling Xiao, his old eyes filled with hope as if he couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to agree immediately. Fan Guanzhong, who was standing to the side, revealed an extremely shocked expression. His eyes were filled with incomparable envy. What kind of force was the Blazing Flame Merchants? It was a super force of the Sky Dragon region. Besides the Dragon Gate, it was as famous as the Sword-Washing Manor, the Divine Axe Gang, and the Sun and Moon Sect. In the Heaven Territory, it was also a famous existence. They had the supreme incipient God Realm experts, many King God Realm experts, and many holy emperors working for them. Their businesses could be found in every big city of the Sky Dragon region. They were the richest merchant union in the entire Sky Dragon region. Not only Fan Guanzhong knew this, but Ling Xiao also knew how powerful the Blazing Flame Merchants were. He didn't waste his time in the Zhang family. He had read many books and records about the history of the Heaven Territory. The Blazing Flame Merchants were a super force that had been passed down from the antiquity time. For millions of years, no one could challenge their position. All of this happened too suddenly. Ling Xiao wasn't prepared at all. If he could refuse the invitation of the Green Moon Palace, it was because they couldn't give Ling Xiao what he needed. However, facing the richest merchant union in the Sky Dragon region, how could he refuse? As long as he joined the merchant union, he would have countless resources to cultivate and he would be able to become a god king faster. After all, there were many resources that couldn't be easily found, especially those divine materials. With his current strength, it was even more difficult to obtain them. Xianxia also knew of the existence of the Blazing Flame Merchants, and immediately urged Ling Xiao, "Boss, don't hesitate, quickly agree to him." "That's right, little brother, as long as you join our merchant union, I will immediately recommend you a God King Realm tutor to help you become a God King faster. Although you have God Soul now, if you don't have a tutor, you won't understand the mysteries of God Soul and God Body. You won't be able to become a God King in the shortest time possible." Lai Zan continued to tempt him. "Brother Ling, hurry up and say yes. As long as you join the Blazing Flame Merchants, it will be easier for you to earn glazed crystals." Fan Guanzhong added. While Fan Guanzhong was vexed at his senior brother's lack of foresight, he was glad that he had made the right friend. If Ling Xiao joined the Blazing Flame Merchant Union and he could get in touch with him, then he could also get some benefits. Although Ling Xiao was ambitious, at this moment he still held his breath and didn't know how to respond. He had thought of building his own force, but his strength was still far from enough. He didn't know how many years it would take before he could establish the Smiling Palace in the Heaven region. One must know that there were many experts in the Heaven region. It wasn't like a backward city like Stone Heaven City, where there was only the Holy Emperor. After a long time, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, "Lord Lai Zan, can I think about it for a few days? This is too sudden for me, not to mention that I was just abandoned by the Zhang family." Before he finished speaking, Fan Guanzhong immediately said anxiously, "Brother Ling, what are you thinking about? This is a good thing that others can't even beg for." Indeed, in the Heavenly Dragon domain, there were many young talents who wanted to join the Blazing Flame Merchants, but they were all rejected. And Ling Xiao had been personally invited by someone else, yet he was still thinking about it. If anyone else was here, they would think that his head was clamped. Lai Zan smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. It's only right for little brother to think about it. However, I hope that no matter what, you can think about it carefully. This old man hopes to get the best answer." "Thank you, my lord." Ling Xiao replied gratefully. Although Lai Zan was a member of the Blazing Flame Merchants, he didn't have that kind of arrogant feeling which made Ling Xiao have a good impression of him. He was already thinking about how to reply to him. Lai Zan said again, "How about this? Within 3 days, this old man will wait for little brother's answer in my Blazing Flame Merchants trading shop." "All right, in 3 days Ling Xiao will personally pay his respects to you." Ling Xiao replied. "Ah, good. To be able to meet such a young talent like little brother, this old man is very fearful. I'll send someone to pick you up in 3 days, Lai Zan praised. "There's no need to trouble, my lord, I can go myself." Ling Xiao tactfully declined. No, you must," Lai Zan said. Then his gaze fell on Xianxia. "Little brother from the barbarian tribe, your potential is not bad. Unfortunately, you are from the barbarian tribe and we, the blazing flame merchants, do not dare to accept you. If little brother Ling joins our merchant union, I can let you return to your clan's land. With your ability, it won't be difficult for you to break through to the Divine King realm in the future. Xianyu Yi replied straightforwardly, I'm boss's man. Wherever boss goes I'll go. I believe that even if I don't return to my clan, boss can still help me break through to the Divine King realm. Ah, that's good. Then this old man won't disturb you anymore. I'll go back and wait for the good news. Li Zan laughed and left. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. After sending him off, Guanzhong couldn't help but exclaim a few times in excitement. Little brother Ling, you're so lucky to be chosen by this lord. In the future you'll be able to do whatever you want in the region, Guanzhong said to Ling Xiao enviously. Brother Fan, you must be joking. Lord Li Zan is only representing himself. The power behind him hasn't even nodded yet. This matter still needs to be carefully considered, Ling Xiao said calmly. No, you're wrong. Although this lord's position in the merchant union isn't high, don't underestimate his ability. Since he's chosen you and has personally come to invite you to join, he definitely has the confidence to let you join the merchant union, Guanzhong said confidently. Haha, then let me think about it in 3 days. Ling Xiao smiled. The next day Ling Xiao and Xianyu Yi arrived at the courtyard outside the city. Before he had even arrived, a silhouette swept out from the courtyard. A burst of fragrance instantly filled Ling Xiao's heart, and a soft, delicate body had already burrowed into his arms. Hugging the plump person in his arms, Ling Xiao's heart only felt a burst of warmth. Xianyu Yi was quite tactful and avoided it. After a long time, Yuro Fei, who was in Ling Xiao's arms, began to sob softly. Ling Xiao cupped her seductive face and gently kissed away all her tears. Good girl, don't cry, I'm fine now. Ling Xiao comforted. You're really a person, no matter where you go you always cause trouble. Can't you let people live in peace? Yuro Fei lightly punched Ling Xiao's body and cried. These days, watching Ling Xiao's bloody battles outside the city, her heart was almost broken. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao was winning every battle, she would definitely rush out and fight alongside Ling Xiao. In these few days, watching her man shake the world like a god of war, she was also very happy in her heart. Ling Xiao pinched Yuro Fei's round butt and said, There's nothing I can do. Who told your husband I to be a person who is naturally feared by others? As the saying goes, those who are not feared by others are mediocre. Your husband, I am a genius, so it's normal for there to be people who don't like me. Yuro Fei's face flushed red from being caressed by her lover, making her look extremely beautiful. Let's go in, mistress and military advisor are still waiting for you. Yuro Fei broke free from Ling Xiao's demonic palm and said with a smile. Ling Xiao nodded and pulled Yuro Fei's hand as they walked towards the courtyard. At the same time he called out to Xianyu Yi, asking him to come in together. Immediately after, Ling Xiao introduced the few of them to Xianyu Yi. Xian Yao and Feng Qingyun both knew about Ling Xiao's ability to trick people. It seemed that this big guy was the helper that Ling Xiao had found, and those who could make Ling Xiao call him brother were all people who were most worthy of their sincere treatment. Mistress, during this period of time, we have continuously traded the things you left behind, and sold them for more than 2 million top-grade profound crystals, which is enough for us to spend for a period of time. In addition, we spent more than 1 million to buy some materials. I never thought that the heaven realm would be filled with precious holy materials, which would be of great help to our cultivation. Xian Yao said excitedly. Although the materials that Ling Xiao had obtained from the 9 layers of spatial barrier were all holy materials, there should be no shortage of them in the heaven realm. It was already quite good to be able to sell them for more than 2 million top-grade profound crystals. Feng Qingyun also laughed from the side. That's right, the heaven and earth spirit chi here is incomparably dense. I am confident that I will reach the peak of the saint realm in a year, and break through to the holy emperor realm within 5 years. 5 years is still a little too long. When mistress reaches the peak of the saint realm, I will refine some pills for you so that you can quickly level up. Ling Xiao said. That's even better. Feng Qingyun smiled in satisfaction and then she said, Now that you've left the Zhang family, should we start looking for your master? Ling Xiao was silent for a moment then said, It's time to go. The first thing he needed to do when he came to the heaven realm was to find his master, the evil emperor, and his woman Yun Mingqi. However, they weren't familiar with the heaven realm yet. Moreover, with their current strength, if they were to move around, it would be hard to solve the trouble they caused. Xiao, what's wrong? Could it be that you want to stay here? Feng Qingyuan saw that Ling Xiao was a little hesitant and immediately asked. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, of course not. But as you can see, Xiao is a genius who is feared by everyone. I'm afraid that no matter where he goes, he will cause trouble. With our strength, it won't be easy for us to travel freely in the heaven realm. Plus, we only have 1,000,000 top-grade Xian crystals. I'm afraid it won't be enough to cover the expenses. Xianyao sighed at the side. Mistress is right. Before coming to the heaven realm, I did not know how big the heaven realm is, and I did not know that there are so many experts in the heaven realm, and that there will always be disputes. Even the Holy Emperor is just a beginner here. Feng Qingyuan's expression was a little sad. She knew that what Ling Xiao and Xianyao said was the truth. With their current strength and wealth, it would be extremely difficult for them to find someone in the heaven realm. But she still wanted to find the evil emperor as soon as possible. Chapter 1080. Should I look for master? Or should I temporarily join the blazing flame merchants? Ling Xiao held the naked beauty in one hand and stared at the ceiling as he thought to himself in annoyance. In the past, he could leave and stay whenever he wanted without any worries. However, he couldn't help but think for others. If something happened and the God King came, then even the gods wouldn't be able to save his life. A jade-like finger circled around Ling Xiao's heart a few times and a gentle voice sounded, "What are you thinking about? Tell me, I'll help you." Yuro Fei raised her beautiful eyes to look at Ling Xiao, her face filled with happiness. She was glad that Ling Xiao had forcefully brought her back from the sand region. Otherwise, how could she be with him and enjoy the happiness of being a woman? Ling Xiao sighed. Ro Fei, do you want to find your foster father? Yuro Fei nodded. Of course I want to, but the heaven region is vast and I don't know where to look. Yes, the heaven region is vast and it's divided into 5 large regions. Each region is incomparably vast, and even the God King would have to spend many years to find all of them, Ling Xiao replied. Didn't your foster father leave you any way to find him? Ling Xiao asked again. Yuro Fei shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with helplessness and longing. Fortunately, Master gave me the jade tube of life. As long as I take it out, I'll be able to find him, Ling Xiao said. That's good, but I've thought of a way to find my foster father. As long as I post a mission in the Mercenary Association and draw his appearance, I'm sure I'll be able to find him, Yuro Fei said. She paused for a moment, then continued, but this might require a lot of crystals to get people to pay attention to this mission. That's a good idea, but if it's published by an ordinary person, I'm afraid that no one will pay attention to it. If it's published in the name of a major force, the effect will definitely be different. Ling Xiao suddenly lamented. Suddenly, something seemed to flash through his mind and he immediately exclaimed excitedly, yes, in the name of a great force, if I join the blazing flame merchants and use their connections to find people, I'm afraid I don't know how many times faster it will be for me to find people by myself. Husband, what are you talking about? Yuro Fei asked in confusion. Then Ling Xiao told Yuro Fei about Lai Zan inviting him to join the blazing flame merchants. Do you think I should join the blazing flame merchants? I'm just afraid that I'll lose a lot of freedom after joining. Ling Xiao asked Yuro Fei. Yuro Fei pondered for a moment and said, Husband, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. Right now we're not familiar with the people and places in the heaven region, so it's really difficult for us to find people directly. If you can join the blazing flame merchants, that would be the best. With husband's outstanding 10 bin, even in the heaven region, there will be a time for you to shine. We still have to stay in the heaven region for a long time so we can take our time to find people. Moreover, as you said, as long as you do well in the blazing flame merchants, it'll be twice the result with half the effort when looking for people. If you're not happy with them, then husband can also set up another force. So you agree with my opinion? Ling Xiao asked. Yuro Fei gently caressed Ling Xiao's chest and said, as long as you want to do it, I will support you unconditionally. Ling Xiao was so touched that he held her delicate hand. His other hand gently caressed her smooth jade back and said, Ro Fei, you're so nice. If husband thinks that I'm good, you should take good care of me again. Yuro Fei said affectionately, her delicate face rippling with endless love. Ling Xiao's hand moved to her full chest and gently pinched the soft place. He turned around and rode on her body that was like a snake, and his lower body tyrannically entered the wet place. A satisfied voice sounded the bugle horn of battle. The second time, Ling Xiao told Xian Yao and Feng Qingyuan about him joining the Blazing Flame merchants. Xian Yao unconditionally supported Ling Xiao's decision, but Feng Qingyuan couldn't help but reveal an unhappy expression. The reason she came to the Heaven Realm was to find the evil emperor and live together with him, but Ling Xiao wanted to join the Blazing Flame merchants. How was she supposed to find him? At this time Ling Xiao explained to her, "Mistress, don't worry, I'll be able to find Master faster if I join the Blazing Flame merchants. Don't try to coax me, it's not that Mistress doesn't know the big picture. I know that Xiao's talent is outstanding, and only this kind of big power can help you increase your cultivation quickly, but..." Feng Qingyuan sighed. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Mistress, I'm serious, don't you understand Xiao's character? If I want to find Master, I also want to find Ro Fei's foster father. But with just the few of us, who knows how long it will take for us to find him. If I were to join the Blazing Flame merchants with their connections throughout the cities of the Sky Dragon region, wouldn't it be easy for them to find two people? Mistress, what do you think?" Feng Qingyuan wasn't the kind of woman with long hair and short knowledge. She was once the person in charge of the Feng clan, and she understood many things even better than Ling Xiao. It was just that she wanted to see the evil emperor too much, so she felt that Ling Xiao wanted to join the Blazing Flame merchants only for herself. Now that Ling Xiao reminded her, she suddenly realized that Ling Xiao's words were very reasonable. "It seems that Mistress really misunderstood you, but once you join this kind of power it won't be easy to get rid of it. You have to think carefully about this matter." Feng Qingyuan reminded him. "And I know this. If I'm happy then I'll think about it after I gain a foothold in the Heaven Realm. If I'm not happy then I'll make plans when the time comes," Ling Xiao replied. With this decision, Ling Xiao began to think about how to deal with Lai Zan. Although he had temporarily joined the Blazing Flame merchants, he definitely couldn't take someone else as his master. He seemed to have quite a few masters already, so why not find a small job there first? Very soon it was time for Ling Xiao to reply to Lai Zan. Ling Xiao originally wanted to go to the city lord's mansion to wait for someone, but unexpectedly before he could go out, a luxurious carriage pulled by a few rank 7 flame tigers arrived in front of his courtyard. Only a rich and powerful clan like the Blazing Flame merchants would use spirit beasts of this rank to pull a carriage. A high-rank holy emperor came down from the carriage and respectfully said to Ling Xiao, "Please get in the carriage, young Master Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao really didn't expect that his remote courtyard couldn't be hidden from Lai Zan. He thought to himself, if it's an enemy then it'll be dangerous. The Blazing Flame merchants are actually well informed. Ling Xiao nodded towards the high-rank holy emperor and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Then he got in the carriage alone. The luxurious carriage was as spacious as a house, with a soft couch, tea and wine set inside. It was extremely luxurious. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. They really know how to enjoy themselves. In the future this prince will also get a more advanced luxurious carriage. Wouldn't it be great to have fun with the madams everywhere? While Ling Xiao was thinking about his grand plan, the luxurious carriage had already stopped in front of a Blazing Flame merchant's trading shop. When the carriage stopped, the warriors who were trading or lingering at the entrance all bowed towards the luxurious carriage with incomparable respect on their faces. They all knew that the person sitting in this luxurious carriage was only Lord Lai Zan, one of the most powerful people in Shutian City and also the most distinguished person in Shutian City. However, when they saw a young man coming down from the carriage, they couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. This wasn't Lord Lai Zan at all, but Ling Xiao, the influential figure who had set up an arena outside the city to challenge the Gao family a few days ago. Watching Ling Xiao enter the tall building of the shop under the guidance of a holy emperor, the crowd came back to their senses. Isn't that Ling Xiao who can fight against 100 people alone? He was actually received by Lord Lai Zan, and was even sent to pick him up in his private carriage. What's going on? It seems that Lord Lai Zan has already seen Ling Xiao's potential and is preparing to lead him to the Blazing Flame merchants. What a great opportunity. That's right. How many young talents want to join the Merchant Alliance? However, the Merchant Alliance's selection criteria are very strict. Not only must the Tenbin be outstanding, but he must also have enough loyalty. There's no doubt about Ling Xiao's combat strength. In Shutian City he's the #1 among the holy emperors. Let's see if he can successfully join the Merchant Alliance and soar to the sky. It's really enviable. "My lord, I've brought young Master Ling Xiao." The Holy Emperor came to the door and bowed. "Well, you can leave. Let him come in by himself." Lai Zan's voice came from inside. As soon as Ling Xiao entered the room, Lai Zan immediately greeted him with a smile. "Little brother Ling is really trustworthy." Ling Xiao despised him in his heart. "You've already found a place for me to stay. I can't not keep the appointment." "Greetings, Lord Lai Zan." Ling Xiao still lowered his posture and greeted. "It seems that you already have the answer in your heart, but I don't know if it's the answer I want." Lai Zan looked straight at Ling Xiao and smiled faintly. Ling Xiao did not beat around the bush and immediately nodded. "It's not a problem for me to join your merchant alliance, but I want to tell you that I'm used to being restrained by others. If your merchant alliance's requirements are too high, I'm afraid it will cause you trouble. As the saying goes, if you don't declare it in advance when the time comes, it'll be hard to say what happens. Are you worried that joining our merchant alliance will be too restrictive?" Lai Zan still had a faint smile on his face as he asked. Ling Xiao nodded, acknowledging Lai Zan's words. Lai Zan smiled and said, "You can rest assured about this. For an outstanding genius like you in Ten Bin, our merchant alliance only wants to train you as a spokesperson to increase the strength of our merchant alliance. We don't need you to participate in various management matters. You will have a lot of free space to cultivate, but if the merchant alliance needs anything, you must unconditionally work for the merchant alliance." "Can you be more specific?" Ling Xiao asked again. Thus Lai Zan explained in detail again. That was, if Ling Xiao joined the Blazing Flame Merchants, he would not need to participate in any management, and the Blazing Flame Merchants would provide all kinds of cultivation resources to Ling Xiao free of charge. They would not place too many restrictions on Ling Xiao, but if the Merchant Alliance needed it, Ling Xiao would have to work for the Merchant Alliance. Moreover, Ling Xiao could not do anything detrimental to the Merchant Alliance. Of course, if he did anything big, his reputation would be carried out in the Merchant Alliance's name, which was equivalent to announcing that he was a member of the Merchant Alliance and helping the Merchant Alliance build momentum. Chapter 1081. Of course, when the Merchant Union said that they would provide cultivation resources for free, it only referred to when they had a major breakthrough. Normally, if they wanted cultivation resources, they would still need to complete some missions for the Blaze Union. Doing these missions could bring benefits to the Merchant Union, and in turn they could exchange for the cultivation resources they needed. Other than that, for people like Ling Xiao who had already refined his soul, the Merchant Union could send a God King to personally guide him in his cultivation, allowing him to truly reach the God King realm. Because the Merchant Union was an organization that prioritized benefits, every God King had a great amount of freedom, so even if they wanted to guide a disciple, they would rarely take the disciple in. It could only be said that it was a mutual benefit. For example, if Ling Xiao joined the Merchant Union would send someone to guide him, but that person might not necessarily take Ling Xiao as a disciple, and would only teach him as a senior. This kind of person was called a mentor. A disciple might have many mentors, and at the same time, a mentor might also have taught the disciple before. This was a unique characteristic of the Blazing Flame Merchants. Hearing this system, Ling Xiao was extremely happy. He didn't want to take someone else as his master, but he didn't mind if someone taught him. It was just that he cultivated multiple attributes, so it would probably be difficult to find someone to guide him. How about it? Although our Merchant Union can't be compared to the Dragon Gate, we are definitely a more open organization. Who knows how many people want to join us, but not everyone can join us. You have an innate advantage that others can't compare to, which is that you've condensed your soul, flesh, and blood. Since ancient times, there has never been more than 100 people who have condensed their soul, and among these 100 people, half of them used to be powerful existences like the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Lai Zan said to Ling Xiao without holding back. He had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao's potential, which was why he had lowered himself to recruit Ling Xiao into the Merchant Union. If the Merchant Union had another Sinjin of Goguryeo, it would be the most profitable investment for the Merchant Union. In the Sky Dragon domain there were countless God Kings. However, those who could reach the Sinjin of Goguryeo realm were all invincible in the same realm. There were less than 30 people in the Blazing Flame Merchants who had reached the Sinjin of Goguryeo realm. This number was already a lot in the eyes of others, but compared to the nearly 300 Sinjin of Goguryeo occupied by Dragon Gate, there was a difference of 10 times. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, Ling Xiao will not disappoint Lord Lai Zan's appreciation." Ling Xiao had undoubtedly accepted Lai Zhan's invitation to join the Blazing Flame merchants. Lai Zhan laughed heartily and said, "Good, good. Ling Xiao, you will not regret your decision." Lai Zhan changed from little brother Ling to Ling Xiao directly. There was already a sense of closeness in it. As long as Ling Xiao became a god king in the future, Lai Zhan would naturally benefit from it. This was also why he wanted to rope in Ling Xiao. Afterwards, Lai Zhan told Ling Xiao many things. He wanted Ling Xiao to stay by his side temporarily and familiarize himself with the internal and external business structure of the Blazing Flame merchants. After half a month, he brought Ling Xiao to the headquarters of the Blazing Flame merchants, Blazing Flame City. Blazing Flame City was the most prosperous city in the Sky Dragon territory. All the industries there were completely monopolized by the Blazing Flame merchants. The city was managed like an iron bucket and no one could do business there privately. The space base where the Blazing Flame merchants were located was also in the Blazing Flame mountain range near Blazing Flame City. It was a famous mountain range and it was completely controlled by the Blazing Flame merchants. No one outside of the merchant union would dare to enter it to look for spirit herbs and spirit beasts. These were the privileges and tyranny of the big forces. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know about this for the time being. He was currently looking at the Blazing Flame merchant's business distribution ledger that Lai Zhan had given him. Any member of the Blazing Flame merchants must know which city had their own business. Once any business had a problem, a member of the merchant union had the right to help. Looking at the distribution of these businesses, Ling Xiao knew that the terror of the Blazing Flame merchants was far beyond his expectations. Within the Sky Dragon territory, other than a few places that were controlled by other forces of the same level, there were more or less businesses owned by the Blazing Flame merchants in other cities. Whether it was trading shops, restaurants, or inns, there were countless of them. However, their main business was still mainly selling pills and weapons. After all, these two things were the most popular items. Whether it was the commoners or the god kings, they were essential items that everyone needed. After half a month, Ling Xiao had basically understood the distribution of the Blazing Flame merchants' businesses. Lai Zhan walked in and said with a smile, "Ling Xiao, the business distribution you see now is something that everyone in our merchant union must know. This must not be leaked. If the merchant union finds out that there's a mole, it will definitely be a matter of 9 generations." And Ling Xiao understands. "Since I've promised you, Lord, Ling Xiao won't embarrass you," Ling Xiao replied. "That's good. Today I'll bring you back to Raging Flame City to confirm your identity. Only with an identity can you be considered a member of our merchant union," Lai Zhan replied with a satisfied expression. He then took out an item and gave it to Ling Xiao, saying, "This is a body tempering pill. It has a great effect on tempering the body. Consider it my personal sponsorship for you." The body tempering pill was a type of great sage pill. To the Holy Emperor, it was a high-quality pill that could temper any part of the body. Ling Xiao had heard Lai Zhan mention a few things about the God King realm. The body tempering pill was undoubtedly the best pill for tempering the body, and the side effects were also relatively small. As someone who was familiar with pills, Ling Xiao naturally knew the effects of the body tempering pill. Now that Lai Zhan had given him a bottle of body tempering pills, there were 10 of them. To any high-level holy emperor, this was a huge gift. Although Ling Xiao knew how to refine the body tempering pill, he didn't have enough materials to do so. He accepted the body tempering pill with a grateful expression. "Thank you, Lord Lai Zhan." Although he couldn't use the body tempering pill, it was a necessary pill for Yuro Fei and Sha Tian. He couldn't refine it for the time being, so it was just right for them. On this trip to Raging Flame City, Ling Xiao had already stored Xian Yao, Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Sha Tian, and Xin Yuyi into the cauldron. After all, Raging Flame City was the territory of the Blazing Flame merchants. If Ling Xiao could join them, then their development there would be excellent. As for Old Man Tian and Tianjia, he would let them stay in the Tian clan and let them spend some time together. Just as Ling Xiao followed Lai Zhan downstairs, a holy emperor came up and said to Lai Zhan, "Lord, the Zhang clan wants to see young Master Ling Xiao. You can ignore this kind of small clan. They won't dare to do anything to you, even if the palace lord of the Green Moon Palace is here." Lai Zhan revealed a proud expression. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. "Let's see them. After all, I've worked for them for a few days." "Don't take too long," Lai Zhan said. Ling Xiao and Lai Zhan were about to leave, so they directly received the Zhang clan outside the door. It was the Zhang clans Zhang Zhenhua and Zhang Lianhua. However, the two of them weren't the leaders. There were two peak holy emperors who were the leaders. Greetings, Lord Lizan. When the Zhang clan saw Lizan, they immediately bowed and greeted him. Lizan just nodded to them indifferently, then said to Ling Xiao, "Hurry up and finish your business. I'll wait for you in the car." Ling Xiao nodded and his gaze fell on the Zhang clan. He said indifferently, "What business do you have with me?" To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't have any bad feelings towards the Zhang clan. Even if Zhang Lianhua was a flirtatious woman, he didn't dislike her at all. After all, everyone's personality was different. There was nothing wrong with people liking men, just like how he liked more than 10 women at the same time. He just felt a little disappointed that the Zhang clan had abandoned him for the sake of their own interests. This must be Brother Ling Xiao. He is indeed a talented man. No wonder he was recognized by Lord Lizan. One of the Zhang clan's elders praised him. He then turned around and glared at Zhang Zhenhua. "Zhenhua, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Ling Xiao." Zhang Zhenhua's face revealed a fawning smile as he bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Young Master Ling Xiao, what happened last time was Zhenhua's fault. Please forgive me." Ever since he learned from Fan Guanzhong that Ling Xiao had been personally received by Lai Zan and confirmed that Ling Xiao had joined the Blazing Flame Merchants, Zhang Zhenhua immediately became terrified. If the Zhang clan was the #1 clan in Stone Heaven City, they could only be regarded as a good subsidiary force in the Qingyue Palace. However, in the eyes of the Blazing Flame Merchants, the Qingyue Palace was an unremarkable force, and the Zhang clan was not even a grain of sand in their eyes. Ling Xiao had joined the Blazing Flame Merchants, but the Zhang clan had abandoned him for the sake of their interests. This was equivalent to offending Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao took revenge in the future, the Zhang clan would not be able to escape the disaster of extinction. Zhang Zhenhua regretted not listening to his daughter. He thought that the elders of the Qingyue Palace had looked down on Ling Xiao and felt that Ling Xiao was not of much use. Who knew that in the blink of an eye he would become a member of the Blazing Flame Merchants? It was really a case of a scholar being separated for 3 days. What wrong did the Zhang clan master do? Ling Xiao was originally an unrelated person. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He had originally wanted to leave the Zhang clan. Zhang Zhenhua had only done that to make him leave in advance. However, in the ears of the two elders of the Zhang clan, they felt that Ling Xiao had a grudge against them. The elder immediately shouted at Zhang Zhenhua, "Zhenhua, kneel down. If Brother Ling Xiao does not forgive you today, don't even think about returning to the Zhang clan." Zhang Zhenhua's body trembled and he immediately knelt before Ling Xiao and said, "Please forgive me, young Master Ling Xiao. I know I was wrong. Here is a small gift. I hope young Master Ling Xiao can accept it. My daughter Lianhua will also be given to young Master Ling Xiao as a servant. In the future, if young Master Ling Xiao needs our Zhang clan's help, we will definitely not refuse." One of the two elders of the Zhang clan was the clan master, and the other was the clan guardian elder. They had high positions in the Zhang clan, and even Zhang Zhenhua had to act according to their wishes. Moreover, the power that Ling Xiao had climbed up to this time was too great, so great that they could only look up to it. Chapter 1082. When Zhang Lianhua found out that Ling Xiao was going to join the Blazing Flame Merchants, her heart was already beating non-stop. She had never thought that the lowly commoner she had set her eyes on would one day leap over the Dragon Gate. She couldn't help but praise herself for having a unique vision, but unfortunately, everything was destroyed by her short-sighted father. So much so that he was now apologizing to Ling Xiao in front of everyone in the hall. However, none of the people who saw it dared to laugh, and even hurriedly avoided it as if they didn't see it. After all, the Zhang family was the local tyrant here. If they were to offend them, it would be an extremely unlucky thing. If young master doesn't mind, Lianhua is willing to follow young master and serve by your side. Zhang Lianhua bowed towards Ling Xiao and said. Her beautiful eyes rippled with affection, not concealing the slightest bit of it. She had wanted to be with Ling Xiao for a long time, but unfortunately she had never succeeded. Now that Ling Xiao's identity was different, it naturally increased her interest even more. Ling Xiao had no interest in Zhang Lianhua. Let bygones be bygones. In any case, I'm just a person of your gu. However, I want to ask for a person from you. Let Chai Guan do this for me. Ling Xiao said as he took the spatial ring from Zhang Zhenhua's hand without any trace of politeness. Chai Guan was a trusted aide he had taken in from the Zhang family. If not for his reminder when he was about to enter the city, he would have been caught off guard by the Gao family. If others treated Ling Xiao well, Ling Xiao would treat him 10 times better. This had always been his principle. Now that he had joined the Blazing Flame merchants, he also wanted to help Chai Guan break away from the Zhang family. He definitely wasn't happy there. And Ling Xiao had just arrived in the Heaven Realm, so he couldn't do it without a few loyal helpers. Although Chai Guan's strength wasn't good, there were some things that couldn't be done just by relying on strength. As long as he was loyal enough, he could rest assured and leave everything to this kind of person. Who is Chai Guan? An old man from the Zhang family asked in surprise. Zhang Lianhua immediately said from the side. He is a guard of our clan. His strength is average, but he once worked under young Master Ling Xiao. There was an indescribable bitterness in her eyes and an extremely aggrieved look on her face. It seemed that she was unhappy that Ling Xiao had avoided her question. No matter what, she was a famous beauty in Stone Heaven City. How could she lose to a subordinate? Okay, I will definitely have Chai Guan come see young master. Does young master have any other instructions? Zhang Zhenhua quickly responded. Of course, I also have an order. The next time I return to Shitian City, I don't want to hear anyone from the Gao family here. Ling Xiao said with a cold look in his eyes. Then he ignored the Zhang family and walked toward the luxury car not far away. At this time, Zhang Lianhua took a few steps forward and stopped Ling Xiao. A burst of fragrance wafted into Ling Xiao's nostrils. However, this fragrance made Ling Xiao want to sneeze. Is there anything else? Ling Xiao asked. Do you think I'm not beautiful enough? Zhang Lianhua licked her lips and looked at Ling Xiao charmingly. She was dressed in gorgeous satin and wore silver needles and golden branches on her beautiful hair. Her delicate face was charming and her figure was graceful. She was definitely a beautiful woman. You're beautiful enough, but you're not my cup of tea. Ling Xiao didn't want to hit Zhang Lianhua too directly and said very tactfully. Then he walked around Zhang Lianhua and walked toward the luxury car. Zhang Lianhua's face was flushed as if she had been electrocuted. She actually felt uncomfortable and suffocated in her heart. In the past, as long as she curled her finger, countless men would come and lick her toes. She treated those men like clothes, throwing them away after wearing them and never caring about them. However, she suddenly felt that she had some feelings for the man in front of her, but she was ruthlessly attacked. This was the first time she felt heartache. She couldn't help but cry. Chai Guan was quickly found by the Zhang family. At first he was worried that Ling Xiao would be punished for what happened last time, but when he found out that Ling Xiao had joined the Blazing Flame merchants and was prepared to take him with him, he almost cried tears of joy. An old man from the Zhang family heavily patted Chai Guan's body and said, "Follow young Master Ling Xiao well." Zhang Zhenhua also smiled and said, "Chai Guan, you are an outstanding representative of our Zhang family. You must work hard and remember to come back to the family when you have time. This will always be your home." Chai Guan never thought that his former patriarch and patriarch would speak to him so politely. He felt like he was in a dream and his whole body was floating. He thought to himself, I must follow Elder Ling Xiao well. Chai Guan might also have a day when Chai Guan will soar. The luxury car headed towards the spatial formation outside the city. Only Lai Zan and Ling Xiao were in the car. Everyone else had to follow them on foot. Lai Zan told Ling Xiao about the things he needed to pay attention to after arriving at Blazing Flame City. Ling Xiao listened carefully in case something went wrong. Listening to Lai Zan, Ling Xiao had already cultivated his flesh and soul, so he could become a disciple that the Merchant Union would focus on cultivating. However, to become a disciple of the Merchant Union, one had to go through layers of selection before being selected. Ling Xiao was once the master of a palace, so he naturally understood why the Merchant Union did this. They not only wanted to see Tenbin but also their loyalty. Who didn't want to cultivate an outstanding talent that would stay forever, not after cultivating him and then not get any benefits? That was definitely not worth it. Now there is no doubt about your potential. As long as you pass the test of loyalty, then there will be no problem. Lai Zan said. He paused for a moment, then stared at Ling Xiao and asked seriously, Ling Xiao, do you sincerely want to join our merchant union? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment then said, to be honest, I am someone who has just come from a place of exile, which is what everyone calls a pariah. Although I have gotten rid of my status, it is still a fact. I only recently learned that the merchant union is very powerful, and many warriors want to rely on it. However, this is only a little bit of my understanding of the merchant union. However, the system that Lord Lizon mentioned really attracted me. As long as there are not too many restrictions and there is good treatment, of course, I will sincerely join the merchant union. Lizon nodded his head and said, "That's right. You're very honest. If you can still say that in front of the Divine King Elder, then there's absolutely no problem. After all, the merchant union only cares about profit. If there's no profit to be had, then we won't do anything." He paused for a moment and then said, "You are not like other young people. Those who know that they can join our merchant union will all be very happy, and they will try their best to curry favor and say some words of loyalty. Those are all bullshit. Who would choose to join a force not to improve their strength and make people respect them? If the force is not strong and can't give you these benefits, then who would choose to join?" I didn't expect Lord Lizon to be so open-minded. If all the elders in the merchant union are like this, then Ling Xiao will be at ease. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Well, it is difficult for me to have too many achievements. If I can be a manager in Stone Heaven City until I die, then I will be at ease. I just hope that Ling Xiao can live up to expectations and become a divine king as soon as possible so that I can also get some luck." Lizon sighed. As the two of them spoke, they had already arrived at the spatial formation outside the city. This spatial formation teleported even the luxurious carriage pulled by the flame tiger. The power of the teleportation was very extraordinary. Although the distance of the spatial formation was extremely far, it was not enough to directly travel from Stone Heaven City to Raging Flame City in one go. It had to be known that the distance between Stone Heaven City and Raging Flame City was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Ling Xiao and Lizon had to travel through the spatial formation more than 10 times before they arrived at Raging Flame City. Ling Xiao looked through the window of the luxurious carriage at the city that they were about to enter. His face was full of shock. From a distance, the city was towering and majestic, and its atmosphere reached the sky. It was like a prehistoric beast, giving people a great sense of oppression. The city wall was like an iron fortress, thick and solid and difficult to break. The rippling formation patterns were obvious, and it was likely that even a divine king would find it difficult to break through. Each and every one of the awe-inspiring guards in armor patrolled back and forth with weapons in their hands. They seemed abnormally serious and cautious. In front of the city gate were some high-ranking officials and nobles. They all used various kinds of high-rank spirit beasts as mounts, pulling gorgeous carriages in and out. These people all had happy and satisfied smiles on their faces, as if they were living very comfortably. When Ling Xiao and Lizon's carriage arrived at the city gate, Lizon poked his head out and greeted the guards, saying that they didn't need to pay any fees to enter. After entering the city gate, the bustling scene inside was even more breathtaking. Jade palaces, flying eaves, red walls, yellow tiles, crisscrossing official roads and endless martial artists. This was Ling Xiao's first impression of Raging Flame City. He felt as if he had entered the inner courtyard of the imperial palace. It was a luxurious courtyard, but it was also an extraordinarily bustling city. All the shops had the logo of the blazing flame merchants hanging on them. The uniform decoration gave people a refreshing feeling. "Let's go to my residence first. Every member of the merchant union has a place to live. I'm just an outer sect steward, so my residence can only be in the city and not in the inner sect," said Lizon. "That's right." Ling Xiao naturally listened to Lizon unconditionally. The carriage stopped in front of a mansion in the city, and Ling Xiao followed Lizon out of the car. "This is the residence of the outer stewards, but most people are out on missions. Normally there won't be many people here. Only when there's a major event within the merchant union or when there's an annual gathering will everyone stay here," Lizon explained. Lizon led Ling Xiao into the courtyard. Immediately, several holy emperor came forward and greeted him respectfully. "Greetings, Steward Lizon." Lizon looked at the Peak Saint King and asked, "Commander Bu, has there been any steward who has returned recently?" The Peak Holy Emperor replied, "Steward Lizon, 3 stewards Lai Yi, Lai Lon and Lai Hai have returned recently. However, Steward Lai Yi returned to Highshore City yesterday." Has anything major happened in the city recently?" Lizon asked again. Nothing major recently, but I heard that a batch of goods sent to Qinghe City was robbed, and Divine King Dongqing was seriously injured." I don't know if it's true or not, the Peak Holy Emperor replied. Chapter 1083. What? King Dongqing is also injured? Who is so bold as to rob our goods? Could it be those roving bandits? Lizon exclaimed in shock. It's like this. I only know this much. Lord Lizon, you should go back first. Commander Bu said. Don't worry. Let me introduce you to this little brother. He's Ling Xiao from Stone Heaven City. This is the genius I'm going to recommend to our merchant union. Lizon pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced him. Ling Xiao immediately greeted the man. Ling Xiao greets Commander Bu. Commander Bu looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and immediately returned the greeting. Brother Ling is too polite. Just call me Bu. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Commander Bu knew that a young man like this who could be recommended to the merchant union was definitely a potential stock. It would be of great use to him in the future if he could establish a good relationship with him. I'll need Commander Bu to take care of me in the future. Ling Xiao said and let Lizon lead him into the house. Along the way, other than some attendants and maids, they rarely saw other people. However, Ling Xiao sensed that there were several terrifying auras in this courtyard. They were all existences no weaker than Lizon. Some of them were even existences that he couldn't judge. It really is a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. I just don't know what the situation in the Merchant Union headquarters is like. Ling Xiao was secretly shocked. Ling Xiao was temporarily placed in an attic. Lizon told him not to wander around for the time being so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Afterward, Lizon left the loft and went to the Merchant Union Hall. The Merchant Union Hall was similar to the City Lord's mansion. However, there was no City Lord's mansion in Blazing Flame City. The Merchant Union Hall was an organization that carried out all the orders issued by the upper echelons. It could be said that all the biggest business transactions of the Blazing Flame merchants were issued from the Merchant Union Hall. This was where the headquarters of the Blazing Flame merchants was located. The Blazing Flame merchants prioritized profit first. Those who excelled in business would basically be in the Merchant Union. The space in the Blazing Flame mountain range was the guarantee of the Merchant Union's safety. Ling Xiao had to pass through the Merchant Union Hall before he could have the opportunity to enter the Merchant Union's training ground. Lizon had been gone for quite some time. Ling Xiao sat quietly in his room. Every time it was time to eat, someone would deliver food to him on time. A day later, Lizon finally came back in high spirits. Ling Xiao, come with me. Today the deputy director will see you. Whether you can join our Chamber of Commerce depends on whether you can be appreciated by the deputy director. Lizon took Ling Xiao's hand and walked out. Ling Xiao, come with me. The deputy manager will see you today. Whether you can enter our merchant union depends on whether you can get the deputy manager's appreciation. Lizon pulled Ling Xiao's hand and walked out. The Merchant Union Hall covered a vast area. There were a few towering pavilions that reached more than 30 stories high. They were the tallest and most majestic of all the buildings in the city. The surroundings were emitting dense formation patterns that gave people a great sense of oppression. Even with Ling Xiao's strength, he felt that he was too weak when he walked to the most famous place in the Sky Dragon territory. Even if he used his soul power and the Golden Dragon Spear, he might not be able to destroy the defense of the Merchant Union Hall. However, Ling Xiao's shock did not stop there. At the entrance of the Merchant Union Hall, there were more than 10 demigod king martial artists guarding the entrance. This made him speechless. What kind of strength was a demigod king? He couldn't believe that he could only serve as a gatekeeper in this place. Ling Xiao's demeanor suddenly became much more respectful and shaky. In the past, he thought that his tenbin was outstanding. With his tenbin and fortuitous encounters, his speed of advancement was peerless. This made him develop an arrogant personality that looked down on everyone in the world. He thought that he could become a divine king one day and reach the peak of martial arts. However, he now understood that although his tenbin was outstanding, he had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was not the time for him to be arrogant. Just the demigod kings that he met here could easily pinch him to death with one hand. He realized that Lizon, who was respected in Stone Sky City, had become extremely cautious here. He no longer looked indifferent and arrogant. Lizon asked someone to go in and report. He and Ling Xiao could only wait outside obediently. After a while, the person who reported came out and allowed Lizon and Ling Xiao to enter. As soon as he entered the door, Ling Xiao immediately felt countless divine thoughts descend on him. He felt as if his naked body was seen by others and there were no secrets to speak of. Ling Xiao followed Lai Zan to the front of a pavilion. Lai Zan bowed to the pavilion and said softly, "Deputy Master Ling Xiao is here." After a long time, a soft voice came from inside. "Okay, I got it. Let him come in himself." As soon as this was said, the door of the pavilion opened automatically. Lai Zan glanced at Ling Xiao as if saying, "It's all up to you now." Ling Xiao nodded at Lai Zan, then raised his head and walked in calmly. As soon as he walked into the pavilion, the door closed again. Suddenly Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched. He sensed something and quickly dodged to the side. A ray of light like a meteor streaked past Ling Xiao. Speed was extremely fast. If Ling Xiao hadn't dodged in time, he would have been dismembered. However, the other party did not seem to be willing to give up. He actually changed his direction and slashed at Ling Xiao. 8 slashes in one breath. It was extremely fast and the power was overbearing and fierce. It seemed that he did not care about destroying the pavilion at all. Ling Xiao did not know what was going on, but the other party's attack was too sudden. Moreover, the sword technique was extremely sharp, so he had no choice but to dodge. He could be sure that the other party's strength was definitely not as simple as a high-level holy emperor, but an existence at the peak of a holy emperor. The space inside the pavilion was narrow, so it was impossible to dodge far away. The sword light had already swept towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body arrived in front of the wall. He turned around and stomped on the wall. He roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar soared into the sky, shocking the sneak attacker into a momentary daze. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and unceremoniously attacked the attacker, sending him flying with a kick. Ling Xiao's attack was very measured. He did not kill the attacker but only seriously injured him and made him lose the ability to fight. He looked coldly at the man on the ground, not understanding what was going on. "The first level has been passed. You can go to the second floor. After passing 3 levels, you can see the deputy master." A voice echoed in the pavilion. Ling Xiao now knew that this sneak attack was a test for him. Even Lai Zan did not know about it. Otherwise, he would have definitely warned him in advance. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. When he was the master of a palace, he was high and mighty. Now it was like he had returned to the time when he first came out into the world. He was a newcomer in the election, allowing others to test him. However, he was new to the Qingyun realm. He was not familiar with the people in the place and his strength was only average. It was not a big deal for him to be under someone for the time being. If he could not bear this little grievance, how could he establish the smiling palace in the Qingyun realm? Ling Xiao raised his head and walked up to the second floor. He was always on guard in case he was attacked again. However, the other party did not do that. They were waiting for him openly. The 3 women were dressed in the same clothes. Whether it was their appearance or figure, they were all very good, pleasing to the eye. They looked very young, but they were already more than 1,000 years old. Their strength had reached the peak of the Holy Emperor's realm, which was very good. The 3 women stood in 3 different positions. The woman in the middle said to Ling Xiao, "Young master, please make your move. As long as you defeat the 3 of us, you will pass the test." As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 women unleashed all their power at the same time. Streaks of sharp wind blades locked onto Ling Xiao. "They all cultivate the wind attribute," Ling Xiao exclaimed. His own strength also increased. The 3 women turned into ghostly figures, constantly intertwining and changing, leaving a series of afterimages. It was difficult to see which one was their real body. The 3 women naturally did not want to confuse Ling Xiao's vision. In the next moment they attacked at the same time. Countless sword blades from all directions swept towards Ling Xiao. These attacks were filled with sharp killing intent, and they didn't seem like they were sparring at all. If Ling Xiao could not handle it, he would be strangled to death. All the sword lights had sealed off all of Ling Xiao's escape routes, leaving him nowhere to escape. Just as Ling Xiao was about to be injured by these sword lights, a strange long sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He brandished the long sword and blocked many of the dense sword lights. Clang, clang. Many sparks flew in all directions. Ling Xiao's perlicue was numb from the impact. Although he had blocked most of the sword lights, there were still many that penetrated and attacked his body. That prickling sensation made his blood boil. The momentum of the sword in his hand soared, and waves of sword light that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas flew toward the 3 women. Although the 3 women were fast, they still could not escape the grasp of Ling Xiao's spiritual sense. Moreover, Ling Xiao had increased his combat strength, so his speed was not inferior to the three women. In a short time he exchanged hundreds of blows with the three women, and Ling Xiao recovered from his disadvantage. However, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to defeat the three of them in a short time. This was because the three women had formed a three-great sword formation. The three of them cooperated with each other and relied on the power of the wind attribute to increase the sword formation's power. An ordinary holy emperor at the peak of his strength would have died long ago under the attack of this three-great sword formation. Only a combat genius like Ling Xiao, who had both speed and defense, could stop the momentum of defeat. Of course, Ling Xiao could not be trapped here by this sword formation. Since the other party had the intention to test his strength, then he would let them see his potential clearly. His silhouette changed and a total of 48 silhouettes appeared. In this narrow pavilion there seemed to be a Ling Xiao everywhere. His aura changed again and it was actually several times stronger than before. The long sword in his hand actually slashed out two different types of attack power. It was sometimes hot and sometimes cold, sometimes fire and sometimes ice. It was really overwhelming and there was no way to defend against it. Chapter 1084. Ling Xiao couldn't suppress them with his strength at all. After all, he was only a mid-level holy emperor. Even if he increased his strength, he could only be on par with them in terms of battle prowess. However, he used the infinite doppelganger technique to create many doppelgangers to attack at the same time. Moreover, the two completely different powers of the ice and fire swords were the most difficult to defend against. After all, they were the strongest holy emperors in the Merchant Union. The three of them kept changing their positions and used all their strength to deal with Ling Xiao's moves. They attacked to defend. Ling Xiao's doppelganger technique didn't cause much damage to them, but it was a little difficult for them to deal with it. However, this move of Ling Xiao's was just a feint. It was just to slow down their attacks. The real move was still to come. He retracted his sword force and raised a finger with his other free hand. All the power instantly gathered on this finger, and with a shout the finger light blasted out from his hand. Three divine finger, three worlds. A finger light gathered all of Ling Xiao's strength and burst out. In the end it divided into three and shot out in three different directions. The three forces were all so powerful. The speed of the attack was also so fast that it was shocking. In such a narrow space it was even more difficult to dodge. Rumble. The three women hadn't finished defending against the attack of Ling Xiao's doppelgangers. Unexpectedly, another powerful finger light shot out. Even with their unparalleled speed, it was difficult for them to dodge. They could only use all their strength to block the finger light. The three women were all smashed against the wall of the pavilion. They spat out blood and looked withered. If it weren't for the protection of the pavilion's walls, they would have been sent flying out of the building. Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the heavenly fire. Otherwise, if he killed them, he would definitely be eliminated and wouldn't need to take the test. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at the three women and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Now Ling Xiao had a deeper understanding of the blazing flame merchants. The strength of these three peak holy emperors was by no means comparable to the holy emperors of the Gao family in Stone Heaven City. Moreover, the power of the formation far exceeded the strength of a peak holy emperor. If it weren't for his powerful battle prowess, rich experience and astonishing defense, he would have probably died here. Young master's strength is outstanding. You've passed the second test. A woman stood up with difficulty and said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and went up to the third floor. He thought to himself, if all the people on the third floor are peak holy emperor, I'm afraid I'll really lose. A brave man can't stand against so many people. He could not fight freely in the pavilion. It was normal for Ling Xiao to be worried, but it was not because he was not confident. However, when he arrived at the third floor, it was not as he had imagined. There was only one person waiting for him. This person was already very old, as if he could die at any time. His skin and flesh were wrinkled like tree bark and his aura was extremely weak. He did not give off the slightest feeling of a strong expert. Cough cough. Little brother is very young. The old man raised his old eyes and looked at Ling Xiao with a surprised expression. He couldn't help but cough as he spoke. It was obvious that his body was already extremely weak. Ling Xiao bowed to the old man as a junior and said, "Thank you for your praise, senior." The old man had a good impression of Ling Xiao when he saw how humble he was. He immediately said, Cough cough, this old man doesn't have much time left to live, but to be able to cough cough, to be able to meet a good young man to join the merchant union before I die, it's worth it. Make your move, as long as you defeat this old man you'll pass. Is your body all right? Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Who knew that the old man would be furious and say, even if this old man is going to die, it'll be easy to take care of you. As his voice fell, his aura instantly burst forth. The powerful force actually caused the air in the area to shake incessantly. Demigod King. Ling Xiao's body was knocked back and smashed into the wall. He couldn't help but exclaim. Just now he felt that the old man's vitality was already at the end of his life, and he had half a foot in the coffin. However, he didn't expect that the old man was a demigod king. Even if it was a demigod king who was about to die, it would be very easy for the old man to take his life. He secretly scolded himself for being careless. Since the old man was arranged to be in the third stage, his strength was naturally extraordinary. Cough cough. Make your move or else you won't have a chance. The old man said as he looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. Ling Xiao knew that he could no longer hide anything or else the old man would really kill him. All of his battle prowess soared. Dragon Qi revolved around his body, and the dragon scales added layers of thick defense to his body. The domineering aura of an emperor was fully displayed. The old man's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Kim people's ancient god technique. Ling Xiao ignored the old man's surprise and shouted, Senior, be careful. The nine suns sky-burning fist smashed towards the old man. The surging fist intent contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, causing the room to shake non-stop. Good boy, you actually comprehended fist intent too. The old man exclaimed softly, then the space in front of him distorted, forming a defense to block Ling Xiao's surging fist intent. Rumble rumble rumble. Ling Xiao's terrifying fist intent couldn't even touch the old man at all. Ling Xiao felt that the old man's defense was simply many times stronger than Xianxia's defense. Because looking at the old man's carefree appearance, he knew that he hadn't used his full strength yet. Ling Xiao didn't want to admit defeat like this. He raised his power to the extreme, and the nine suns sky-burning fist bombarded the old man like raindrops. But all of this was in vain, as if there was an incomparably strong wall isolating all of his power. No matter how many attacks he launched, it was useless. Cough cough, you really have a lot of secrets. You actually know the Sunsek's Holy Sun Fist, but your power is still a bit lacking. The old man's eyes were already showing incomparable admiration and he praised. Then he finally attacked Ling Xiao. His sitting body didn't move and he just waved his hand casually as if he was shooing away mosquitoes. Ling Xiao didn't understand what was going on, but he felt a tightness in his chest and a feeling of pain hit his whole body and his body hit the wall again. Puff. Ling Xiao finally couldn't help but spit out a big mouthful of blood, looking very dispirited. Ling Xiao knelt on the ground on one knee, one hand covering his chest, extremely shocked. This was only a demigod king who was about to die, and a sickly one at that, but a casual attack actually injured him so badly. This strength was really too terrifying. Do you still want to continue? I know you have Kim people's ancient emperor divine technique to protect you. I think you won't die. The old man looked at Ling Xiao and said indifferently, Senior, your strength is extraordinary. Although Ling Xiao isn't very talented, I still want to see how much strength I have. Ling Xiao replied while recovering his body. The old man looked at Ling Xiao with admiration, but he was not in a hurry to attack again. Ling Xiao recovered from his injuries and his aura once again reached its peak, but this time, there was a golden dragon spear in his hand. The golden dragon spear was a demigod weapon, and it was an attack-type weapon. Every attack had a great amplification effect. Ling Xiao attacked with all his strength, and a tyrannical dragon roared non-stop in the pavilion. The dragon's body kept churning as if it wanted to destroy everything, and the pavilion kept shaking. The place was filled with the dragon's body, and its power was extraordinary. This was Ling Xiao's attack with all his strength. If he still couldn't break through the opponent's defense, he would have to use other methods. This attack was enough to blast any peak holy emperor into dust. When everything calmed down, the old man was still sitting there and scathed. Not even his clothes were wrinkled in the slightest. Ahem, if your strength increased by another level, you might be able to break through my defense. Unfortunately, you're still a mid-level holy emperor. Even if you have the ancient emperor's divine technique to amplify your attack, It's useless against me. Use your flesh and soul. Let me see if he's really that strong. The old man said faintly. All right, since Senior wants to see, I'll do as you wish. Ling Xiao nodded and responded. His divine soul doppelganger immediately appeared beside him. The two Ling Xiaos were exactly the same as if they were twins. It was difficult to tell them apart. It really is flesh and soul. Good. Very good. The old man exclaimed excitedly. Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to listen to his praise. His divine soul doppelganger took the golden dragon spear from his real body and attacked the old man. The strength of the divine soul doppelganger was many times stronger than the real body. At the same time, it was not something a peak holy emperor could compare with. A serious expression finally appeared on the old man's face. Facing Ling Xiao's divine soul attack, he had no choice but to stand up and use his fingers as a sword. Every blow from his divine soul was like a heavy weight. However, the old man's fingers and swords blocked them all, causing the skin between his thumb and index finger to go numb. However, Ling Xiao noticed that the old man seemed to be struggling. He immediately used all his divine strength to brandish the golden dragon's spear. Its power was so great that it shook the entire pavilion. The old man's fingers moved faster and faster, but the redness on his face deepened. He exclaimed, "What a powerful divine soul! It's worthy of this old man's full strength." Then his arm seemed to have turned into a long sword. Waves of sword wind wrapped around the golden dragon's spear and suppressed it, preventing it from unleashing its destructive power. At the same time, many sword winds slashed at his divine soul, causing it to feel extreme pain. Ling Xiao's real body also felt extremely uncomfortable. If this continued, his divine soul might not be able to withstand it. Fight! Ling Xiao could only brace himself and charge forward. With a cry, he used his divine soul to unleash unprecedented power. The golden dragon broke free from the sword wind and roared at the old man. The old man gritted his teeth and attacked with all his strength. Countless sword winds surged around him like a tidal wave. It was as if thousands of swords were attacking, and the golden dragon was covered in cuts and bruises. Finally, the golden dragon's power broke through the layers of sword winds and arrived in front of the old man. However, it was much weaker than before. The old man wanted to use Capture the Dragon again, but he couldn't help but cough a few times and his movements became sluggish. He knew that the situation was far from good, but it was already too late for him to dodge. The golden dragon was already rushing toward him. Rumble rumble. Chapter 1085. Ling Xiao did not think that he would be able to hurt the old man after the power of his divine soul broke through the old man's sword wind. However, the old man suddenly showed an opening. He coughed and attacked with his power. Ling Xiao's heart was beating so fast that it was impossible for him to stop the attack. He did not have any evil intentions towards the old man. Moreover, the old man was about to die. If he really killed him, it would be a sin. However, when the power of his attack dissipated, he realized that the old man was still safe and sound. He clearly saw that his power was about to hit the old man. Even if the old man was a demigod king, he would die on the spot. Judging from the situation just now, Ling Xiao's divine soul clone was no weaker than a demigod king. The old man stood up and bowed to the top of the pavilion. "Thank you, Deputy Dojo Master, for saving me." Another voice echoed in the pavilion. "Let him come up." The old man nodded and said to Ling Xiao, "Congratulations, little brother. You've passed the 3 tests. As long as you get the Deputy Dojo Master's approval, you'll be a member of the Commerce Alliance." Ling Xiao bowed to the old man. "Thank you, Senior." Then he turned around and went up the stairs. The old man's aura instantly dissipated and he returned to his sickly appearance. He thought to himself, "This kid is not bad. He actually managed to condense a rare flesh and divine soul. It's a pity that he's involved with a few major forces. If I recruit him, I'm afraid there'll be a lot of trouble. I wonder what the Deputy Dojo Master will think about this." The Deputy Dojo Master was not on the 4th floor but above the 30th floor. Ling Xiao was also brought here by a servant of the Holy Emperor. The Saint King didn't dare to enter. When he reached the top of the staircase, he gestured for Ling Xiao to enter and then retreated. When Ling Xiao reached the 30th floor, he saw a figure with his back facing him. His expression immediately froze. The visual impact of this figure was too great. That bear-like waist and tiger-like back body was actually wearing a woman's silk satin. It was unimaginable. Ling Xiao didn't dare to think too much. He bowed to the figure and said, "Greetings, Deputy Dojo Master." The Vice Dojo Master slowly turned around. She was indeed a woman and an extremely valiant one at that. Her rough appearance and figure were like that of a man, giving off a great sense of oppression. Judging from her appearance, she was still very young. Her hair was adorned with silver needles and jade leaves, which made her look extraordinarily noble. Who said that women are inferior to men? This woman is more manly than men. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Ling Xiao had seen his fair share of women. Beautiful, ugly, tall, short, fat, thin. There were countless of them. However, this was the first time he had seen such a valiant and special vice dojo master. "Ling Xiao, you're pretty good." The deputy master looked at Ling Xiao and said lightly. Ling Xiao's expression returned to normal as he replied, "Thank you for your praise, deputy master. Don't be modest. Being too modest is hypocritical," the deputy master replied. She then said, "Are you very surprised that I was able to become the dojo master like this?" Ling Xiao really didn't expect the deputy master to ask this kind of question. However, he was also a quick-witted person. He immediately replied, "Businessmen pursue profits. I think the deputy master must have outstanding business acumen. It's reasonable that you were able to become the deputy master." He avoided the question and did not mention the deputy master's appearance to avoid angering her. Although the deputy master was a woman, Ling Xiao realized that he couldn't see through her cultivation at all. He could only vaguely feel that she was probably already in the God King realm. Good. What a good businessman pursue profits. "Ling Xiao, you're indeed not bad," the deputy master replied with some praise. After a moment she then said, "You already have a flesh and soul and your combat strength is indeed very high. However, you cultivate the ancient Emperor Divine technique of Kim people and the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun sect. Just based on these 2 points, I'm afraid the Merchant Union wouldn't dare to accept a disciple like you." "But why is that?" Ling Xiao didn't expect the deputy master to give such an answer. He had finally made up his mind to join the Blazing Flame Merchants, but from the deputy master's words, it sounded like the Merchant Union wouldn't dare to accept him. Could it be that the reputation of the Kim people and the Sun sect in the Heaven domain could intimidate the Blazing Flame Merchants? The deputy master didn't answer, but instead asked a question. "You said you came from a place of exile? I just don't know where you were banished from." Ling Xiao answered honestly, "The Empyrean stronghold." The deputy master thought for a moment and said, "Fortress, the closest place to it is Xianling continent, one of the ancient continents. Are you from Xianling continent?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, deputy master." "No wonder." The deputy master sighed. Ling Xiao looked at the deputy master who was deep in thought and wondered, is there really no hope for this trip? After a long time the deputy master spoke again. "With your tenbin and age advantage, it shouldn't be a problem for you to join the Merchant Union, but you cultivate the ancient Emperor Divine technique of Kim people and the Holy Sun Fist of the Sun sect. These 2 techniques are their secrets, and the Merchant Union can't accept you as a disciple." Ling Xiao was already prepared, but he still felt disappointed after hearing her words. He immediately said, "If that's the case, Ling Xiao can't force it." He was unwilling to give up, but he thought to himself, even without guidance I can't break through to the God King realm? Impossible. Aren't you curious why? The Vice Dojo Master didn't expect Ling Xiao to agree so easily. He wasn't like the other disciples who wanted to stay even if they had to die. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Didn't Deputy Master say it clearly just now? Perhaps the Merchant Union is worried about the Kim people and the Sun sect." Ling Xiao knew about the Kim people when he was in the Xianling continent. He had inherited the memory of Zhan Wang, so he knew some of the secrets of the Kim people. However, he didn't know that they existed in the Heaven domain. It must be the ancestors of the Kim people who founded the Heaven domain. As for the Sun sect, he guessed that it was one of the subsects of the Sun and Moon sect. He didn't think that the 9 sun-burning fists that he cultivated was related to them. Could it be that the Sun sect was related to the Holy Sun sect in the Sand region? He was worried that some big forces would never allow his divine art to be spread out. If he was found out by these 2 forces, would they send people to kill him? The deputy master said, "You can see it clearly, but it's not that our Merchant Union is afraid of them, but our Merchant Union is based on business. We don't favor any forces in the Sky Dragon region, and we won't be enemies with any forces. If you cultivate other divine arts, it's fine, but you just have to cultivate these two divine arts. If we take you in, they might have an opinion. If there's a misunderstanding between us, it will affect our business in their territory, and that's not worth it. Ling Xiao didn't understand why the deputy master was explaining to him, but he was too lazy to care. If there's nothing else, deputy master, Ling Xiao won't disturb you anymore. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. The deputy master looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. She really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so stubborn. She spent a lot of time explaining, but he actually didn't appreciate it. Don't worry. Although we can't take you in as a disciple, you can still temporarily join our merchant union and enjoy good treatment, the deputy master said. There's no need for that. Although Ling Xiao's strength is average, I don't want to be someone else's lackey. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. It was fine if they didn't take him in, but if they arranged an insignificant position for him, there would be no point in him coming to the merchant union. He didn't want to be a guard like those demigod kings. He would rather live alone. How dare you? The deputy master was very angry at Ling Xiao's attitude. She shouted, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. A majestic spatial energy pressed towards Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's body suddenly hit the wall like a cannonball. Ling Xiao was in pain from the impact. His organs were in a mess and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He really didn't expect that this woman would turn hostile just like that. Just this aura alone was enough to completely suppress him. However, she didn't kill him. Otherwise he would still be alive. He could now confirm that this fierce woman really had the strength of a divine king. This aura was completely incomparable to the demigod king he met on the 3rd floor. Ling Xiao's defense was completely defenseless. It was useless against her. However, Ling Xiao wasn't someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He stared at the deputy master and said, "Deputy master, if you want to kill me, feel free to do so. I'm no match for you, but Ling Xiao will fight you to the death." Ling Xiao crawled up from the ground with difficulty and stared at the deputy master. So what if you've condensed a flesh and soul? As long as you haven't become a divine king, you're not worthy of my attention. The deputy master laughed. Her aura changed again and Ling Xiao was completely suppressed, so he couldn't move. Ling Xiao wanted to struggle with all his might, but it was useless. He knew that in the face of absolute power, everything he relied on was useless. Damn it, I'm asking for trouble this time. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He thought he could use the blazing flame merchants to further improve his strength. However, not only could he not borrow their power, but he was also going to be killed here. Just when Ling Xiao thought the vice dojo master was going to kill him, the vice dojo master withdrew all of his power, allowing him to catch his breath. Ling Xiao looked at the deputy master in confusion. The deputy master turned her back to Ling Xiao again. She looked out the window and said, "Although the Merchant Alliance doesn't dare to accept you as a disciple, you can be our guest deacon. In the future, when you become a divine king, you can also be promoted to a guest elder and enjoy the benefits of the Merchant Alliance. You won't be bound by the Merchant Alliance in any way. Our only request is that you must help when the Merchant Alliance needs it. This is the treatment we can give you. If you're not satisfied, you can leave now." Ling Xiao didn't expect the deputy master to make such a request, so he couldn't make up his mind. In the end, he agreed after some hesitation. "All right, I'll be the guest deacon." Chapter 1086. What? The vice headmaster only wants you to be a guest deacon? Lai Zan couldn't help but exclaim in disappointment after hearing Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Indeed. What's going on? Is she not satisfied with the position of vice headmaster?" Lai Zan asked Ling Xiao anxiously. He knew Ling Xiao's potential. He thought that it was reasonable for Ling Xiao to become a key disciple of the Merchant Union. However, he was given the position of guest deacon, which made him feel puzzled. "What's wrong with it, master? I think it's a good position." Ling Xiao responded with a faint smile. "Don't change the topic. Tell me what's going on?" Lai Zan asked again. Ling Xiao could only repeat what the vice headmaster had told him. "What? The Kim people and the Sun sect? I should have thought about it. Lai Zan's expression kept changing as he muttered to himself. "Master, I'm still in the clouds. Please explain it to me." Ling Xiao said. "This is not a place for communication. Let's go back for now." "Maybe, Ling Xiao, your future is beyond my imagination," Lai Zan said with a complicated expression. Ling Xiao and Lai Zan returned to the house where the outer core steward lived. Ling Xiao couldn't wait to ask, "Master, are there Kim people in the heaven realm?" He was sure that the Sun sect was one of the subsects of the Sun-Moon sect. As for the Kim people, he didn't know if they existed or where they were. Lai Zan pondered for a moment and asked, "Ling Xiao, are you from the ancient continent, Xianling continent?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes." He didn't know how long the Xianling continent had existed, but it must have a very long history if it was called an ancient continent by the people of the heaven realm. Lai praised, "That's right. The Jin clan and the Sun sect are both from the Xianling continent, so it's not surprising that you can cultivate the divine arts that they've passed down. It's just that our merchant union doesn't dare to accept you as a disciple." Ling Xiao doesn't understand why? Ling Xiao said. Lai Zan said, "The reason why the merchant union can do business all over the Sky Dragon region is not because of our strength, but because of our principles. We rarely cause trouble and have a good relationship with other sects and families. Every year we give them a lot of benefits. It can be said that the merchant union benefits from both sides. We don't offend anyone. This is also the foundation of the merchant union." Lai Zan paused and said, "In the Sky Dragon region the most powerful force is the Dragon Gate, followed by the Sword Cleansing Manor, the Godly Axe Gang, the Sun Moon Sect, and us, the Blazing Flame Merchants. However, people only know about the current Dragon Gate, but they don't know that the predecessor of Dragon Gate was founded by the Kim people." Ling Zhao's expression froze and immediately exclaimed, "You mean the Dragon Gate is actually the current Kim people?" "The Dragon Gate doesn't belong to the Kim people, but the Dragon Gate belongs to the Kim people." Lai Zan shook his head and said, "The Dragon Gate doesn't belong to the Kim people, but the Dragon Gate belongs to the Kim people." Ling Xiao carefully pondered the meaning of this sentence. All of a sudden his pupils shrank as he screamed, "So that's how it is. The Kim people are the real supporters of the Dragon Gate, and the Dragon Gate is just a faction created by their ancestor." "Ling Xiao, you're right. In the antiquity time, during the Great War of Gods, countless King God Realm and incipient God Realm experts fell. At that time the Kim people were already one of the big families, and it's not an exaggeration to say that they're the most ancient clan. The Dragon Gate is just a force created by one of the Kim people's ancestors. Without the Kim people, the Dragon Gate's competence wouldn't be much different from our merchant union. How could they sit on the first seat of the Sky Dragon area? Moreover, as I know, the ancient emperor technique of the Kim people can only be cultivated by the Kim people's bloodline. No wonder. The Kim people were one of the ancient clans and their competence was certainly the most terrifying. Otherwise, the Dragon Gate wouldn't be so intimidating. Moreover, Ling Xiao cultivated the ancient emperor technique of the Kim people, and he came from the Xianling continent. Perhaps he was a descendant of the Kim people, so the Blazing Flame Merchants naturally wouldn't dare to take Ling Xiao as their own. If the Kim people's people knew about this, the merchant union would have to face the wrath of the Kim people. As for the Sun sect, there was no need to mention them. They were one of the branches of the Sun-Moon sect, and were of the same branch as the Moon sect. Ling Xiao cultivated their Holy Sun Fist, so he more or less had a connection with the Sun sect. Therefore, if the people of these two sects knew about the existence of Ling Xiao, they would probably try their best to rope him in. After all, Ling Xiao had already condensed flesh and soul, and his potential was limitless. It was also because of this that the Blazing Flame Merchant Union didn't dare to take him in as a disciple, but arranged a position for him as a guest deacon, which was the most suitable. In this way they could rope in Ling Xiao, this potential stock, and make Ling Xiao feel grateful to the Merchant Union. Secondly, when Ling Xiao returned to the Kim people in the future, Ling Xiao would feel grateful to the Merchant Union, which was also beneficial to them. Although they had lost an expert who had become a divine king, they had an additional chance to form a relationship with the Kim people. It was really a good plan. However, the Sun sect might not let go of Ling Xiao. They just didn't know which sect would take a fancy to Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, there is no need to compare between the Kim people and the Sun sect. I know which one is more suitable for you to develop, so when you return to the Kim people in the future, don't forget me, your old friend." Lai Zan laughed. Although he had not been able to recruit a genius for the Merchant Union, Ling Xiao was a descendant of the Kim people. This friendship was no worse than Ling Xiao joining their Merchant Union. Lord Lai Zan must be joking. Ling Xiao has only been in the Heaven Domain for less than a year. He doesn't even know where Dragon Gate and Kim people are. How would he dare to think of returning to the Kim people? It's better to stay here peacefully and be a guest elder. Ling Xiao laughed casually. Haha, this matter is not urgent, not urgent. Lai Zan revealed a vague smile. Over at the Commerce Union Hall, the fierce female deputy owner who had previously met Ling Xiao had returned to the space base at this time. The space base of the Blazing Flame Merchants occupied almost 1/3 of the area of the Flaming Mountain Range. Don't underestimate this 1/3 of the area. It was wider than the territory of several cities. It would take at least a month or two to cover it on foot. Of course, the important members of the merchant union who lived here would not be too scattered. They were mainly separated into 4 parts. One part was the training ground for the disciples who had been recruited since they were young. Another part was the training ground for the inner court deacons. Another part was where the inner court elders and the merchant union's general palace were located. The last part was where the spirit grass and spirit beasts were grown. The buildings here were luxurious and imposing, with towering and majestic pavilions. From a distance it gave people a feeling of majesty and luck. The deputy head's name was Lai Rui. She was a well-known business genius woman in the Blazing Flame Merchants. Otherwise, she would not have been entrusted with such an important task by the Blazing Flame Merchants at such a young age. In fact, she had another identity that only the higher-ups of the Blazing Flame Merchants knew. That was, she was the daughter of the leader of the Blazing Flame Merchants, Lai Wudi. Moreover, she was the eldest daughter. Because Lai Rui's appearance was valiant, compared to a woman's identity, it really made people not dare to be respectful. In other words, she was too ugly. If she was just an ordinary woman, it would not be a big deal. But she was born in such a big force and was the eldest daughter of the leader. This naturally damaged the leader's face. However, Lai Wudi was one of the Senjin of Goguryeo. His strength was extremely terrifying. He would not dislike his daughter's appearance and naturally did not dare to casually make fun of her. It was just that the heavens gave Lai Rui an ugly appearance, but gave her the wisdom of a demon. Since she was young, she did not let her father announce her identity to the outside world. In order to save her father's face and the Merchant Alliance's face, she was willing to sacrifice her own halo of light. She worked hard to cultivate among the many disciples and also learn business management. She was ridiculed by many people since she was young, but she never took it to heart. In the end, she even began to take over part of the Merchant Alliance's business. Under her management, the business immediately multiplied. In the end, she was arranged to be the deputy head. All of this was because of her hard work. She had reached the Divine King realm and was also the deputy head. Her ugly appearance had been completely ignored, and many people respected and admired her. Ling Xiao naturally did not know that Lai Rui's identity was so frightening. If he had known, he might have used a honey trap and let Xianxia capture her. Then he would have struck gold. Inside the main hall of the Merchant Alliance, Lai Rui handed the recording crystal pearl to the man sitting on the seat of the Merchant Alliance. This man looked to be in his 30s and was quite young. Although his appearance could not be considered handsome, it was worth a second look. His 2 red eyebrows were abnormally bewitching, and his pair of bright and spirited eagle eyes gave people a feeling of power without being angry. His body was strong and sturdy, and he wore a robe embroidered with raging flames, giving people a domineering feeling of power. He was the Merchant Alliance master of the Blazing Flame Merchants, Lai Wudi. He was ranked in the top 20 in the Senjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, and was a peak divine king. In the Sky Dragon domain, he was a first-class overlord. Lai Wudi looked at the scene in the recording crystal pearl, and a trace of indescribable expression appeared on his face. My son is letting me see this. Could it be that he wants this kid to join our Merchant Alliance? You can make the decision on this matter. Didn't I say that I won't interfere? Lai Wudi said to Lai Rui. Lai Rui shook her head and said, if it's this matter, I won't disturb father. She paused for a moment and said, Father, you should be able to see that he cultivates multiple elements at the same time. Not only does he cultivate the ancient emperor divine art of Kim people, but he also cultivates the holy sun fist of the Sun sect. Yes, this kid's luck is not bad. Is it possible that he is the reincarnation of a divine king? Lai Wudi's eyes flashed with doubt. Lai Rui said, No, I have personally tested this point. His flesh and soul should be formed not long ago. I am here to ask Father to send these recording crystal pearls to the hands of Kim people. With their protective nature, this kid will definitely be accepted by Kim people as a member. This will only benefit our Merchant Alliance. Moreover, I have already made him a guest elder in our merchant alliance. As long as we give him some benefits, he may be of help to our merchant alliance in the future. Chapter 1087. In Ling Zhao's dormitory, he was sitting on a soft couch with his eyes closed, meditating. He had confirmed that he would be the guest elder of the Blazing Flame merchants, so he was very satisfied. Although he would receive less resources from the Blazing Flame merchants, he would be free and not be controlled by the Blazing Flame merchants. Ever since he came to the Heaven region, he rarely had a chance to relax, so he used his free time to meditate and accumulate power. Although he had the help of the 3 strange creatures and his power was constantly increasing, the speed was still not as fast as meditating now. Ever since he achieved Godly Soul, his power had reached the level of the Holy Emperor, so the power he needed to absorb was even greater. In the past he could feel his power growing every day, but now it was much slower. It was not because his power absorption was slower, but because the power he needed to accumulate in his dantian was greater, which was why he felt this way. However, in the Heaven region, there was no lack of heaven and earth spiritual qi and origin energy, so Ling Xiao was not worried about a lack of supply. It was just that he could not indulge and absorb to his heart's content in a place like this. Ling Xiao did not know how long he meditated, but he only woke up when there was a knock on the door. Ling Xiao got off the bed and opened the door, but he found that apart from Lai Zan, there were a few other old men. They all looked at Ling Xiao with a happy face, which made Ling Xiao feel embarrassed. He did not understand what was going on with them. Lai Zan smiled and introduced these people to Ling Xiao. They were the outer sect stewards of the courtyard, and they were at the same level as Lai Zan. They were also demigod kings. Brother Ling Xiao, you're young and promising. You're talented. I wonder if you're married yet? I have a few beautiful granddaughters. How about I give them to you as concubines? Don't mind him. Just look at him and you can tell that his granddaughter isn't that good. Brother Ling Xiao, I'm serious. You should marry my daughter. She's an inner disciple in the league. Tenbin isn't weak. You two are a good match. You guys shouldn't scare Brother Ling Xiao. How about this? We each send a granddaughter to Brother Ling Xiao as a concubine. Wouldn't that be better? Yes, it's decided. Brother Ling Xiao is young and talented, so he won't refuse us old men. Ling Zhao's head was spinning from all these people's words. He didn't know if they had gotten senile dementia. They actually sent women to him. At this time Lai Zan opened his mouth and said, "You old bastards, don't scare Brother Ling Xiao away. With his talent, do you think he would like your granddaughters? Really?" He then said to Ling Xiao, quickly go to the main hall. The vice head will personally reward you. Ling Xiao didn't understand, so he was forcefully dragged to the main hall by Lai Zan. When he saw Lai Rui again, her attitude was very different. She was less cold and more passionate. "Greetings, Vice Headmaster." Ling Xiao saluted the sturdy woman. He didn't look down on her because she looked special. Instead, he admired her for her strength and power. "Ling Xiao, you don't have to be so polite. In the future you will be a guest of our merchant union. We should take care of each other," said Lai Rui. "Ling Xiao, this is your token. In the future, within our merchant union's territory, you can mobilize less than 100 holy emperors, 5 demigod king stewards, a manor, 20 guards, 10 attendants and maids, a salary of 5 million Xian crystals, 28th grade pills, 3 sets of holy weapons, 3 mystical skills." A woman beside Lai Rui read out the reward in her hand. After listening to these rewards, Ling Xiao felt a little confused. He didn't expect a guest deacon to have such great power and reward. The group of outer court stewards behind him all revealed looks of extreme envy. They all knew beforehand that Ling Xiao, this guest deacon, was different from ordinary people. That was why they were so enthusiastic to flatter Ling Xiao just now. It seemed that the vice head really treated this guest deacon well. Of course, they wouldn't suspect that the vice head would like Ling Xiao. They already knew the reason from Lai Zan. "Thank you, vice head, for the reward." Ling Xiao accepted it without hesitation. He didn't care about the restriction of not receiving a reward if he didn't deserve it. After all, he was a member of the Blazing Flame merchants. It was only right for him to receive some rewards. "This is what you deserve," Lai Rui replied, then said to the others, "You can leave first. I have something to talk to guest Ling Xiao." The others followed his orders and left the hall. Lai Rui spoke again. "Guest Ling Xiao, are you satisfied with these rewards?" "It's all right," Ling Xiao said reluctantly. He thought to himself, "I'll be satisfied if I get another one." Lai Rui looked surprised. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to accept it so reluctantly. Which deacon didn't have such a generous reward? Even a demigod king outer sect steward couldn't compare to Ling Xiao, who had a manor all to himself. This was a privilege that only those who had reached the elder level could enjoy. Then you can stay here with peace of mind. If there's anything you need, just tell the servants and they'll tell me. I'll do my best to satisfy your requests. Once you reach the late stage of Saint Emperor, I'll send a God King tutor to teach you, said Lai Rui. After a pause she continued, drip a drop of your essence blood into the jade of life and leave it with us. In the future the Commerce Alliance will be able to find you as quickly as possible no matter where you go. If anything happens to the Commerce Alliance's businesses in the future, we'll have to trouble you as a guest elder. If you don't help out, we'll naturally revoke your status and benefits. Ling Xiao understands. Ling Xiao nodded. He thought to himself, the Blazing Flame merchants have businesses all over the world and they have many experts. Why would they need someone like me to help? Could it be that she really sees my potential? Of course Lai Rui saw Ling Xiao's potential. He had a flesh and soul and was close to becoming a god. Moreover, he was the descendant of the Kim people. His status would definitely be extremely honorable in the future. She was trying her best to rope in Ling Xiao because she wanted to be the first to enter the Merchant Alliance and build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. This would definitely be very beneficial to the Merchant Alliance. Lai Rui left. Before she left, she didn't forget to remind Ling Xiao not to leave Blazing Flame City if there was nothing important. After that, the woman who announced the rewards brought Ling Xiao to the manor where he was staying. The manor was not inside the city but outside. The environment was especially beautiful. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers and there were many flowers and plants. Spiritual birds flew around occasionally. Although it was not a luxurious manor, the environment was quiet and comfortable. It was very suitable for people to cultivate, and they didn't have to worry about being disturbed. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with this. He accepted Lai Rui's arrangement calmly. He believed that in the future he would definitely repay her more than this. There were many houses in the manor, but Ling Xiao was the only owner. There were also some side houses for the guards and servants to stay in. Ling Xiao moved in and became the temporary owner of this place. He also made Chai Guan the temporary steward of this place. In addition, Ling Xiao summoned Xian Yao, Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Sha Tian and Xian Yi. At this point he didn't need to be on guard against the Blazing Flame merchants. From now on this will be our temporary residence. After a few days I'll familiarize myself with the situation here, and then I'll start searching for the whereabouts of Master and Ro Fei's foster father, Ling Xiao said to them. Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan both revealed looks of joy. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. That's good. As long as I find your master, I won't have to travel thousands of miles from the central region to come here, Feng Qingyuan said happily. But I'll have to trouble mistress to draw a portrait of master. When the time comes I'll make more copies so that people can find him when we issue missions, Ling Xiao said. He then said to Yuro Fei, Ro Fei, you too draw a portrait of your foster father. This way it'll be much easier to find him. I know, Yuro Fei nodded. Ling Xiao then said to Xian Yao, Fraud, you can cultivate here in peace. This is the most prosperous city in the Sky Dragon region. If you need any cultivation materials, feel free to buy them. Increase your strength first. Xian Yao naturally wouldn't be polite with Ling Xiao. He had already reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm, which was already very outstanding for his age. However, compared to Ling Xiao there was naturally a huge difference, but he was already satisfied. He had painstakingly followed Ling Xiao in the central region just for this day. Now that he had come to the heaven region he didn't have to worry about his strength not being able to increase. In the following days, Ling Xiao originally wanted to take a good look around the city with a few people and buy some necessary holy objects. However, before Ling Xiao could go out, Lai Zan came to visit him with a few outer sect stewards. They really did bring all kinds of daughters and granddaughters as if they were for Ling Xiao to choose at will. When those young and beautiful women saw Ling Xiao's handsome and promising appearance, they couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to have them. They were even willing to be maidservants. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't want every woman he saw. After sending them away with great difficulty, he asked one of his guards to take him, Xian Yao, and the others for a stroll in Raging Flame City. The guard was a peak holy emperor named Tai Ren. He had been working for the Blazing Flame merchants for hundreds of years. so he knew the blazing flame city like the back of his hand. Under his lead, Ling Xiao and the others quickly experienced the bustling scene of the various prosperous areas of Blazing Flame City. Blazing Flame City was one of the most prosperous cities in the Heaven region. There were countless powerful warriors from all over the world, and they could occasionally meet demigod king or divine king existences. Sir Guest, the division of the city is quite standardized. The shops for various industries are located on different streets. May I know which area Sir is more interested in? Tyron asked respectfully. It's my first time in Blazing Flame City, so I'll just look around, replied Ling Xiao. The shops in the city had everything one could think of. There were all kinds of precious materials peeled from spirit beasts, all kinds of high-grade spirit herbs, and even some rare treasures. Treasures that were rarely seen in normal times were very common in this city. As long as you had enough mysterious crystals, you didn't have to worry about not being able to buy what you needed. Ling Xiao and the others were dazzled, their eyes filled with excitement. Chapter 1088. After strolling for an entire day, Ling Xiao and the others hadn't even walked a tenth of the Blazing Flame City. Could be seen just how big the city was. Other than all kinds of shops, there were also all kinds of carefree golden caves which made people unable to rest. As expected of a large city. It really isn't something an ordinary city can compare to. When I first came to Stone Sky City, I felt that it was very large. But compared to Stone Sky City, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Xianxia sighed emotionally. Feng Qingyuan said in agreement. That's right, this city should represent the most famous city in the Heaven region. Our trip to the Heaven region was not in vain. And let's find a place to stay tonight. Tomorrow we'll go to the Mercenary Guild to issue a mission, Ling Xiao replied. He was wondering if he should also publish Yun Mingqi's portrait to see if she was in the Sky Dragon region. However, this thought only flashed in his mind and he didn't carry it out. The next day, Ling Xiao had Tai Ren bring them to the Mercenary Guild. Ling Xiao told Tai Ren about his intention to find someone wanting to hear his opinion. However, when he said it, it caused Tai Ren to laugh. So the guest deacon wants to find someone, then there's no need to go to the Mercenary Guild. Why is that? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Actually, this kind of mission can be directly issued within our Merchant Alliance. With our Merchant Alliance's connections, finding a few people within the Heavenly Dragon region is a simple matter, said Tai Ren extremely proudly. Indeed, the Blazing Flame Merchant's business was spread across all the major cities. With their connections and appeal, as long as they were in the Sky Dragon region, it wouldn't be too difficult to find them. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and laughed. Can I do that? Then hurry up and announce it to me. I need to find 2 people. No problem, guest deacon, feel free to instruct me. This lowly one will definitely handle this matter properly. Tai Ren said confidently. Ling Xiao handed the 2 paintings to Tai Ren. These 2 people are very important to me. Once there's any news, immediately come to the courtyard and inform me. Sir. After Tai Ren responded, he retreated to handle the matter. Tai Ren went to do his work, and Ling Xiao continued to stroll around Blazing Flame City with the others. Today Ling Xiao began to make his move. He already had millions of top-grade profound crystals, so it was much easier to buy spirit herbs and beast cores. He had to refine more pills for Xianyao, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Xianyi and Chaiguan in case of emergencies. At the time, he could also let them temper their bodies in preparation for the future. However, when they arrived at the shop to buy spirit herbs, Ling Xiao didn't know what to do. He was not an ordinary guest deacon. He had the right to go to shops with higher authority to buy and sell spiritual herbs. Moreover, he could also enjoy discounts. However, looking at the rare and extraordinary spiritual herbs here, he did not know how to choose. There were countless level 8 spirit herbs and many of them were top-notch level 8 spirit herbs. There were even level 9 and above true divine medicines. Those were definitely medicine kings that had already developed low-level intelligence. There were countless rank 8 spirit herbs, and many of them were top-notch rank 8 spirit herbs. There were even real divine herbs that were rank 9 and above. Ling Xiao found that his millions of top-grade Xian crystals were really not much of a fortune. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who was envious of these spiritual herbs. The people around him were also in a hurry. They couldn't wait to take all of these spiritual herbs for themselves. However, there were demigod kings and even godly kings guarding the place. Whoever dared to act recklessly would only be dead. Ling Xiao resisted the urge to look at the rank 9 medicine kings. He used all his profound crystals to buy spirit herbs and beast cores, then he brought everyone back to the courtyard. After Ling Xiao returned to the courtyard, he immediately found a place nearby to refine pills. The others chose to cultivate diligently. After a month had passed, Ling Xiao's alchemy had caused a heavenly phenomenon, which was naturally noticed by his guards. Lai Rui immediately heard about Ling Xiao's identity as a medicine saint. What? Ling Xiao is a medicine saint. Lai Rui did not even notice that the tea in her hand was splashed all over the ground. Yes, Deputy Master. Tai Ren knelt in front of Lai Rui and answered respectfully. Lai Rui arranged guards for Ling Xiao to protect and serve Ling Xiao, and on the other hand, it was to monitor Ling Xiao. She did not want Ling Xiao to leave Scorching Flame City now. She was waiting for Kim people to come before she let Ling Xiao go. But now that she suddenly found out that Ling Xiao was actually an alchemy saint, she was even more shocked in her heart. Ling Xiao was only half a century old, but he had already achieved the rare flesh, blood, and spirit. As long as he cultivated diligently, he would soon become a divine king powerhouse that others looked up to. Moreover, he cultivated multiple attributes at the same time. Ordinary people would cultivate at an extremely slow speed, but he seemed to be an exception. How could she not be shocked when she found out that he was a medicine saint? One had to know that there was a limit to one's strength. Even if Ling Xiao cultivated in his mother's womb and learned the art of alchemy, it was difficult to imagine that he could achieve so much at such a young age. Could he have obtained some shocking inheritance? Lai Rui pondered in her heart. However, whether Ling Xiao had obtained any inheritance or not, she had to get to know Ling Xiao again. If Ling Xiao was really a medicine saint, would he become a divine medicine saint when he reached the divine king realm in the future? In that case, his importance would not be the same as before. No, I must discuss this matter with father. I can't let such a genius hand over to others. Lai Rui's eyes flashed with determination. Then she immediately rushed back to the Merchant Alliance's space base to discuss this matter with her father. Fortunately, Lai Wudi had recently come out of seclusion. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find him. Daughter, why are you in such a hurry to find me? I'm going to Green River City to see who dares to go against our Merchant Alliance. Even Elder Dongqing was injured and the others are all in life destruction. The losses this time are not small. Lai Wudi said. Father, did you send someone to deliver the recording crystal bead to Kim people? Lai Rui asked eagerly. I sent it half a month ago. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with that kid? Lai Wudi asked. What a pity. Can we catch up with him? Lai Rui said with some regret. How can we catch up with him? Is that kid not one of the Kim people's men? If that's the case and if the Kim people's men come, there will be a lot of trouble. Lai Wudi said gloomily. The Kim people were not only the most powerful force in the Sky Dragon region, but they were also the top ancient family in the Qian region. Even the blazing flame merchants could not afford to offend them. Father, don't worry. He is indeed a descendant of the Kim people, but his Tenbin is not something we can imagine. This is really a big loss. We actually sent such a monstrous genius back to the Kim people. No, we can't let the Kim people go. Lai Rui said. What do you mean? Lai Wudi asked, puzzled. Thus, Lai Rui told Lai Wudi about what Tai Ren had discovered. Lai Wudi was also shocked. According to what you said, isn't this kid nature-defying? That's right. Since ancient times, there have been many people who have reached the level of the Holy Emperor at such a young age. However, to be a saint medicine master at the same time is definitely an unusual existence. There have only been such people in the ancient era, Lai Rui replied. According to what you're saying, sending that Ling Xiao back to the Jin clan not only gave them a new talent, but also gave them a person who could become a godly alchemist? Lai Wudi asked in return. Yes, father. Otherwise, why would I tell you about this? It seems that I made a mistake this time. We should first rope him in and let him be a disciple of our merchant union. We should hide him for 100 years and let him go out when he is loyal to our merchant union. That way, when the Kim people meet him in the future, even if he returns, I'm afraid that he will be more loyal to our merchant union. Lai Wudi sighed. It's fine. It's not like we don't have divine alchemists here. If we lose one, then so be it. When the Jin race comes, we'll just have to build a good relationship with them. That'll be a great benefit to our merchant union. If you really think this brat is someone special, then it'll be better to give him some money or women. I don't think there's any youngster who can refuse either, said Lai Wudi. Suddenly Lai Rui exclaimed, yes, why didn't I think of this? We can keep his people in check first. Then we might really be able to build a relationship with the Kim people. Lai Wudi thought that his daughter agreed with his point of view, and he was very happy in his heart. Lai Rui changed the topic. Father, where has little sister been recently? Why are you asking her? She's just a wild girl who only knows how to wander around outside all day. Your grandfather dotes on her, so how would I know where she is? Lai Wudi said with some pain. Little sister is naturally restless, but her cultivation is much more outstanding than mine. No wonder grandfather is so protective of her. Lai Rui's eyes flashed with envy. She paused for a moment before continuing. If she's willing to make a move with her beauty, I think it won't be a problem for her to capture Ling Xiao's heart. If Ling Xiao is truly outstanding enough and can become a god king as soon as possible, then he'll be a good match for little sister. When Lai Wudi heard his daughter's words, his expression changed slightly and he said, you can't be thinking of letting your little sister go after that kid, right? That's impossible. That wild girl's eyes are at the top of her head. How many handsome men have fought for her, but none of them have caught her eye. Besides, your grandfather wants her to inherit his legacy, so I advise you to give up on that idea. Lai Rui also knew that his father was speaking the truth, and suddenly felt a little unwilling. How about this? There are many outstanding female disciples in the league. Choose a beautiful female disciple who is also passable in Tenbin to marry with that kid. In this way the effect should be the same, Lai Wudi said. Lai Rui shook his head. That's impossible. The people of the Jin clan aren't fools. If they knew that he wasn't an important disciple of our alliance, how could they possibly be on good terms with us forever? That's true, Lai Wudi replied, and then he said, then think about it carefully. Other than your little sister, you can choose whoever you want. Father will support you. Lai Rui nodded and fell into deep thought. She was thinking about how to make the best of both worlds. Chapter 1089. Boss, why do you have to sell these pills? You're always thinking about Xian crystals. You're so vulgar. Why don't you just give them all to me? I'll help you sort them out. What are you going to do with them? Without Xian crystals, where would we get cultivation resources? Hurry up and move to the side. Don't, boss, give them to me. I really want them all. Alright, based on our friendship, I'll give you a discount. I'll give you all 50 million top-grade Xian crystals. Boss is so nice to me, but can I put it on credit first? Xinyu Yi begged Ling Xiao with a drooping face. Ling Xiao had refined a large batch of pills and was prepared to sell them all in Raging Flame City to solve his urgent need. However, Xinyu Yi didn't want Ling Xiao to sell them. Old Yi, I know you're thinking about your clansmen, but have you ever thought about how we're really short of money right now? If we don't think of a way to get some Xian crystals, we can only look at those divine objects with envy, Ling Xiao advised. He paused for a moment, then said, as long as we become divine kings as soon as possible, I'll give you as many of these pills as you want. When Xinyu Yi heard Ling Xiao's last sentence, he immediately said with joy, really? Really? Ling Xiao quickly nodded, then said to the others, I'll go out and sell the pills. You guys can all stay at home and cultivate in peace. The others naturally had no objections. After coming to the heaven domain, they knew that their strength was very limited. If they had time, they naturally had to hurry up and cultivate instead of playing around all day. Before Ling Xiao even walked out of the courtyard, Tai Ren respectfully appeared beside him and greeted, Greetings, guest deacon. No need, what's the matter? Ling Xiao asked. Vice head has something to ask guest deacon. Tai Ren said. Well, that's great. I also want to enter the city. Let's go. Ling Xiao replied. He wasn't surprised that Tai Ren would come looking for him. The reason why he was refining pills nearby was to let the blazing flame merchants know that he had another identity. He wanted to make himself more dazzling so that in the eyes of others he would become a delicious cake and he would receive better treatment. Now that the vice dojo master had summoned him, it naturally meant that his plan had worked. Ling Xiao and Tai Ren entered the city and went straight to the merchant union. When he arrived at the door, someone immediately led Ling Xiao in. Tai Ren could only wait outside. When he saw Lai Rui again, Ling Xiao still had to greet him respectfully, Vice Dojo Master. This time Lai Rui actually smiled at him and said, Guest Deacon Ling Xiao, you're here. Take a seat. In Ling Xiao's impression, Lai Rui had always had a serious face and rarely smiled. Now that she revealed a rare smile, it made Ling Xiao's hair stand on end. Although I'm a little handsome, kind-hearted and 10 bin outstanding, I still have a lot of shortcomings. Please don't fall for me. Ling Xiao worriedly prayed in his heart. If Lai Rui heard this, she would definitely vomit blood and scold. Can you not be so shameless? With that small body of yours, it would be strange if I fell for you. Ling Xiao sat on the chair nervously and listened to Lai Rui's teachings. Have you gotten used to living here? Lai Rui asked casually. It's all right. Thank you for your concern, Vice Dojo Master. Ling Xiao replied. That's good. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, feel free to tell Tai Ren. I'll try my best to satisfy your requests, Lai Rui said. She then glanced at Ling Xiao and smiled. I heard you know alchemy? Ling Xiao said humbly. I'm just casually refining, it's not very elegant. Oh, just casually refining can cause a phenomenon. I'm afraid the other alchemy saint are going to smash their heads into the wall. Lai Rui joked. Ling Xiao smiled foolishly and said, Hee, you can't say that. They won't smash their heads into the wall. At most they'll kill themselves with a piece of tofu. Yes, guest deacon, you really know how to talk. Lai Rui laughed involuntarily, but she quickly restrained herself and replied casually, Are you really a alchemy saint? No, I'm a great alchemy saint. Ling Xiao emphasized. That's impossible. How old are you? How can you reach the alchemy saint realm? Even those geniuses would need at least hundreds of years to reach this realm. You're not lying to me. Lai Rui shouted sternly. It doesn't matter if Vice Dojo Master believes me or not, Ling Xiao doesn't care. However, I do have something to ask of you, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He then placed the elixirs he had refined in front of Lai Rui and said, I want to sell these elixirs. Vice Dojo Master, please arrange a steward to help me calculate how many Xian crystals they're worth. In Blazing Flame City, no one was allowed to sell things without permission. The seller could only be the Blazing Flame merchants' shops. This was a clear rule. If Ling Xiao wanted to sell these elixirs, he could not set up a stall. The only way was to sell them to the Blazing Flame merchants and let the Blazing Flame merchants sell them. Ling Xiao said this to let Lai Rui get someone to buy his elixirs. With her identity as the Vice Dojo Master, the price given by the stewards would be more reasonable. Lai Rui seemed to be prepared. She glanced at the elixirs in front of Ling Xiao and clapped her hands. A middle-aged man walked in respectfully. Master Lu, come and see how much these elixirs are worth. Lai Rui said. The middle-aged man was an inner steward of the Blazing Flame merchants. His name was Wuxia. He was also a great alchemy saint and a powerful demigod king. Yes, Vice Dojo Master. Wuxia responded and glanced at Ling Xiao. He then picked up the bottle in front of Ling Xiao. 10 detoxification small saint pills, 10 bone replenishing small saint pills, 20 becoming saint small saint pills, all of which are of excellent quality and above 90% efficacy. 15 healing great saint pills, 15 rapid great saint pills, 20 holy emperor great saint pills, all of which are of excellent quality and above 90% efficacy. Wuxia evaluated seriously. Wuxia's eyes flashed with shock. After he finished reading, he asked Lai Rui, Vice Dojo Master, I wonder which God Master refined these elixirs. They don't seem tired at all. This isn't something a great Saint Master can refine. Could it be a Blaze God Master? Lai Rui was shocked, but she remained calm and said, Don't worry about who refined them. How much do you think these elixirs are worth? Actually, we have these elixirs in the Merchant Alliance. I can also refine them, but the quality isn't as good. Naturally, they'll be more expensive. Normally, 40 little saint pills would be worth 8 million, 50 great saint pills would be worth 50 million, and the total value would be 58 million. I think these elixirs should be worth around 70 million. After all, these elixirs are of the highest quality and have been refined to perfection with minimal side effects, Wuxia said. After hearing Wuxia's words, Lai Rui's expression became a little sluggish. Wuxia was a great saint master and had worked for the Merchant Alliance for thousands of years. He was a very fair person and she trusted him a lot. Could it be that Ling Xiao is really that powerful? Lai Rui thought to herself. Ling Xiao thought to himself, at least he has some eyesight. How can an ordinary great saint master compare to the pills I refine? Now that he had become a godly soul, all he had to do was wait for his strength to increase by another level before he could attempt to refine a godly pill. However, refining a godly pill couldn't be sloppy. It had to be known that these were all godly materials. Wasting even a single bit would be a great loss, so Ling Xiao wouldn't try to refine them unless he had no other choice. It would be best if he could become a god king. That way he would have 100% chance of success. Lai Rui let Wuxia go first. She watched as Ling Xiao's expression constantly changed, as if she wanted to see if Ling Xiao was a true alchemist or not. However, Ling Xiao didn't deny it, nor did he try to prove it, which made her feel anxious. If Ling Xiao was only an ordinary great saint master, then he wouldn't be worthy of her treating him like this. However, he was such a young great saint master and was also a young genius who had hopes of becoming a godly alchemist. Becoming a godly alchemist in the future was already a matter that everyone had their eyes on. It had to be known that any godly alchemist was an extremely revered existence. There was only one godly alchemist in 100,000 god kings, and there were many people who were stuck at the alchemist saint level without being able to enter the divine rank. There were only 2 godly alchemists in the Merchant Union, and it was because of their existence that the Merchant Union was able to continue to prosper. Deputy Dojo Master, that attendant, also said, "Do you think the Merchant Union wants my elixir? Although it's not much, it can help Ling Xiao solve his urgent problems." Ling Xiao saw that Lai Rui was in a daze, so he immediately reminded her in a small voice. Lai Rui came back to her senses and said, "And then we'll do as Attendant Lu said. When you give the pills to him later, you won't be lacking in Xian crystals." She paused for a moment, then said, "I didn't know that a guest had such an ability, so in the future when you have free time, why don't you help the Merchant Union with some pills? The Merchant Union will provide all the ingredients and you'll be paid in addition. What do you think?" Ling Xiao became interested and said, "That's good. I have a lot of free time recently. If you trust me, then let someone send me the materials. But my success rate of alchemy is only between 50% and 50%. It's impossible for me to have a 100% success rate. Being able to achieve a 50% success rate is already very impressive." Lai Rui praised, then continued, "Guest, when I rejected your request to become a disciple of our Merchant Union, it was out of consideration for you. If you really want to stay in our Merchant Union, that's fine. I can recommend you a godly alchemist to be your master. What do you think?" "Hee, I already have an awesome master. What's the point of needing another master?" Ling Xiao laughed in his heart. The inheritance of the divine alchemist within the cauldron was not an undeserved reputation. He was the first master of the obsidian cauldron, and his vast alchemy skills were the most complete to Ling Xiao. Even if there were divine alchemists in the heavenly realm, Ling Xiao felt that their inheritance was not as reliable as his. "Thank you for your kindness, Vice Headmaster, but Ling Xiao feels that this is good for now," Ling Xiao declined politely. Lai Rui couldn't force him, so she could only give up on this idea for now. However, she had another plan in mind. She said to Ling Xiao, "Guest, I have a task for you now, listen carefully." Ling Xiao didn't know what task Lai Rui had, but he was her guest deacon and had received benefits from her, so he could only listen carefully.